I would like to call the school committee meeting to order. It's meeting remote due to COVID-19 closure. We will be starting, while not on the agenda, we'll be starting with the student report. We're fortunate to have our two student members here. We'll then be moving on to public comment. We have report and discussion items. We have return to school plan for 2021, transportation and 2021 calendar revisions. We have 3 action items: vote to approve return to school plan 2021, vote to accept an anchor grant, vote the capital planning priority list. We have chair report, we have superintendent report, we have future agenda items, we have next meeting dates. And with that, if Mr. Edler, Ms. Andrews are ready, I would like to welcome them. I really appreciate you taking time out of your summer to come and present a student perspective of what's going on and where you are now, and mentally, I don't mean physically. So welcome, both of you.
Hi, thank you guys so much for having us. So obviously we don't have a traditional report as we would during the school year, but we just wanted to share a few things. Mostly we're all really excited to see what's going to happen in the school year. It's kind of a game of people making bets of what's going to happen, how we're going to go back. So it should be interesting for us to see that. I know a lot of different clubs are working right now to figure out their plans for the year, how to have virtual meetings, if they can have in-person meetings in smaller groups. So that's stuff that we've been working to do and trying to make adjustments to some of the events that we would have earlier in the year anyway, but we're really planning for any scenario as we can try to predict what happens. And I'll pass it off to Caroline.
Yeah, I think everyone's just kind of looking for what's going to happen in the fall. They're not really sure. We're like doing a bunch of summer work and stuff. I know some of it is still coming out. Not a lot of the science departments are just sending out their summer work, which is a little bit confusing, but we're learning how to deal with it, be more flexible and do it online and stuff. We're all really excited to see what's going to happen in the fall with sports and everything. I know a lot of preseason, like team practices have started, but nothing formal yet.
Anybody from the committee have any questions for our student representatives?
I'll ask one, since Caroline was just ending on the athletics frame. So a question for both, for Evan and Caroline. Do you have a sense from your student peers if MIAA should come out and say there's no fall interscholastic athletics? I'm assuming that our high school students would still be interested, to the extent we could pull it off, to work with fall coaches on socially distanced skills and drills, just like we kind of have in place right now through the Office of Environmental Affairs, that's allowing certain kinds of youth sports to happen. Some not, but some are happening. Do you think that would be the case? In other words, the idea of being something better than nothing?
I think so. Personally, I'm a runner, so I think the whole cross-country team is looking for ways that we can all run together and be outside. I also know a few other friends who are thinking if the sports season gets canceled, that they might try to figure out ways just to work out and be active by themselves with small groups of friends outside without being part of the organized team and working with coaches. But I think we are all looking for something.
Right.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that? Have any of the coaches reached out to you, and are they helping to organize anything with kids or providing any workout plans for over the summer?
In my experience, and I'll let Caroline share too, but we have, of course, for cross country, we have our summer running plan. So we have our running plan of how much we can run. Coaches have been checking in and also reaching out to freshmen still to make sure that they are aware of the team in case that we do have a season. Incoming freshmen, I mean, of course. So there's been communication between the captains and the coaches and the rest of the team, just trying to make sure that everyone is still staying in shape over the summer and not losing too much hope, I would say.
I know there's definitely been some like team practices with soccer and stuff. The girls soccer team, their coach has been reaching out to them a bunch and being really helpful, just as like a line of communication for that. I'm pretty sure field hockey is also doing some sort of preseason. Personally, I play tennis, which is in the spring, and our coach always sends out like these like summer like runs, like workouts over the summer. So we've been able to do those, which is fun. Great. But yeah, I think a little bit of stuff is going on, which is good. Better than nothing.
Sure. Thank you.
So I have a question. Ms. Andrews, you specifically mentioned doing summer work. I was curious if you had heard what courses you were taking, and if not, are you doing the summer work in anticipation of getting those courses? Or, I mean, how are you sort of deciding what work to do and what to sort of put off until you know what classes you're taking?
So for some classes like economics, I kind of just had to assume I got into the class. We haven't gotten like full schedules or anything, but for some other classes, like I'm going to take environmental studies next year. They sent out an email with the people who got into the class, and they were like, if you're not in this class, then just ignore this email, or if you know you want to take this class and you didn't get the email, like please share it with your friends. So I don't think any of it's like final yet, but they definitely like sent out an email to like all the kids who were presumably taking the class with the work. So
Okay.
it's kind of just like you have to kind of take matters into your own hands.
Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful. Any other questions for our student representatives? So thank you both very much for, again, in summertime coming into the meeting. You are welcome to stay as panelists. You're welcome to go to attendees. We certainly welcome your input during our meeting. You are our student members of our committee, and so thank you again. With that, I would like to move into public comment. I have a little preamble I'd like to say before we start public comment. Remind everyone that public comment is a chance for members of the public to express their opinions on matters under the jurisdiction of the school committee, not a dialogue with the committee, and the committee is under no obligation to respond to comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and we would like to be able to hear from residents on all sides of any issues. We'll be limiting public comment to 30 minutes this morning because we have a very full agenda. I wanted to also give a heads up. It's my intention to ask the committee when we get there to move to vote the return to school plan on Thursday at the scheduled meeting at 11 a.m. so that members of the community will have an opportunity to review and connect with us regarding the plan prior to our voting. At that meeting, again, we will have a brief public comment session, but I would encourage you to email us prior to the meeting so that we have an opportunity to consider your comments more fully. So again, I'm going to try to limit public comment to 30 minutes with a total of 3 minutes. I'm going to, if we get to 3 minutes on an individual, I will gently tell you that you've reached the end of your time and ask if you can try to wrap up. I'm going to elevate.
Can you also remind people how to raise their hands? So
a good point. On Zoom, you should have.
So that everybody has an opportunity to raise them equally.
Yes, good point. On Zoom, there should be next to your name, we have slightly different view of what we have. You should have an opportunity to click on your name and you should be able to go to raise hand. And then when I see them, I will try to take as many as we can in the 30 minutes that we're allotting to be elevated. And when you're done, you can lower your hand the same way you raised your hand before you came in. I don't know if that got to what you were hoping for, Ms. Bergstrom. It's sort of, we have a different view of what they see than what we see.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that everyone who wasn't familiar with Zoom and raise hand knew how to do that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And with that, I've elevated and I'm just going to read your name, which is Butler. If you could state your name and address for the committee and unmute yourself. You're still muted. I will go ahead and unmute you if I can, but it doesn't look like I can. So, Butler, I am going to return you back to the attendees, and we'll come back to you if time permits. And with that, I will allow to talk Ms. Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, state your name and address for the committee.
I think we picked up Mr. Leach before Ms. Hoffman.
My apologies. Then we will go in that order because the names are moving around as we go. Mr. Leach, my apologies. If you state your name and address.
Hey, my name's David Leach. I live at 586 Washington Street. You know, obviously, thank you all for all the effort that you've put into this. I know it's a no-win situation. I just wanted to pose a couple questions. I think I had sent a letter to the committee, and thank you for responding. but I just wanted to put it in the public record. A couple questions I had on the plan. Question one, Dr. Evans has suggested that the reason for her push for in-person hybrid learning is because of the need for teachers and students to connect with each other before the inevitable happens and schools go to virtual. So I'd just like to hear, you know, at some point today, where's the evidence that supports this argument that that connection can only happen in person? And my point here is, you know, isn't it something we can overcome in a virtual environment if we have proper planning over the next, you know, 5 to 6 weeks? It just doesn't seem like a substantial enough argument to risk the lives of our children, families, educators, and just the general community. So that's question number one. Question number two, I've heard some allusions to a financial incentive to starting in a hybrid model. And I'd just like some more information about that and, you know, whether if we didn't get that financial incentive, how would that harm us in a planning process? So thank you for your time, and that's it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. And with that, I will hopefully this time allow Ms. Hoffman to speak. If you could state your name and address for the committee. I think I did it this time.
Yes, Erica Hoffman, 7 Fairlane Terrace. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I have a rising first grader and I have a rising third grader. I want to thank you for your time, Chairperson and school committee members. And to start with, I don't agree that the public comment should occur before the superintendent's plan is presented. There may be questions from the public that come up, and these need to be addressed before the school committee can make a decision. As of today, there's been 1 new case in the last 7 days in Winchester of COVID, making that a total of 122 COVID cases out of more than 22,000 residents since March. With this data and proper safety measures, Winchester Public Schools should start the school year with in-person learning. This is backed up by recommendations from the CDC, different pediatrician groups, and infectious disease experts. DESE has listened to these experts and they have provided clear guidance. If our cases were like Florida or Texas or California, I would fully support remote learning to start with, but Massachusetts is not these states. And as of yesterday, 165 new cases out of 12,500 tests for a positivity rate of 1.3%. So with that data, I believe that, you know, Winchester Public Schools should start with in-person learning. If Winchester Public Schools starts with remote learning, I cannot see how they will transition to in-person learning, as flu season starts in November and runs till about April. Parents and teachers and students deserve a thorough and thought out plan. In-person learning is essential, and especially for our younger age group. However, how can you expect a child going into first grade to log on to Zoom, print off worksheets, read the worksheets or slide decks when they cannot even read themselves? My husband and I try and do our best, but we did not get a degree in education, and we do not have the skills to teach our son to read. That is why our teachers are essential. And I ask you a question: no matter how good the teacher is, how are you going to get my 6-year-old to sit in front of a screen or do work at home for 5 hours a day? In the spring, my kindergartner became depressed, cried, refused to do any work. My husband and I both tried in different ways, as well as trying to bribe him into doing work, and this still failed. He thrives with in-person learning. If you cannot provide in-person learning 5 days a week, then you should not be providing subsidized buses to after-school programs or other extracurricular activities, as the messaging you are providing is that it is okay and it's safe for these programs to happen, but it's not safe for our students to be back in school for in-person learning. I believe it is possible to provide an in-person learning for 2 to 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, which involves reading, writing, and math to our younger students in a safe way, both for our students and our teachers. And I stress the school committee members to push for a plan that encompasses this. Also, there needs to be several plans with stages and how these plans will be transitioned to based on the scientific data. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. looks like we will elevate Chris D. Chris D, if you would state your name and address for the committee prior to speaking.
Yes, hi, this is Chris Diagazio. I live at 2 St. Thomas More Drive. I have a daughter who's entering her junior year at the high school. My question is, if there is a option for students to be remote who may feel unsafe going to school in the beginning of the year, what opportunities or what alternatives are there for remote learning? I've heard some rumors that there may be, the only option may be to do a Laurel Springs or some other type of free online learning, which is obviously not at the level that we'd be accustomed to for Winchester public school systems. So the question is, what would be available? Would they be able to have remote viewing of their classes in the high school from home, or what alternatives are you suggesting? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hopefully, while we don't address questions at this time period, hopefully many of your questions that all of you have raised will be addressed during the discussion. I'm elevating Christina Ronan. Ms. Ronan, if you state your name and address for the committee prior to speaking.
Good morning, my name is Christina Ronan. I live at 129 Cambridge Street. I have a rising kindergartner and a rising third grader in the school system. I've worked for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for 15 years as an assistant district attorney. The trial court opened in June. Since that time, the court has held hearings with probation officers, court officers, judges, clerks, defendants, attorneys, and yes, even grand jurors. These hearings take place in closed rooms with no open windows. We take safety precautions. We are masked. We have temperature checks. We socially distance ourselves. We do this because the criminal justice system can't take a break for a virus, especially a virus with no end point in sight. I bring this up to you school committee members because the education of our children is just as important. You're going to hear so many different viewpoints and concerns today. One of my main concerns is that without presenting a plan for full in-person learning, there are no mechanisms in place to ever return to full school when and if this state and if this school system determines it's safe. It is very concerning to me that this might be something that doesn't just last into the fall or winter. People keep putting an end date of January 2021. This could be the entire school year. This remote or hybrid plan could be the entire school year and move into the next school year. The thought of no full in-school or even part-time learning, especially for our K-5 early learners, is frightening to me. Thank you so much for all the time and work and your consideration.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. I'm going to elevate, hold on. Susan DeLeo, Ms. DeLeo, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Good morning, this is Susan DeLeo. I live at 24 Taft Drive. And first of all, I just have a question. Is the superintendent on the meeting? I don't see her. Hi, great. I wanted to make sure that we had everybody in attendance. And I actually think this is demonstrative of how cumbersome the remote learning process could actually be, especially for our youngest learners. Imagine a 6-year-old trying to navigate this process. But I would like to start and thank the school committee for all the countless hours that they have put into this return to school decision. This is an incredible decision, and I thank you. I also urge the school committee to allow questions answered during this public comment session to be answered as they are presented. This is so important. We need to have our voices heard. We'd also appreciate the time for public comment after the superintendent has presented her proposal. I urge you to please listen to the scientists and the medical professionals in our community. There are actually 6 medical professionals who are unable to attend this meeting today because they are at work, but they would have loved to have been able to have the chance to comment. As my friend Erica Hoffman stated, there is a 1.3% positive rate. This is considered low transmission. The New England Journal of Medicine The most revered and prestigious medical journal in the world has come out in favor of return to in-person learning, especially K-5. They have stated, quote, "Schools can reopen this fall with an acceptable level of safety, even under conditions of moderate transmission. However, we believe primary school should be recognized as an essential service and school personnel as essential workers, and that school reopening plans should be developed and financed accordingly. Education is essential." The Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has also recognized K-5 learners as a particularly vulnerable group of learners. Studies for years have shown that screen time is detrimental to the social emotional health of children under 10. Now please picture my rising first graders who are desperate to learn to read. They're waiting for those wires to connect and have an explosion into reading. They're at constant work, sounding out signs and labels and words and novels their older sister's reading, just to get the chance to peek into the world of an independent reader. They are engaged and desperate to read. Now picture these children excited to page through the wonderful sensorial magic that is a paper book, learning from a computer screen, which may or may not have a teacher on the other end. Reading is paramount and it is fundamental to all other learning. My twins in the spring were unable to engage in remote learning for longer than 30 minutes. It's just too much to ask of a 6-year-old. And that if I have remaining time, I'd also like to read in a comment from Victoria Kayer, who is at work right now and unable to attend this meeting. She would like to raise the question that what are the district's plans to address the social and emotional needs of students through remote learning? Students will not be able to perform academically if they are not in the right emotional state of mind. They get frustrated, crying, upset. Please help the students. Please support their social emotional health. Return to school is so important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to elevate Jennifer Inferna. Miss Inferna, if you would state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, it's Jennifer Inferna at 4 Lantern Lane.
You may proceed. We hear you well.
Great, thank you. And thank you everyone for your time and commitment to this important issue. As you know, the state has directed every school district in the Commonwealth to develop 3 plans for back to school: an full in-person model, a hybrid model, and a remote model. Dr. Evans has submitted 2 of the 3 plans required by the state. She has stated that full in-person is not feasible in Winchester. Just to draw a personal parallel, I started my own healthcare consulting business last year. I have several world-renowned providers as my clients. If they ask for a deliverable, I can't say, I can't do that. It's not feasible. I would not be employed if that was the case. Dr. Evans has been instructed by Governor Baker, the Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education, to develop 3 plans, not 2. She said that in-person learning is not feasible in Winchester. Bill Ricca has proposed a plan for full in-person learning. At 3 to 4 foot distance, they said it's tight, but they can do it. Weston said that they have a plan. They're just waiting for final enrollment numbers and teacher availability to make a decision based on data. Newton has secured 28 tents to add 40,000 square feet of outdoor space to prioritize in-person learning. Newton didn't do this because the residents asked them to. Newton did this because the state has required school districts to be creative and to prioritize in-person learning. So Winchester has no plan for in-person learning. Bill Ricca does, and when the time comes, Bill Ricca will be sending their children back to school full-time. As many of you know, I've been advocating specifically for in-person learning for K-5. I have sent prior comments to the school committee members about issues I have with a hybrid model that results in 2 in-person days for elementary school students and 3 remote days. Specifically, asking working parents to devote as many as 15 hours a week or 60% of their children's learning time to facilitating remote learning for their children is unrealistic. For parents who are essential workers and have to go to work, who is going to be home to supervise their children? Children in elementary school do not teach themselves, and parents are not a replacement for teachers. Another question I have raised is whether or not the curriculum with 2 in-person days for elementary schools will actually achieve 100% curriculum for our children. Is Winchester putting together a proposal for elementary schools to learn 50% of what they should be learning for the school year? I would also like to know, as asked by other people that have made comments today, what data is driving these decisions? We all know that the incidence in Winchester of COVID-19 is low. What data will we be using to determine when our children are able to go back to school? This is not a political decision. These decisions should be made on data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to elevate Sheila Morris. Ms. Morris, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, yes, Sheila Morris, 19 Olive Street, Winchester.
We hear you well, and you are free to speak.
So, I mean, I have so much to say, but I'll keep it short and sweet. You know, my biggest concerns on top of academic or social emotional, clearly. I mean, I have an ingoing kindergartner and a second grader who, you know, is high functioning autism. So, you know, the social emotional piece on top of the academics is huge. I mean, the kids have to be in school. That's, I mean, and I understand all the concerns. I mean, both of my kids have been in summer camp with precautions in the Winchester Rec summer camp, and then my son is at a specialized summer camp, but they're able to wear their mask, you know, socialize appropriately. And, you know, and we've been in the clear, luckily. You know, so with the safety precautions, you know, I feel like these kids deserve a chance. You know, the stress of the parents, I can't even explain what it's been like for me with my son. You know, the fact that, you know, he there's no plan for special, okay, I guess there's a plan for like, maybe a plan for like kids with specialized programming for Winchester special ed kids. But my son falls in the middle. He's, you know, he's integrated with an aide, high needs, very high needs, but like, what's the plan for him? You know, that's one of my biggest concerns. I'm sorry, I'm very like nervous, but.
You're doing great, no worries.
But, you know, I just, you know, these are our kids and this is our future. And if we can't invest in our future now, then when are we ever going to do it? And I mean, this just shows that we've been lacking on that part of our schooling for a long time. I mean, my kids were really sick last year off and on, and because the ventilation in the classroom alone was like terrible. So, I mean, there's a lot that needs to be done, I think, for these kids. And this is just a start to kind of recognize that. You know, and I agree that our kids need to go back, and I'm really, really, really worried about them. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and presenting today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We currently have 4 hands raised. I'd like to get to all 4 of those hands. Elevate Jennifer James. Ms. James, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, my name is Jennifer James. I live at 49 Middlesex Street. I just wanted to say that I am in favor of a full in-person return. I have 3 kids, a second grader, 9th grader, and 11th grade. My biggest concern is all of my kids are special ed kids, and I haven't really heard much on how that will work if we do remote learning. Last year, it didn't go well with any of my kids. A lot of things, especially for my high schooler last year, things were not required or mandatory. So my high schoolers both felt that they only had to do the bare minimum, and being special ed kids, they certainly didn't get what they needed out of their IEPs. And I just want to say that I am very much in favor of a full in-person return. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The number of hands raised has increased while we were speaking. Ms. Bolognese, can you tell us how long we've been doing public comment for?
Probably about 15 minutes, I would say.
Okay.
I've been keeping track of individuals, but okay. I have not kept track of
my apologies.
About 10.
I will try to get through as many as we can. Elevating KM Johnston. If you would state your name and address for the committee before speaking.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kiki Mills Johnston. I'm at 3 Thornberry Road.
Yes, we hear you well.
Oh, great. Thank you. These are unscripted remarks, so bear with me on this one because I know this is an emotional thing. My husband and I and our young son, Benjamin, he is going into first grade where you go to Vincent Owen. You know, I just want to state how proud we were to be able to come into Winchester. You know, it's such a amazing town, and never did we think when we were kind of young and, you know, paying our rents in Boston, could we ever actually afford a home in this amazing town? And so I share that in the sense that it's just emotional to feel like you kind of made it and come into a great town like this, and then you're struggling with decisions like this. You know, I know when you make big decisions like this, I mean, no one wins. I've read all the emails. And in big decisions like this, it requires empathy and empathy of everyone's side. And I've really tried to, you know, put myself in a teacher's position, put myself in the superintendent's position, put myself in my own position as a mother, and put myself in a child's position. I know there's no solutions, but we're both working parents. I've heard a lot of moms and women on this phone call talk about the challenges of that. And so I really just ask you to think about what this does to working parents and what this does to children. It's just not sustainable. And where I can understand if we're talking about if it was full remote and hybrid, or sorry, excuse me, you know, of the three options, it was full in person and remote. You know, I've been trying to wrap my hands around remote and trying to wrap my hands around hybrid and trying to scenario plan for our lives. And it's requiring more money that we don't have. It's requiring creating inequities between people that can afford to find some tutors and people that can't, and that keeps me up at night. And so I really just ask, you know, I am either in person or hybrid, but I really just ask that you guys truly think about the ramifications for those. And, you know, at the very least, I would just love to see an email or something around the whys and the thought process. Because those of us who work, who are asked to do something, we are not just allowed to not submit something. And if we're not going to do something, we're not allowed to just say budget or this or that. We have to give the reasons why and the thought process why. And I just don't feel like I've ever gotten reasonable whys. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming today. We have a number of hands raised still. I'd like to take as many as we can. It's 10:18 now. I'd like to try to go till 10:40. If you're able to, if someone has already said something that you think encapsulates what you would say, you can, I'm not gonna tell you to lower your hand, but you could feel free. And if you could try to be as brief as possible, we can allow everyone to speak. I'm gonna allow,
Mr. Vernaglia, can I interrupt with a point of order?
Yes.
So WinCam has just picked up our stream. If you could just take a moment to share with those who are watching kind of where we are in the meeting, that they haven't missed the presentation yet.
Thank you very much. I will do that if the committee's okay. We welcome everyone to the school committee meeting of August 4th, which was being held remote due to COVID closure. WinCam took a moment to get us online, but we have recorded the entire meeting and we will be able to rebroadcast the meeting. We have not gotten to any of our reported discussion items. We started with a student report, then we did public comment, and we are still in public comment. we'll be moving to report and discussion items, action items, chair report, superintendent report, and future agenda items. So you have not missed any of the discussion items, as Mr. Nixon mentioned, and all the public comment that has taken place to this point has been recorded and will be available for the rebroadcast as soon as Wyndham is able to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Vernalia, can you also share the plan on the schedule for the vote?
Yes. So for those, again, for those of you watching at home, it is my intention to ask the committee to move the vote of the return to school plan to Thursday at a scheduled meeting at 11 a.m. so that members of the community have an opportunity to review and connect with us regarding the plan prior to our voting. Again, at that meeting, we'll have a brief public comment session, but I would encourage everyone, after you hear the presentation today, to reach out to us via email so we have an opportunity to fully consider your comments prior to the vote, which, if the committee is amenable, will take place on Thursday, not today. Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. With that, I have elevated Nikhil Garg. If you'd state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, thank you. Hello, this is Nikhil Garg. I live at 47 Wainwright Road and have 2 children at VO, a rising first grader and fourth grader. First off, thank you to the school committee, the superintendent, and everyone that's planning for return to school. My comments, understanding the health risks of returning to in-person education, but also echoing a lot of the prior comments regarding the currently low case counts in Winchester and Massachusetts as well. Also the aggressive public health measures the state has taken. My family is concerned about not having an option to return to school full time. Really couched in the experience from this past school year, and we recognize that no one was prepared for the rapid shift to remote learning that occurred in the spring. Nonetheless, we had found that experience to be extremely lacking in multiple facets of the overall education experience for our kids, and frankly, resulting in effectively no learning for our boys for the last 3 months of the school year. We're open-minded to a remote learning possibility if it's ultimately deemed absolutely necessary from a health perspective, but I haven't heard anything thus far about how the remote learning experience would be different this time. What additional teacher training has there been? Are there any new technology tools? What are the best practices to get a 6-year-old to sit in front of a screen and pay attention for hours a day? I'd love if the superintendent could address this aspect of the hybrid or full remote learning scenarios. In order for those of us who've been skeptical about those options to be able to more constructively consider them in the spirit of trying to find the right answer here. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you again to everyone for their extraordinary efforts here.
Thank you very much. Just a comment that because we had a few moments there where I had to make some announcements, I'm going to continue having public comment until 10:45. With that, I would like to elevate Nicole. Nicole, if you could state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, my name is Nicole Hurst. I live at 78 Yale Street. And I just want to say thank you to the school committee for letting us have this opportunity to speak. I'm a physician. I've been working throughout this process. I think people have echoed how hard this has been in so many ways and for so many people. And the thing that keeps coming up as far as our obligation to society is protecting the most vulnerable. And I think our young children, especially our kids under 10, are by far the most vulnerable. We have seen that young children are susceptible to abuse, neglect, and exploitation like we haven't seen in recent history. What they need now is community, to know that they're supported, to know that they're loved. And I think our schools are an awesome place for that. And for that reason, I echo the people who are supporting an option for full return to in-person learning, especially for kids under 10. All of our good scientific data says that there is a risk, but it's low. We take risks every day. We put our kids in the car to go to school knowing that they could die in an auto accident. They could, something could happen at school. Someone could have an allergic reaction. We don't live in a very safe world. And right now, like I said, I think what they need to know is their teachers are here for them. Their school is here for them. This beautiful town is here for them. So for those reasons, again, I'd want to just support an option to return full-time to in-person learning.
Thank you very much for your comment this morning. I'm going to elevate Erica J. If you could state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, hi, my name is Erica Jones. I live at 11 Rock Avenue in Winchester. And I just want to first say that I know this is not an easy decision for anybody. Thank you guys for what you're doing. I know that there are concerns on both sides, and so I know you're respecting and trying to hear everybody out. I'm a full-time working mom, as well as my husband. I used to work as a kindergarten teacher in the Winchester area, and I also used to work for Winchester Hospital for many years. So I'm trying to look at this at both aspects, as we heard, as someone who's worked in the medical field, as well as a parent. I have a rising 5th grader, a rising 2nd grader, and I have 2 rising kindergarten boys that are coming into the school this year. 2 of my kids are on IEP, so of course, as I've heard many other parents' concerns, there's the concern of how that would work. But I want to say that just from my kids go to lunch, just seeing what the teachers have done an outstanding job online to the best of their ability, where this was thrown at them at the last minute. No one can predict what's going to happen, and I know that our biggest concern is with this COVID, nobody knows where this is going. I want to say we are in support of a hybrid model as well as full online, even though despite we know that we work and we know that there are other situations that make it a little bit harder to do it at home. I feel like our safety of our kids is our most concern. I know that we will make it work. I think it would be awesome if, because we don't know where this is going with the flu season and coming in the fall, it would be awesome if we could start with some type of hybrid or full online and then move to even full in person as we go into the fall, as we see whether there is some type of vaccine or anything that's produced that can keep our kids safe. I do have a son who has a low immune system. So I guess my question for you guys would be, what are you guys doing to help kids with kids who have low immunity? You know, my son has severe asthma, and the fall is the hardest time. He usually has about 2 or 3 asthma attacks where he misses about a week or 2 of school, and that's without COVID, you know, being there. So just keep in mind those kids who do have a low immune system, we want to keep those kids safe. And I think kids are resilient. You know, kids learn. My kindergartners were really quick to learn with preschool and being hybrid and being able to learn with technology. This is an age of technology, and kids are going to be doing that more and more. So I do feel like with what you guys have been putting in place, there's no perfect answer, and I respect whatever decision you guys make. But just to keep in mind that I do feel like, you know, if we're talking about right now a year's time span, what we've done so far and what we can do with planning ahead, I do believe that full online or at least hybrid is something that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. I'm going to try to elevate Michelle Dobbins. Ms. Dobbins, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Dobbins. I'm at 1 Swan Road, Winchester. I have a rising 3rd grader in Ambrose and a rising 7th grader in McCall. I want to thank everybody here on the committee, the superintendent. I feel at the Ambrose School, the teachers did a wonderful job, and McCall, in trying to put things together at short notice. My 3rd grader is on an IEP. She had some great support from her special ed teachers. Some of them did Zoom classes, but I am a stay-at-home mother. I am very fortunate. I feel very fortunate right now, and I feel you know, the frustration for all the parents that are working parents and have a lot of young kids. My 6th grader going into 7th grade could go up and do most of her work on her own, by herself. Do I think that was the best option for her to sit there in a room, not having much live communication with anyone? No, it wasn't the best thing. I didn't feel like the curriculum was moving her along or making any progress. So I am concerned even about the kids that are older than 10, because they do socially and emotionally need to grow during this time. Everybody says, well, all the kids are at the same, you know, they're all going to be behind, and that is true. Everybody's going to be behind, but socially and emotionally, they all have to grow at different stages and ages. My daughter on an IEP cannot sit there and pay attention. I sit with her all morning, and I saw the frustration level, the stress, the anxiety with her. So I am concerned to know what the kids are going to be doing that are on an IEP. I am concerned that if we do have to do any distance learning, can the kids that are sitting at home participate live with the class that's taking place by the live teacher? We haven't really got the plan. We don't know what the distance learning is going to look like. I thought I heard a comment that the teachers would not be teaching live, which means the parents are. So again, I'm in support of my kids going back to school. I feel the data supports it, the science supports it, and if numbers increase and the health is at risk for the teachers or the children, then we readjust. But we should have a plan, I think, to go full time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's 10:30. We're going to take about 15 minutes more. Proceed. I would also point out to everyone who's has their hand raised that after the presentation, again, it's my intention to ask that we not vote today. So people who have not seen the plan will have an opportunity to review that plan and send us questions in writing about the plan. So I just wanted to point that out. With that, I would like to elevate Dave. Dave, if you state your name and address for the committee, please.
Hey, Brian. Right, Dave Beauchamp, 63 Richardson Street. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you well. Thank you.
Boy, I hear a lot of pain on the line today. We've been fortunate. I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad. I'm partially retired Navy. So we've been able to teach our kids. We've done pretty well. They've actually thrived since school got out. And hearing some of these moms on the line, I think we should prioritize the special education going back. Maybe ask for volunteers like myself who don't mind staying at home with their kids, who don't mind teaching them, whose kids will do okay. And just prioritize the people who really, really need it. And that's not something I thought about until I came on the line a few minutes ago, but it's painful to hear this. And I hope the school committee does the right thing. And that's all I have to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to I took it out of order accidentally. My apologies, because I clicked on the wrong place. So I will elevate, I don't know how that's broken up. Lori Stakaleski, you've been elevated. State your name and address, please, for the committee.
Hi, Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Lori Stachowski. I'm at 22 St. Thomas More Drive. Well, first, I know we're short on time and we've heard from a lot of folks. So some of my comments I was going to share have already been covered. But I guess for starters, I appreciate that this is, pretty much the largest thing, facing our country in quite some time. And I know everyone's working really hard and trying to do their best. And similar to the gentleman that just spoke, who's in the Navy, so I was a Marine. And I think that, failure really isn't an option for our kids. So we really need to do everything that we can to make this work for both all of the people at, with health risks that don't feel comfortable going back to school. They need to have a very substantive remote learning plan that is actually, functional and doesn't leave our kids really so far behind, both as individuals, both as residents in this community and, frankly, our state. And then for, those families and teachers who are willing and very interested and really need in-person learning, like we've got to come up with a functional plan. And, whether that's 2 days or 3 days or 5 days, there needs to be something that is really substantive for the children that we don't fall behind. And I understand that, there's a lot of reasons why, people feel like that's hard, whether that's we don't have the funding. And I had a 45-minute call with, Congresswoman Catherine Clark yesterday. The funding bill is sitting in the Senate right now and is likely to get passed this week. And that would, hopefully get to the communities in the next month. So I really think that, Winchester, school committee and Dr. Evans need to do everything they can to get the funding in order to educate our children properly. So I don't think we can just sort of sit back and say this is too hard. Like, this is hard. It's probably the hardest thing that's ever faced most people right now. And like I said, failure is just not an option. So we've got to do better, and I'm looking forward to seeing the plan. And if the plan is not substantive enough, we really need to revisit the plan. And I, beg the committee to not pass a plan that we know is not going to work. I also think that, the fact that the other communities have figured out some creative ways to tackle this, that we really should be using, the best of everyone's thinking, whether that's, people who are stay-at-home parents that are former teachers, whether that's volunteers, whether that's a subset of teachers that are willing to, work creatively, amidst this situation. I think we need to exhaust every available option to come up with a substantive plan, because this is the future of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to elevate Pamela. Pamela, if you state your name and address for the committee, and be mindful while you have 3 minutes that we have 10 minutes left. I'm trying to, and I'd like to be able to get to as many as I can.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Pamela Court, 112 Arlington Street. I will try and keep this very short. I want to thank the committee and the superintendent for all of the hard work. I can't imagine the stress that you're under trying to make a decision that is, no matter what you decide, is not going to be good for everybody. And that's just a fact. I have 2 children who will be in high school. I'm extremely concerned about the latest data that has come out about transmission rates among older children. And I'm also extremely concerned about information that's coming out about possible long-term health impacts of COVID to younger people, and how that can impact children in the long term and their families in the long term and our teachers in the long term. And I would hope that as that information comes out, that no matter what decision is made earlier in August, so that teachers can work toward planning things, and I'll say a little bit about that in a moment, that you are open and flexible to changing that depending on more information and data that comes out. And in particular in Massachusetts, I don't think that only the Winchester number should be looked at. COVID doesn't stop at the Winchester line and say, oh no, we're not going in there because that's Winchester. It doesn't care. And as the numbers go up in Massachusetts, Winchester is susceptible, and I would hope that that is something that is definitely of utmost concern to everybody in this town. With respect to the teachers, I want to, I say this more for the listening public than I do to you. What we're asking our teachers to do is unbelievable. We're asking them to change how they deliver their curriculum for a hybrid plan. And we're also asking them to look into delivering their curriculum remotely, because that may also be a possibility. We're asking our teachers to do an enormous amount of work. And if this is the kind of thing that people spend months and months doing, and we're giving them a very short period of time to do that. And so I want people to appreciate that and perhaps adjust their expectations for what we're asking them to do, because it's an enormous task. And I don't think that people realize that. I don't think people understand or appreciate that. Not everybody. I think a lot of people do, but I think there are some people who don't. So I just wanted to say that. I also wanted to point out that I think that there are a few things in the DESE guidelines that I personally find ridiculous. One of the things that I noticed in those guidelines is that they are suggesting that in order to maintain adequate distance for children while they're eating lunch without masks, that they eat on the floor in the hallways. That is what our state is issuing as guidelines to districts, that our children sit on the floors during a pandemic and eat their lunches without masks while sitting on hallway floors. I don't necessarily feel comfortable with everything that DESE is distributing to schools, and it's a concern. And I hope that we're able to look at what DESE guidelines are out there and which ones are valid and which ones maybe are a little ridiculous. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 6 minutes. I'd like to be able to get on so that everybody who's here and at home can actually hear the return to school plan. I'm going to elevate LAC. LAC, if you'd state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, my name is Laurie Churchill. I live at 22 Yale Street. My husband and I are both working parents, and in the spring, we had 3 children participating remotely in grades 5, 7, and 8. I understand the transition to remote learning in the spring was abrupt, and as such, there was insufficient time to appropriately plan. But for all three of my children during the spring, there was extremely limited interaction with teachers and very little directed learning. For my 7th and 8th graders, there was minimal accountability for completion of work. This was the case in March, and this was the case in June. There were at least 15 different online platforms used among my children and little cohesion and communication from the middle school teams. In the case of one of my children, we had no visibility into what work was required of him. In trying to address this with his teachers, both by email and by phone, I received no constructive assistance or advice. In one case, a teacher sent me a blank Excel file and suggested that I populate it with times and activities. That was clearly an insufficient answer. And as a prior commenter mentioned, if I responded in that way in a professional environment to a work colleague, to say it would not be an acceptable answer is an understatement. I advocate for in-person return for the reasons previous commenters mentioned, but if the science dictates it, I understand that remote learning might be necessary. If that is the case, I would like to know a clearly articulated plan for remote learning that is a substantial improvement over the spring experience. And specifically, I would like to know what curriculum adjustments will be made, what training, which I think is essential, will be provided to our teachers, what technological support will be provided to our children, how will uniformity in instruction be ensured, and what will the transition to in-person look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have about 4 more minutes. I'd like to elevate Shannon Reynolds. If you'd state your name and address for the committee, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Shannon Reynolds. I live at 79 Walnut Street. I have a rising 2nd grader and 3rd grader. And like many others, I believe very strongly that young learners need to have the opportunity to return to school in person if they and their parents feel comfortable with that plan. I also believe that children in K through 5 have different needs than older children and that they do not necessarily need the same type of plan. Older children may be able to work more independently, and a remote plan with less face time may be better for them. My husband and I are both physicians. We have continued our jobs in our respective hospitals since schools have closed. We have had multiple exposures with COVID positive patients, including times when the patients were unmasked because their test results were not yet available or tests themselves were not yet available. We have helped to develop protocols for our respective departments regarding PPE, decreasing transmission rate, and this is all including during the times of the initial equipment shortage in hospitals. At this time, despite our multiple exposures, no one in our family has become sick. And healthcare workers in general have incredibly low infectivity rates despite known exposures. We are very strong believers that given appropriate precautions and in an area with low infection rates such as Winchester, return to in-person school can be done safely. We've offered to share our experiences to help address concerns of teachers and other school personnel, but thus far we have received no interest in our doing so. But we still offer to share our knowledge and experience in any way that may be helpful to get our kids back to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the committee's permission, there are 4 raised hands by Lisa Ouellette, Asha, Andrew Cedrone, and Anita Davis. I would like to call on all 4 of those one at a time, and at the completion of that, then close public comment. I see nodding and I see a consensus among the committee, so I will allow to talk Lisa Ouellette. I may have mispronounced your name, my apologies. If you state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, that's okay. It's Lisa Ouellette for Churchill Circle. Definitely an unplanned comment, but I just felt like I wanted to say something on behalf of our wonderful teachers at Morocco. And sorry, it's obviously emotional. and friends of mine in town who are teachers, and that I completely understand their hesitation. And personally, I am grateful that we are at least allowed in the building for some period of time. I keep seeing more and more towns announcing a full remote start, and I don't want that. My kids desperately want to be in school. I've asked them repeatedly, and even though they're having a grand old time at home, they definitely want to be in the building. And I'm grateful that we are at least so far given that choice. But I just wanted to share a quick anecdote this weekend, because I don't think that many people have actually had this experience. So this weekend I had, I'm going to call it the displeasure of going to both a wedding and a funeral in the same weekend. And I was with 115 people one day and 80 people the next day. And it was really difficult. It was difficult from an anxiety perspective. It was difficult as I saw people coming toward me, and I just was scanning them, saying, I wonder what their experiences are. Now I have to isolate myself for the next week just for my own sanity. And so teachers who are listening, friends of mine who are teachers in town, like I totally understand your fear. And I just want to say, you know, I know there's been a lot of negative teacher comments out there, particularly online, and that I just really feel for you. And I'm grateful that we're at least given a partial opportunity to come in person. And I just want to thank them, because I feel like that's getting a little bit overlooked, and I know they are working hard. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for speaking so kindly towards our teachers. I appreciate it, and I know they do as well. I'm going to elevate Asha, if you would say your name and address for the committee. Asha, I do not hear you. Does the committee hear Asha? Asha, I'll return. Are you there? I'll return you to the queue and elevate Andrew Cedrone. Mr. Cedrone, if you'd state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, everyone. Andrew Cedrone. I am at 11 Marion Street here in Winchester. Thanks again for the opportunity, real quick, to say a couple of words. I've got two boys, one at Morocco and one at McCall in the fall. My wife and I are both working parents. Combined, we have over 40 years experience in public education. I'm a school adjustment counselor, currently the mental health coordinator in Wakefield Public Schools. So I fully understand the need for socialization and social emotional learning, as well as how important and how valuable live learning is. However, I fully support Winchester's proposal of a virtual or a hybrid start. It certainly will be extremely difficult. Personally, I don't know what I will be doing for childcare in the fall. It's definitely going to be difficult. And realistically, I could talk for hours about regarding what's been said today in the meeting and what I agreed with and what I didn't agree with based on a public schools viewpoint. However, I really wanted to simplify things, briefly. And realistically, if you look at our brief history of the last 5 or 6 months during the pandemic and how Governor Baker reopened restaurants, he didn't just dive into it and open fully live. He initially closed restaurants, then waited a little bit for data, watched numbers, then he opened for takeout. Then he watched data and watched numbers, then he opened for outdoor dining. Then he watched data and numbers and he opened for a reduced capacity indoor dining. With so much unknown about the virus and the impact on children and our teachers, and the mental health of our staff, which I think is often overlooked. I don't know why we would think opening schools, rushing to opening schools would be any different. I don't know why we wouldn't follow a similar path as Governor Baker did reopening other businesses in the state, which proved to be very successful. In addition, I think this rush would be a very poor choice, considering that I don't know if many fully understand the staffing, space, and resource constraints that public schools have been faced with for years and years and years, and let alone what that means this year on paper, in person. Again, thank you for giving me a time to speak.
Thank you very much. We currently have 2 people in queue. Asha is no longer in queue. I'm going to elevate Anita Davidson. If you'd state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, Anita Davison, 79 Grove Street in Winchester.
Hello, we hear you well. Thank you.
Great. I just want to reiterate a few things. I am a stay-at-home mum. I do run a small business, but it's only sporadic and part-time. I'm home, and educating my kids last spring was a nightmare. It's not just difficult for the working parents, it's difficult for the stay-at-home parents too. I have a rising, sorry, I'm a little out of breath, I'm at the gym. I have a rising 3rd and 4th grader, and they are both struggling. My son has ADHD. He does not have an IEP. He's on a 504, which really doesn't extend much assistance to us outside of school in a remote capacity or in any way, shape or form, really. My daughter also has ADHD. She's a rising 4th grader. And I'm in the process of thinking about the fact that she actually needs a 504. I've had to put her into therapy. She's incredibly depressed. She's miserable every day. Her behavior has turned for the worse, and it's really heartbreaking to see the lack of socialization, the lack of school that she loved so much has just been pulled out from under all of these kids. So I fully support back to school, full back to school. I understand that stop measures need to be in place for remote learning or hybrid, but without any information of what the remote learning will actually look like, how can anyone support that as even an option? Our kids are being left behind. They are our future. And as someone who's here on a visa, it's incredibly difficult for us because our kids are in this school system, but we don't have any rights to vote. And this is the only platform that we have now to speak to you, for my family and any other families living in the US on visas. We are here, we moved to Winchester, we purchased a house, we pay our taxes, and just like everybody else, all these kids need to go back to school, and they need to go back fast. School is essential. Teachers should be classed as essential workers, just like all the other essential workers out there, bagging our groceries, going to work, in the doctor's offices, the nurses, and everybody else in between. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more speakers. I'm going to elevate Boylan, if you would state your name and address for the committee.
Hi, my name is Joanna Boylan, and I'm at 9 Taft's Drive. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
So in the interest of time and to give the next 2 parents the opportunity to speak, I'm not going to restate what's already been said far more eloquently than I could. I have 2 kids. I'm not a teacher. I can't do for them what school can. That's why we moved here. So that's where I stand on that. I do just want to ask if there has been some issue with Dr. Evans's computer screen. I have hardly seen her on here. And if it's a hiding screen situation, I just find that kind of unkind. Parents have been here, they're pleading, and it doesn't seem very, I'm talking, honey, hold on, Bubba. It just doesn't seem very polite. And I would like to say that this is what it's going to be like if we do all remote, where you're just constantly trying to find something and kids are screaming in the background while you're trying to teach your other child how to read. And like, I don't think that that's fair to hide behind a screen.
Thank you. Do you have anything more to add, or are you finished?
Oh no, sorry, I'm done. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your comment. I will elevate Asha, who will be the last person to speak during public comment. Asha, if you state your name and address for the committee.
Yes, hi, just confirming you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Very well, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, especially given the technical issues I was having previously.
No worries.
My name is Asha. I'll try to be brief, recognizing that.
My apologies, I missed your last name and your address.
Sure, my name is Asha Mehta, and I live at 47 Wainwright Road.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Sure.
You may proceed, sorry.
My husband, thank you. And thanks very much for receiving the public commentary and for all of the thoughtfulness that has gone into this very critical decision. Wanted to voice another comment in favor of an option to return to a full in-person environment. My husband and I are both full-time working parents with 3 children at home, 1 infant and 2 who are in the Winchester public school system. I think the case for a return to school is made clear by the situation of full-time working parents. What I wanted to add to the conversation is the critical importance of health and safety. Clearly, safety is on everybody's mind in the context of this terrible virus. Again, we'll echo the comments around the case count in the town and, more importantly, in the state being exceptionally low given the very hard work that the community in our state has done. What I think hasn't gotten enough recognition is the importance of the health piece. One of my children is on an IEP, the other one is not. And I'll say for both of them, but particularly the one who's not, we are experiencing some significant mental health challenges that have been exacerbated by the isolation he has felt given the break from school. We are very concerned about his mental health, and we believe that he is not alone in being a young child, a first grader, who's suffering as a result of not having the structure, socialization, and support from teachers who are committed and so supportive. We've been very, very pleased with our experience in the Winchester public school system. We see this school system as really a beacon and a model for how education can be delivered, not just within the state, but across the country. And we would love to see Winchester continue to lead the way, being a model for education and student success, really supporting the whole child, including the mental health of our students. So we'd love to see some creative solutions being developed by the school committee and being offered to parents. Ultimately, we would like to see an option for a full-time, return to in-person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the members of the community who came and spoke about something that's clearly very personal to all of us. I know everyone on the school committee have children in the Winchester Public Schools, ranging from elementary to middle to high school. This means something to you, what school looks like in the fall, and it means something to us too, both as school committee members, but also as parents. So I hear what everybody's saying, and I appreciate that you're willing to come up.
May I make 2 quick points of order before we move on?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I know we don't get into back and forth in public comment, but you've been very gracious to allow a little time to address technical issues folks may be having. I just wanted to offer, I received many text messages just a moment ago on the speaker before last. There are many folks who are able to see the superintendent in this meeting, and I just want to remind folks who are not familiar with Zoom, depending on your setting, your computer or your mobile device may drop off the video screen of folks if they haven't been speaking in a while, which unfortunately means you're looking at me right now and I'm not much to look at. But I want to offer, I've been able to see the superintendent. So she's been logged in for the duration. And then the second point of order, we did have, I think you called on Butler as our first speaker, and we had some trouble. And I wanted to be clear, if Butler was still there and wished to speak, were we offering that opportunity? That's it.
If the committee would be interested in extending, let me just see if the committee's interested in extending an offer to allow Butler to speak, I would ask that Butler would raise his or her hand. Seeing no such raised hand, I would remind everyone that the committee does accept emails, and we will be receiving all of the emails, I'm sure, over the coming days from all of you. But seeing that he or she is not raising their hand, I would ask that we move on to the report and discussion items. The first report and discussion item is the return to school plan for 2021. As you know, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has asked the districts to submit a return to school plan consistent with the feasibility study that we did. District will be, Dr. Evans will be speaking to the plan. I know she has a lengthy presentation plan for us, and I appreciate everyone's patience in allowing as many members of the community to speak beforehand, because I think it's really important that we hear what they have to say. Dr. Evans, I would turn it over to you, and I will also turn on screen sharing. So you should have access to screen sharing now. My apologies for not doing that sooner. Dr. Evans.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for acknowledging that that some of us are on the audio and sometimes we'll suppress the video. In my experience with doing hundreds of Zooms in the last few months, sometimes if panelists mute their audio or their video, it helps us to hear the people who are asking questions. The more people who are streaming audio and video on the panel, it sometimes interferes. And so at some points during this presentation, I muted my video so we could be sure that I could hear the participants who were asking the questions. But I have listened very carefully to everyone's opinion. Many of the parents who spoke, I've had numerous conversations via email with those parents or over Zoom with the 14 Zooms I did for staff members and for parents at each school. I am very, very grateful for the thousands of emails we've received in the last couple of months. We've tried to answer every one of them. I recognize that the plan I'm about to present is not going to please most people, and it's not the plan that I would have preferred to be able to present to you. I would have preferred a world without COVID and a capacity to fully open schools. That's what I've done for the last 34 years. That's what I'm trained to do. That's what our teachers are trained to do. That's what we want to do. And our hearts are broken that we've been 6 months away from our students. Teachers, for the most part, feel very, very sad that the options are so limited to us for the fall. I'm going to present the options that are viable options. I fully recognize that whatever options we select is going to be a hardship for some families, and that some staff members and some families are going to feel deeply unhappy with the choice. And so given the information we have, given the resources we have, and given the staffing levels we have, I will present options for you, and I'd be happy to take any questions. I would remind members of the community that we have a return2020@winchesterps.org email address that I monitor daily. And if you have questions after this presentation, feel free to send those. I will also send a copy of the presentation directly. We have a written plan that's about 70 pages long, developed collaboratively with our COVID-19 planning and response team, the leadership team, and others, with a close collaboration with public health officials in the Department of Public Works. And so there are a lot of individuals who've given up most of their days, most of the summer, 7 days a week to try to formulate options that are viable. And I just want to thank everyone who sacrificed so much to try to develop a plan that is a good option, the best option among the bad options that we have to open schools in the fall. So I will share the presentation. And
Dr. Evans, may I ask a question? Would you prefer all questions at the end from the committee, or would you prefer as you're going to get questions, and if you can address them at that time, do that, and if you can't, ask us to reserve them till the end? It's up to you.
Sounds good. Why don't I pause periodically and take questions, and then we can move on to more specifics about the plan. If it's up in a couple of slides, I'll ask you to wait a moment. And
perfect, thank you.
Sure. So I think the most important thing that should be considered when you are planning a return to school under the conditions that we face, where we have a lot of different opinions about what might be the best option for our students, is to really get back to our core values. And the health and safety, both physical health and emotional well-being of our students, families, and staff members should be our paramount consideration in any plan that we develop, whether it is a hybrid plan, a fully remote plan, or the eventual return to school plan, which will happen, I hope this year, but it remains to be seen what the spread of illness will be in the community, and so we need to be flexible to move between and among the plans throughout the course of the year. The other and most important, and I think most difficult for people who don't understand school budgets and the way union contracts work and the way public schools work, which is very different from the military or other private enterprise, is the availability of adequate numbers of trained and qualified staff members. And there are points beyond which I cannot fully staff a school or run a hybrid program if I do not have fully qualified and trained staff members to do that. And there are a number of provisions that apply to unionized employees in particular, related to leave of absences or medical documentation that would limit their participation in live teaching. And so I think that the reality of this is something that is difficult for people to accept. The hiring replacement staff members for staff members who are unable to be in school is a daunting task, not only financially, because our budget this year is tighter than it's ever been, but also logistically. There just aren't lots of trained and qualified teachers out there willing and able to step in and take the place of those staff members who are unable to be in person. And I know that in private industry, you could increase your payment rate, you could have incentives to hire people, but really our public budgets are set at town meeting, but developed November the year before. And we're not as nimble and responsive as other organizations, private organizations. So there are a lot of requirements around teacher certification and union requirements that really mean that we are fairly restricted in our capacity to ramp up in terms of hiring. Student social emotional wellness has been mentioned a few times here, and I would put in a plea for the school committee to consider that any return plan has to have a robust attention to student emotional wellness. Jason Levine's on this call, and he can speak later to specific questions about that. We got some additional guidance from the state last night on social emotional wellness resources and procedures. We'll look at those again. But I think we are well poised in the district to support social emotional wellness through either a full remote or a hybrid model. We also need a robust ability to monitor and respond to illness, including contact tracing and quarantine requirements. This is one of the most concerning pieces of any in-person return to school, and that is, what do we do when a student becomes ill? What do we do when a staff member becomes ill? Who is available to do contact tracing? How long will that take? What kind of quarantine is required? What kind of test is required for students to be returned? What happens to teachers and students who are on quarantine? And what about the other students that teacher is supposed to be working with if it's a middle or high school teacher? There's a very complex process, and the Department of Public Health, the school nurse leader, and others have developed a very robust nursing plan. It's included in our full document, and I'm happy to take advice from the community on that. We also have DESE recommendations that they developed in accordance with their efforts with pediatricians and other medical professionals and epidemiologists. So this is a complex piece of this, and this is why no district that I know of is having a full return to school. And I'm not sure where people are getting rumors about other school districts being able to do this. And certainly I had a call with the commissioner yesterday, and he said that this is something that is going to be frustrating for everyone because of the lack of ability of tests, the limited public health people to do contact tracing, and limited capacity of schools to support this function. The commissioner said that 90% of the districts who'd responded to his initial request for 3 plans would start the year in a hybrid or fully remote model, and about 10% were undecided. And so I think that there may be other districts with more space and more resources But my fellow superintendent in Billerica, with whom I was on the phone the other day, is not fully opening. So if this were easy, many districts would be doing it, and the vast majority are not, and so we're in the same boat as they are. I hear the deep concerns about our capacity to support challenging and engaging student learning. And later in this meeting, if school committee members have specific questions about that, Janelle and Emma can speak to this. It's really been her full-time job since the spring to plan and execute two parallel efforts. One is engaging teachers in revision of curriculum so that we can hone in on what's the most critical skills and content that students need to learn, and then revising our curriculum accordingly so that it can be adapted for either fully remote or in person, and ensuring that that is aligned across the district, aligned across grade levels, so that at any moment we can make the transition to in-person or fully remote and not miss a beat. Similarly, there have been hundreds of teachers who've been engaged in workshop and training, grad courses, and a variety of things, including active anti-racist training, technology training, training that will support differentiation of instruction for students to meet their individual needs. And so special education training, safety care training, so all kinds of training has happened very robustly and will continue to happen for the start of the school year. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And finally, we worry desperately about our at-risk students. You know, my heart it hurts for those families in particular who have students with disabilities, or students who are English learners, or students who are struggling with food insecurity or other economic factors. And we want to be sure that that drives our return plan, that we can provide as much support as possible for at-risk students. So I know Pam Gerard and the special education supervisors and the principals have been working daily for many hours to identify students who are most at risk, particularly students with significant disabilities, to plan what their services will look like, to try to match those students with available programs and teachers. And so it's been an ongoing effort for many hours a day, every day. And so all of those factors, I think, should drive our return to school plan. As you have heard today repeatedly, that the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education required districts to consider 3 options for return to school and say what their plans would be and whether these were feasible. The requirement was not that we determine how we would do each. And as no other district has been able to come to full in-person learning, I think that was an impossibility from the start. Mainly because the 3-foot distance places students, a large number of students, in one classroom where there may be ventilation concerns, where they can't get up and move around, and where they simply can't fit at 3 feet, which is especially the case for some of our classrooms at the elementary, many classrooms in the middle school, and many classrooms at the high school because the class sizes are larger, some approaching 30. And so some of this determination about full in-person learning is a physical aspect of the constraint, but mainly it's because staff members have told us that at 3 feet, their medical condition or other at-risk condition prohibits them from teaching in person.
Dr. Evans, could I ask a point of clarification? Are you sharing your presentation? Because we do not see it at this point in time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I have been. Thank you very much. Thank you for jumping in. Thought it was shared, but I only did one or two slides so far. So there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the second option that the DESE has asked us to, and if at any time, Brian, you don't see this during the presentation, let me know, or if it's not advancing and I see it advancing and you're not.
Could I ask a favor? Could you just go back over each of the slides? Just don't even say anything, but go to the first slide and walk.
I just talked through the factors that drive our return to school. So that's the one slide.
Thank you.
Sure. I'm on the second slide. So the hybrid model of learning, which is the model that I would recommend, for most of our students and staff members is a partial in-person, partial remote model, and could change over time. Right now it calls for 2 cohorts, each coming to school for 2 days, with a Wednesday where both cohorts are brought together remotely to provide for a number of things that I'll talk about that I think are important, at least to start. But it could be that it could go to 3 full days or 4 full days or 5 full days over the course of the year if the rate of illness spread stays low and we're able to do that. And so what will trigger that is something that we'll have to discuss as a committee and a community. One of the things that's most frustrating for superintendents is that determination for the trigger points, that a matrix for decision making, much like one of the speakers talked about what phase are we in for return to restaurants. They're really leaving that up to individual schools and public health departments. And so the model is not the same throughout the Commonwealth, but I'm hearing that from the commissioner that he is working with public health and medical professionals to make some recommendations that'll at least give us some guidance. Because I think leaving that to individual districts and public health departments is going to lead to a lot of inequities across the Commonwealth over the next few months. And finally, the full remote learning for all is a required option under the DESE's feasibility study. As you know, the planning that allows us to adequately staff and support a high percentage of students at hybrid and a smaller percentage at full remote with the same number of teachers is very, very challenging. And the additional funding that we are likely to get if we put in a hybrid model is somewhere around $1 million. That seems like a lot of money, but if you hire replacements for just 30 or 40 teachers who can't teach in person, that is more than $1 million. And so the PPE is several $100,000, which we had not budgeted for clearly. The additional costs of lost revenue in some of our budget areas, extremely concerning, in food service, transportation, preschool, athletics, all of the things we're allowed to charge parents for that will have reduced revenue. Some of them, the cost for those things will continue. I'll talk about that in this presentation. But I think that there needs to be a recognition that while some additional federal money will come our way, that we are a large and costly organization with nearly 5,000 students and 600 or 700 employees, depending on the category that you categorize them in. We're not easily funded through donations or fundraising. There are some parents who've asked, can't we do another override for this? Again, there are technical procedures for overrides that take many months to put into place. Certainly could not be done before the start of school, even if the community willed it to be so. So the 3 options that we reported to the DESE, like every other district, I suspect that almost all districts will either have a hybrid model with a full remote option or a full remote start to the school year. But at some point, all of us need to bring students back, whether it's in a hybrid model or full in person. And our hope is to do that as soon as possible by keeping the spread of illness within the community low. So how have we been planning? We have a district COVID-19 team. I sent out the list of the folks who are on that. It represents a wide number of stakeholders within the district, both educators and parents and townsfolk. We've done some surveys. The union has done some surveys. We had the 14 webinars where I took questions. We've formulated a Q&A and we're going to send that out, although some of the answers will change depending on school committee vote. And then once we have a plan, I've asked the principals to hold a school-specific webinar for staff members and one for families to answer follow-up questions. We've looked at every room and the furniture and measured for social distancing, and now we're planning for a 6-foot social distance should you approve the hybrid model. We're looking at all the logistics related to exit and entry, before and after school care, cleaning and disinfection, transportation, lunch service, breakfast service, daily schedules, technology, supplies and materials, PPE, furniture, etc. A lot of this we've had to purchase or pre-purchase in preparation for the school year. And again, much of it was unbudgeted. Some of it is reimbursable through this CARES grant that will be coming our way. And some of it will have to come from the regular budget. We also are in the process of bargaining with our 4 represented groups. We have 4 unions. It is clear, if you've read the papers, that the MTA and the AFT, we are an MTA district, is strongly in favor of a full remote start because they are concerned about both children and staff members becoming ill, and they're concerned about our capacity to control the spread with bringing all the students back together.
Just quick point of order, if I can, Dr. Evans, can you just clarify for the viewers and participants the distinction between who is the MTA and who is the WEA, just sort of that state-local relationship?
Sure. So the MTA is the Massachusetts Teachers Association. It's a subset of the national organization. It's the greatest number of teachers in the country are represented under that umbrella. The WEA is the Winchester Educational Association. The WEA really organizes the contracts for 4 different represented groups, including teachers, clerical support, our special education supervisors, and our ESPs, those are our instructional assistants. And so we have 4 unions. The Department of Public Works and Public Safety have their own unions and don't report to us. As I said, Jen Ellen Emma is leading efforts with lots of help from directors and supervisors and principals and other central office members who are completing curriculum revision and staff training. And it's been very robust and actually a big silver lining. The capacity of Zoom to bring people together across grade levels and remotely has enhanced our ability to build relationships with teachers who would have had little opportunity to interact with peers at other schools. We're meeting daily with the Department of Public Works and town officials on ongoing efforts to coordinate the cleaning and disinfecting, all of the logistics around preparing our classrooms and schools for the start of school, and then how we're going to keep everybody safe once we reopen. One of the things that a lot of people have questions about is how robust is our HVAC? In our case, it's ventilation and not so much air conditioning. And how does that interact with the medical advice about spreading of droplets or having students in a classroom and possibly without adequate air exchange, fresh air especially, and concern about recirculated air. For the most part, our schools don't have air conditioning. We're going to rely on open windows and our fresh air intake. There are no set standards for schools for what the appropriate HVAC should look like to minimize risk. There's just recommendations around filters, type of filters, changing of filters, and robust air exchange and open windows. And so in the absence of a specific recommendation, we have contracted with an HVAC consultant who's in the process of reviewing each of our school HVAC systems and plans for maintenance of those and the type of filters we're using. And that organization will make recommendations for any improvements that are needed. I would say that some of the recommended procedures that you might put into place in a hospital or a modern office building can't apply for us because that's not the way our systems work. But we will have more recommendations before school starts to be sure that the DPW is doing their very best to ensure as much fresh air in our classrooms as possible. As I mentioned, Pam Gerard is planning for at-risk student populations, as well as Laura Shanahan, who directs our English Learner program. And all of the principals partner with community organizations to assist families with economically disadvantaged students. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes to support at-risk populations. It's fairly robustly explained in the plan, but if anyone has any questions about that, I can certainly entertain those as we go forward. So the couple of late bits of information that have come our way from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The in collaboration and negotiation with the 2 teacher unions, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education reduced the required number of school days from 180 to 170 in order to front load up to 10 days of additional training for staff members. This is going to require us to move the start of the school start day to the week of the 14th of September. And I'll talk more about that later as we discuss calendar in another agenda item. We also got more specific information about health and quarantine and isolation requirements, and we put those in our nursing plan. And there are some links within our general plan to the nursing plan that if folks at home wanted to see that, they could. We have a lot of hard choices we'll have to make about bus transportation because we only heard recently that our buses can only transport a third of our normal student load. This has dramatic impacts both on the transportation options in terms of additional runs or elimination of some bus service or increased costs and how we're going to bear that. Our pre-K program has some typical students who pay tuition, but have disabilities, and it looks like we're only going to be able to run 2 cohorts of 2 full days because the teachers will be with their students with disabilities all day, every day, and there'll be nobody to teach the home portion if we were to run the typicals as a home portion. So some changes to our pre-K program. We recently got some guidance around some courses that are required to be started as fully remote, and when they return can only be held outdoors or in very large spaces, like music and some art courses and physical education. This has led us to pushing these 2 remote courses to start the year. I'll explain how that will work as part of the hybrid program. We're still waiting for guidance on athletics, co-curricular programs, and online program offerings. The MIAA has pushed out the start date to the week of September 14th if they're able to start any sports, and we await a ruling on that. The commissioner suggested yesterday, just for parents who might be interested, that for districts that have a hybrid program and a full remote program, that students in the full remote program who are not able to be in the hybrid program are not allowed to participate in athletics. If it's not safe for them to be in school, then they can't participate in athletics. So that's just something you may hear as a rumor. That's what the commissioner said yesterday. That's all the information I have on it. And the DESE has promised a robust choice of 2 different online programs that districts can pay tuition for to allow for parent access for fully remote parent choice. And again, we have no information whatsoever on either of those. And so we're building our own program with the understanding that that could be a supplemental source for us. We're disappointed that that choice wasn't made earlier so that we'd have that as part of our planning efforts. So just to reiterate, I think I've said this repeatedly to a large number of people, not all classrooms can accommodate assigned students due to size, configuration, or ventilation at the 3-foot social distancing. Even if we were able to fit the number of desks, it would mean that students would have nowhere to move during the day. They are required to sit in desks facing front, we would have to move some classrooms to larger spaces, such as the library or the gymnasium or the cafeteria. But we need some of those large spaces for lunch and mask breaks. And it's not very conducive to learning to have 3 side-by-side classrooms in a gymnasium. And so physical limitations really are one piece of our failure to be able to return students fully for all students. The most problematic school is the high school, which is well over capacity and has a large number of small interior classrooms that simply cannot fit all students with 3 feet. But the main barrier is our staffing levels. 30 to 40% of our teachers will not be able to return at 3 feet of distance. And so the natural question is, well, then why don't you find another space and split the classes, and especially at the elementary level? Take your 110 classrooms of elementary classrooms and spread them out. Build tents, put them at Parkhurst, rent classrooms from St. Mary's, take over the library, make the middle school students stay home and spread those students out. And while, you know, it is technically feasible if we had the funding to rent additional space or take over other grade levels. I'm sure the parents at those grade levels would have concerns about that. It is a staffing issue. Even if I wanted to split all the classes in half and all those teachers agreed to come back, it would mean hiring at least 110 more elementary teachers. We have 110 sections. It's just not feasible. That would be well over $6 million in salaries just for those teachers, and they would require all of the other supports like nursing and aides and administration. And so while some districts are putting up tents to allow for additional outdoor space, there are a lot of restrictions on what kinds of tents you can put up. There are building codes. If tents are a certain configuration, you have to put in fire suppression systems in them. They don't have electricity. The weather is variable. Our students with disabilities require accommodations and modifications and technology that you cannot put outside, including students who have trouble hearing teachers, and we have assisted hearing systems, couldn't put those outside. There are safety and security concerns where if you have students outside in tents, that anyone walking by can access those students, which is of concern. So there are a lot of barriers to simply moving students outside. And the biggest barrier is staffing. We will put up some tents for shade structures, but I was shocked to see Ellen Whittemore brought in, someone to come and measure where we might put tents at some of our school sites, which are very tight sites, some of them, not a lot of room, for instance, at Lincoln School to put up tents. And just to rent 9 tents for 2 months is over $100,000. And so you can see that it's much more complex than just borrowing a shade structure, which by building code, we can't just put up a shade structure. It has to fit a certain building code requirement. So for all those reasons, the full return to school for all students, as much as I would like to see it, simply cannot be accommodated. The hybrid return model that I'm going to talk about in a little bit has about half of the students back at any time. It allows us for 6 feet of social distancing. And it has some advantages. More staff members are able medically to return. It allows us to do cleaning that's a little bit more predictable, particularly midweek. And it gives less exposure to large groups for students and teachers. So it allows us to contact trace when the students or staff members become positive. The model that we're recommending is an AABB remote model on Wednesdays. So students with last names generally, A to K, would come on Mondays and Tuesdays for full days. On Wednesday, they would meet with their teachers remotely as a full class. And then on Thursday and Friday, they'd meet with other teachers directly, and I'll show you the plans, but not their primary teachers, because their primary teachers are with the other group, with the second group. At-risk students may attend 4 out of the 5 days. They may attend Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Some may come in on Wednesday as well, although we're not planning to provide bus transportation on Wednesdays. And who those at-risk students are, that is being determined now. We're starting with our students in our specialized learning programs and some students who are beginning English learners, but there may be other students who are asked to come or students who come for some services on an off day. This is very complex to staff, and I won't fully know how robustly we can staff both the hybrid and the full remote until school committee votes on this and we're able to send out a survey to families to see what their option is going to be. It really is very complex, and unless you've tried to service 5,000 clients every day, all day, and do it robustly, and many of them have significant individual needs, I think it's hard for people who are critical that we're not trying hard enough to understand the complexities of it. The full remote learning option is unclear. Initial surveys showed a small percentage of families wanted to opt for this. I don't think this is the best instructional model, except for students who are too at risk medically to participate in the full hybrid program. But we may need to go to full remote for a class, a school, or the full district, depending on the course of the outbreak. And it will really be dependent on staffing. And so if we have certain percentage of our staff members who need to quarantine because they've been exposed to a student who's positive, we may need to close a school for 2 weeks. If the state or region public health or governor tell us that we need to close, we'll close. This is not something that we're going to be determining on our own. The full remote learning model that we're preparing for is a parallel track with the hybrid model, requires more intensive curriculum work, clarity around remote learning expectations, and those will be embedded in our union agreements, and we're working on those negotiations. And I can promise that will improve quality and consistency of our distance learning or remote learning option. Families who elect full remote may return to in-person learning. This makes staffing very difficult. If we're able to, say at the high school, condense a couple of sections of in-person learning in order to make a couple of them remote, but then some of those students try to come back to in-person learning, there may not be room in the classes that are remaining. It may be the same case at the elementary level. And so families should choose carefully if they're able to choose between a remote and a hybrid option, because it may be some weeks or actually end of a quarter or end of a semester before we can bring them back. It may require hiring additional staff members in order to do that. And so we ask that people take that into consideration. We also are looking to purchase tuition-based remote learning program to support some aspects of it, because if you can imagine the 600 different classes at the high school, knowing what the fully remote students need and having a fully remote teacher to teach them is going to be very challenging for us. So what do both the hybrid and the full remote options include? As you'll see with the sample schedules I'm going to share in a minute, they both include daily student and teacher contact. And this was something that we heard from distance learning in the spring, that there was not enough student-teacher contact, or it really varied from team to team, from school to school, from grade to grade. There will also be expectations that we will take attendance for each scheduled session, whether remote or in person, and report that to the state. We will have traditional grades and accountability, so there'll be more assessments, there'll be follow-up, and there'll be traditional grades. The transcripts will look the same whether students are full remote or hybrid. There'll be social emotional support, and that's outlined in the full plan about what if students are at risk, what if students encounter difficulties, what are the resources that we'll use. The full remote and the hybrid will include similar levels of grade level content and skills development. And one of the main reasons we're building in some teacher collaboration time on Wednesdays is to ensure that we are on the same page, so that when we go to a full remote option during the year, if that's required, that we're able to do that fairly quickly and easily. Certainly, if all students were back full-time and we had no modifications due to COVID, there's an expectation that we will deliver a certain level of content and skills to our students, and that they'll master those in preparation for moving to the next grade level. While the hybrid system and the full remote option might change that a bit, it's our goal to continue to deliver a full year's worth of content and skills to our students and to support them in achieving that. One of the benefits to the hybrid model is that we'll have very small class sizes because only half of the students will be there at a time. And we're front loading pretty rigorous expectations for academic classes. It's going to be exhausting for the teachers and probably for the students, but they will get a lot of personal attention because those classes will be small. Similarly, the built-in time for small groups or teacher conferencing during the week will ensure that we stay on top of students who are having difficulty. And again, there'll be more in-person days under both models for at-risk students. It may be that there'll be some at-risk students who need to have more individual support from special education staff members, and they have to do that remotely as they did in the spring. So the hybrid return plan looks like this. All pre-K to 12 students will attend for 2 consecutive days each week in 2 groups. The AA group on Monday and Tuesday, the BB group on Thursday and Friday. In general, we're going to split by A to K and L to Z, and this was determined by the high school population. It's our goal to have all students in a family be on the same schedule. If students need to switch groups, we would ask families to wait until late in the summer, until class assignments have been made. We want to equalize the number of students. It doesn't matter so much to us which students attend on which days, except for the clustering of services for students who have similar needs may require they attend one day or the other. But it's our goal to have them be equal in size. On Wednesdays, we still have some details to work out with our union contracts, but in general, the 4 benefits of the Wednesday separation between the two cohorts is to separate cohorts of students for contact tracing. You might think we have legions of people if we get a report that a student has had a positive test result or a teacher has had a positive test result, to go and contact quickly all of the other students in the class, but you first have to determine who is a close contact, and then you have to contact all those people, answer all those questions, and determine whether they need to be quarantined or tested and what's the procedure for coming back. If one student has had 50 close contacts, it takes a long time to do all the contact tracing. What we don't want to have happen is not to have a separation between the two groups. We want to be able to do the contact tracing efficiently, and it really helps us to separate the two cohorts. That way it's cleaner and easier to know who was in contact with whom. It also provides for deep cleaning, although the medical professionals have told us that this is not primarily a surface contact concern for folks getting ill. It's more breathing it in terms of students emitting with their respirations. But we are going to follow a deep cleaning regimen. And on Wednesdays, this enables us to know to use our advanced atomizers and other deep cleaning equipment to be sure that we've done a deep clean. It also allows us to go into classrooms that may have had a case of illness and do an additional very deep clean in that room. It will provide time for teachers to interact with either their full class. It's the only opportunity for teachers to interact with their full class, say for high school teachers who have 2 groups, or support remote students individually or small groups. And it does provide some time for teachers to plan together so that they can ensure that the grade level and content are aligned across the district. As teachers become ill or have to drop out to care for ill family members, we have to have other people ready to jump in, and to support student learning, we have to be sure we're all on the same page across the district, especially if some students are going to start remote and then jump back into hybrid. We want to make sure that everybody is achieving the same grade level standards. The primary focus of the student in-person days is core academic instruction, and we've moved our electives and special subjects and independent work on the home days. This helps keep the cohorts of students together. It limits their exposure to many other adults and other students. One of the issues that we were most concerned about was the special subjects teachers, particularly at the elementary level, actually everywhere, could interact with 400 or 500 different students and be a risk of being a close contact with those students. And so we're trying to keep students just with their core content teachers as much as possible. So I'm going to go through the sample hybrid models, and then I expect that school committee members will have questions about the hybrid, and then we'll back up and ask and answer those questions. So one of the things that we've struggled with the middle and high school teacher schedules is you're going to see that it's a very robust schedule that has all of the academic classes back to back on the 2 days that students are in person. So they'll see their core content areas teachers for a significant amount of time on both days. In order to provide for contractual teacher personal planning, we're going to start school a little later. So we'll start at 9:30 and go to 3:07 on Monday and Tuesday, same for Thursday and Friday. That there are 5 consecutive periods where students will get their primary core academic instruction. At the high school, that's English, science, world language, math, and social studies. So here's a sample schedule that you can take a look at. It's going to look different, obviously, for every student, depending on what their core class is and in what order it will be taking place. But in general, students, as you see, come in about at 9:30. There's about 10 minutes passing time, and we are concerned about that, not having large groups of students in the same place at the same time. So we may stagger the release of students, or have one directional hallways or one directional stairways to try to keep students socially distanced during passing time. But they will primarily be with their core teacher for math, English, science, social studies, and world language. And they will have a lunch period. During lunch period, we're purchasing some plexiglass dividers for some of the tables. We're also extending the spaces for lunch so that students will be at least 6 feet apart. On the off day, so the group that meets AA in person, that's Monday and Tuesday. On Thursday and Friday, they will have their electives. And so depending on what their electives are, they'll have their 2 elective classes. That'll meet virtually. That is, the teacher will meet with the full class. This sample schedule has the 2 classes from 9:30 to 10:20 and 11:30 to 1:05. And the other times during the Thursday and Friday would be for student independent work time. And I know there's a desire to have more teacher in-person time, but the reality is that I don't have anyone else to teach in the other periods. I have, without increasing the staff at the high school by adding 100 or 200 additional teachers, there's no way to have kids all day, every day on Zooms on the 2 remote days.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to weigh in one more point of order request to the superintendent. Dr. Evans, if you are able to make your video panel, which I think is on the right side of your screen, go away, which would maximize your slide presentation, it's a little difficult to read on WinCam, and that might help if you're able to do that.
Is that better, Chris?
It's better on my computer. I'm just waiting for the delay on WinCam. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on WinCam yet. If you're not able to do it, that's fine. Any ability to just sort of make that go away so you maximize your screen, or just make it a little more legible for the folks watching from home.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Dr. Evans, you will be able to send out this presentation after the meeting. So if anybody is unable to read well on WinCam, they can also see the presentation firsthand.
Yes, and it's also fully embedded in the full report, which I will also send a link to.
Perfect, thank you.
Here's a sample BB group, just the opposite of AA. Monday and Tuesday, they meet remotely, virtually with 2 of their elective teachers. And when we say elective, it could be art, music, PE, health. It could be a second science or a second math. There are a lot of students who have very full schedules of 7 classes. This is the BB group, again, Thursday and Friday. These are very intensive days with few breaks, with 5 core academic classes. Our priority was to have students be engaged in their core academic classes with their core academic teachers, which you can see that this is an exhausting schedule for students and teachers. And the full remote day, we're still working out the morning and the afternoon. It could be that there are scheduled classes or small group sections or teacher check-ins in the morning for core teachers and in the afternoon for the elective teachers. And so still stay tuned for more on the remote Wednesdays. So I will stop there and take questions from anyone on the committee.
So from my perspective, I can't see all the committees. So if anyone on the committee would just like to chime in, I can't see you all at once. I only see a subsection, so just speak up, please.
So it's not so much of a question as a comment. You had talked, Dr. Evans, about, maybe it is a question. You talked, Dr. Evans, about having the core classes in person and the electives remotely. Does that help? And this is maybe a question for Jen. Besides just for staffing, does that help our teachers pedagogically? Like, does that, you use different strategies when you teach in person than when you teach remotely. So if there's a couple classes that are really going to be full remote, those elective days, will that help our teachers to more effectively deliver remote learning instruction because that's what those classes will be devoted to? Does that make sense?
I think what you're asking about, so the complicating factor, and if I'm not answering your question, just interrupt me. So there may be some teachers at the high school who are teaching some in-person classes and some remote classes, depending on the demands of the students who are going full remote. And so all teachers have to have the capacity to pivot between full remote and in-person and have a skill set that's pretty robust. I don't know if that answers your question. If you could try again, if I didn't answer it.
So there's a couple of classes, if you go to the next slide.
Hang on a second. I'm going to share this again because I've lost my video. Here we go. Okay, let me try this. Let's this one. Okay, yes. Is this the slide you're looking for?
I can't see it now.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't tell me that I'm not sharing. Hang on a second.
I just have to comment that I don't think we've ever had this much trouble on Zoom.
No, it's probably just me being inept.
Tired. So elective one meets virtually, elective one meets virtually. These classes will never meet in person, correct?
Correct, yes. Well, not never.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm sorry, the end of it went away, not never.
When we come back in person, they'll meet again in person.
Right, but in the hybrid model, elective one and elective two will always meet virtually. They will never have an in-person instruction time period in the hybrid model?
Correct, because the original schedule called for students' regular classes to meet, all of their regular classes to meet on Mondays and Tuesdays in person, and then on Thursdays and Fridays remotely. But the problem is that only means that students in their core classes would see their teachers in person once a week. And we felt that in order to progress to the next level, we wanted core academics to take priority and for those teachers to have two in-person meetings with those students.
So I guess that what I'm asking then is, having these two always meet remotely, the teachers will be able to plan for complete remote instruction for these classes. So that's like sort of a different pedagogical difference than planning for all in person. So I'm asking if these can be just as robust because the teachers will start out with the mindset that they're completely remote classes and that they can provide the same level of curriculum and instruction and meet the standards actually better than trying to switch between them.
I think it's easier for those teachers because they only have to plan for one thing, whereas all of the core academic teachers have to plan their in-person learning. They have to keep two groups going at the same time. They've got to get the remote day, Wednesday together, and then they've got to be prepared to pivot to full remote when and if there is a need. And so this is a very complex, I think one of those speakers at the outset acknowledged this is a really complex planning effort. A lot of our elective offerings are required to be online by the DESE because of spread, like music or wind instruments and so forth. PE can't be indoors. But some of those teachers used really creative strategies in the spring, and we have the capacity and have had the capacity to learn from other districts that are fully remote or were fully remote in the spring as we were, and be creative. So people are going to work really hard to make this robust. And the periods where it says student independent work time, there's an assumption that the core academic teachers at the high school will assign reading, writing, project-based learning for students to work on, that when they have those either in-person days or the Wednesday full class days, that the teachers will be able to keep them on track with their independent learning.
Follow up to that question.
Sure.
what happens if an elective has a lab component, or those students are in like photography or some kind of a more hands-on program? What do they do then? Do we know that yet?
Yeah, no, there are some courses where we won't be able to run to start the year because of safety issues. So we're not able to keep students 6 feet apart in a dark room. So you have to switch to digital photography. You can't share expensive camera equipment or other equipment and maintain level of cleanliness that is required. And so there are some, it's hard to share a pottery wheel. It's hard to, some of our art classes may have to shift towards more drawing rather than 3D.
I don't have a high school student, so I'm still not really familiar, but let's say a student elective includes a science with a lab.
Right.
How would they be able to make that lab up?
Yeah, so all of the students will have their core science in person at the high school and in the middle school. But if there are students with 2 sciences and one of them is virtual, they may have to do a virtual lab. Or what we did in the spring, there are lots of, technology is a great thing. The teacher can do a demonstration of the lab versus the student actually doing the lab. There are ways to do a manipulation via computer now in terms of dissection or other kinds of experiments. And so there may be some courses that traditionally would be more hands-on that are more difficult to do remotely, but we're working on those curriculum pieces. And Jen, Ellen, Emma, I can't see you because I'm sharing my screen and I've minimized my view of the other video. But if you ever want to jump in on any of these things, feel free to do so, please.
Any additional questions? Dr. Evans, I have a question, something that's been raised by members of the community and something that I know you've addressed, but I was wondering if you could help us understand the limitations of what I'll call synchronous learning, where you have half the class in person doing math and half the class at home. I know I've heard you speak about it many times, but I think we have 397 people here, which is the most we've ever had on a Zoom. So I'd love to have you explain what would work with that and what are the limitations to it.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I've had a lot of requests for that because I think that there are some college courses where there might be a camera on the lecturer and the students can watch at home while the lecturer lectures and takes questions from the students who are present. This doesn't work for K-12 education for a lot of reasons. I think unlike college students, we educate 3 to 21-year-olds, some of whom have significant disabilities. More than 20% of our students have a diagnosed disability, receive additional reading services, or are English learners. And so for several years, I think we've moved away from primarily lecture discussion kinds of dissemination of information. At the elementary level, there are very, very few times when the teacher is doing whole class instruction. And so students watching, even if we were able to mic the teacher and put a camera or several cameras, students watching at home wouldn't get the same experience because it's the teacher interaction with individual students or groups of students that is our primary instructional modality. And so we don't just have lectures in our classes. Some of our high school teachers, particularly AP teachers, may pre-tape lectures or PowerPoints and send them out for kids to watch in the flipped classroom model. But synchronous education would mean that students who have disabilities or students who are English learners or students who are struggling, if they had questions, the teacher can't answer them because the kids at home are just watching, and we can't ensure that those students are making progress. It's an equity issue. There are some technology issues as well with, having teachers learn how to teach with someone watching them on a camera to be sure that, they're mic'd, or that would require all students to be mic'd so students at home could hear the other students. Are there privacy issues for students who are struggling and other students are watching them at home, or anyone in their family who's watching? And so there are a lot of complexities that don't make it possible for us to teach half of the class at home and half of the class in person. And that's why we've come up with this hybrid schedule that I think looks pretty robust, and that I have high expectations that for however many weeks or months we have to do it before we bring everybody back, that we can get a good head start on building relationships, particularly in-person relationships where teachers can put eyes on students who might be struggling, who they might not see on a video. The fact that, today people were making assumptions about some of the screens that were black, that were either black unintentionally or were black so that we could make sure we hear everybody. There are a lot of assumptions that you can make when you only see a face on a video, particularly a face you've never met. And so we want to get our students back in person as much as possible in order to build those relationships, get to know the students' strengths and challenges, and provide the differentiation of instruction. If we just were lecturing, we could put a camera on the teacher and just stream that, but that's not how we teach. I hope that helps, Brian.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. And I see Ms. Bergstrom has a question, and Ms. Bolognese. Ms. Bergstrom first.
I want to follow up really quickly to that before we lose it. If we had to pivot to a full remote model, could we expect teachers could be in their classrooms and deliver instruction fully remotely to an entire class at one time, because then all the students were remote and the teachers would be in front of their computer? Could we expect more of that in a fully remote model than you might even see in a hybrid model?
Yes, I think the expectation is, the DESE and the commissioner specifically said yesterday, the expectation is, regardless of the model, that teachers will be teaching from their classrooms in order to access their technology and ensure that we have a rigorous level of instruction happening. When I show you the elementary model, you'll see that there are periods every day where the whole class is together, remote and in person. But those are the few times when the teacher can set up her laptop and Zoom with the kids at home, and then interact with the students in school at the same time for, say, a morning meeting. That's not our primary instruction, but that's a way to check in and bring everybody together and take attendance for both groups and sort of get the day started. And so the students who are in the hybrid model will have some opportunities to come together as a whole class. We would expect on Wednesdays, many times the teachers would teach from their classrooms to both groups at the same time. And that's not the same as doing teaching to some of the kids who are in person and some who are at home, because it's really more a Zoom format where you see the teacher's face and the teacher can see all the students' faces at the same time. I hope that answers that question, but yes. So I guess the follow-up question naturally would be, what if we have to close down a school or a grade level or the whole district and pivot to full remote? Would we keep the same schedule? The problem is knowing how long we're going to have to stay full remote. We wouldn't use this schedule ideally for a full remote schedule if we started the year with it, but we'll stay in this schedule at the same times until we know how long we'll be fully remote. At some point, if we need to go full remote for a long period of time, we may pivot to a different schedule that spreads out the core academics through the week a little bit more. But in general, this is the schedule we're going to stick with, even if we have to go fully remote for a short period of time. Other questions?
Thank you. Ms. Bolognese, did you still have a question?
I think several of my questions have been covered. This one is just logistics. I was just wondering how in the high school schedule mask breaks and hand washing fit in.
So the concern in the high school is because students are moving around from class to class, it's not like there's sort of a typical 9th grade or 10th grade schedule. There's a lot of individual movement and a lot of mixed grade classes. And so one of the concerns at the high school level is keeping cohorts of kids in a reasonable proximity. You see we've lengthened the time between periods to allow students to move between and among classes. We expect that a lot of students will choose to eat outside at lunch, and certainly lunch would be a mask break. The high school will work with the teachers and student bodies. We'll likely build in a morning and an afternoon mask break as well. So the schedule may shift by a little time. But if anyone's worn a mask for 6 hours in a row, you can imagine that it's not as comfortable. However, the high school is, the air is conditioned in the high school, and so it's a little cooler, so a little easier to keep a mask on. The students are a little older and a little more robust. We hope that we won't need as many mask breaks at the high school as we will, I think, at the elementary and middle school, where the rooms are frankly, a lot warmer in the shoulder seasons, and the kids are, a little more, need to be a little more mobile. Can I move on to middle school?
Are there any more questions, or should we move on?
I have one more. I don't know where you this one. Can I ask? And I'll let Dr. Evans decide where she wants to answer it. It might be too early to ask this, but DESE has said they're not intentionally tracking COVID cases related to schools. And so I'm curious, under the hybrid model, how we'll know if outbreaks are actually linked to our schools, or if it's community spread, something people have acquired in the community. And I'm wondering if DESE will be able to start tracking that and make that a conditioning of reopening if they're looking for full in-person instruction.
I look for their guidance coming out shortly. They tell us on the trigger metrics, but what I would say is it's almost impossible to know whether someone who has a positive COVID test result got it in school or somewhere else. Depending on how forthcoming they are with public health in terms of the people with whom they've been in contact, where they've been, how recently they've been in contact with those folks. As you can imagine, if you have to talk to 50 people who've been in contact or try to identify the source of the outbreak, the public health folks really, and the school nurses really will play a huge part with that. What I would say is it will become evident pretty quickly based on attendance rates and tracking of students who are ill and tracking of test results. We will have a good sense for how many of our students and teachers are ill, how many are in quarantine, and we'll track that on a daily basis. I know that you probably, as I do, track daily the community data that comes out from the state. For the first several months of this pandemic, I met with public health and town officials and school nurses, first daily, then weekly, or bi-weekly, then regularly. And so I think there's still a very close attention to community spread and very close attention to what our procedures are going to be. There'll be a daily check that every student and staff member is asked to do with a laminated sheet that will require you to stay home and contact the nurse. And so we will stay on top of it. It's probably a good time for me to address COVID testing and our capacity to do that. And our question, someone frequently asks, why wouldn't we just test all the students and teachers every week? And I spoke to the head of the Winchester Hospital about this and other medical professionals. And I know several school committee members have family members who are physicians or nurse practitioners or other medical professionals. The reason we're not going to test everybody is got several elements to it. And the primary reason is the same reason hospitals don't test everybody, that you test folks who are symptomatic because there's an assumption that comes along with a negative test result. If my daughter, who's in a nurse practitioner program and works COVID shifts, several nights a week, if she were tested one day and you might get a false sense that she could drop her guard when she comes home and that she's safe. But every time you interact with another person, you're potentially infected. And so my assumption always is wear my mask because everybody could be infected. The test result only lasts until you interact with another person with whom you could, come in contact with someone who's COVID positive and then become positive yourself. And so the reason hospitals don't test is it's just inefficient, and it could let people drop their guard and not socially distance. The other issue is there simply aren't enough tests. The return rate on the tests is very slow. They've moved all the testing supplies to the states and communities where they have more need. And so we simply don't have capacity to test. The third reason is even if I wanted to, the cost would be in the millions of dollars pretty quickly, depending on how frequently you test everybody. So there are a lot of reasons not to test everybody. Just wanted to make sure I got that on the table in case it's not somewhere else in this presentation. Any more questions before I
Thank
move
you very
on?
much. I know that Mr. Nixon had a question. Is it something you can delay on, or is it something you'd like to get in now? And
Well, I just wanted to clarify, Brian, we're sort of pausing in the presentation at this point just to take a couple of questions, right, that sort of cover anything that Dr. Evans has spoken to at this point?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess I have two points, a couple of questions or observations. I know there have been a lot of questions in our community about one of the more recent developments coming from the commissioner at DESE, and that has to do with the 10 additional days to be used at the beginning of the school year. There's some confusion on this, and I won't be shy in hiding my frustration with DESE over this, that the language in the memo that was released publicly, which is on the website, does not match exactly the language of the agreement that Dr. Evans described with the MTA. So the memo does say providing up to 10 days additional time at the beginning of the year, which when I heard that, I thought, well, that's great because we could be flexible. We might use some of that to postpone the start of school by a couple of days. We might use some of it later in September if we want to sort of circle back and understand how the operations are working. Is there more training that we need to look at or reevaluate? All the training that Dr. Evans has spoken to. But I actually have opened up the file is on the website. If you open up the actual agreement, there's a few extra words there, and it actually says that those 10 days must be used before instruction begins. So that's disappointing to me. And as Dr. Evans has mentioned, we continue to work with the unions through some negotiation. So if that is a point that our district wishes to take up with the union to sort of try to exercise some flexibility to the extent administration and our teachers would like to have some of that time a little later in the year once we've started to kind of circle back, do a gut check, lessons learned, I think that could be really helpful. But I at least wanted to acknowledge, I think that is maybe a source of where some of the confusion is in our district and others. The other question I wanted to pose, Dr. Evans, is with respect to the hybrid model, I've gotten a few several folks have asked, I think, kind of an interesting question, which is, as it's presented, AA, DL, BB. So you've got half the kids there Monday, Tuesday. You've got everybody distance learning on a Wednesday, and then the second half the 2 days afterwards. Has the group considered, and if not, would the group and might you consider an AB, DL, AB model, which would mean that half the kids would be in class getting instruction and curriculum on a Monday. The other half get the same on a Tuesday. And then on the Wednesday, all those kids are now distance learning, having sort of received the same content, if you will, still 2 days a week, still splitting the kids into two cohorts, but doing it differently in the days of the week. I thought it was an interesting question, and I wanted to throw that out there.
Sure, I can give you a short answer to that. Actually did discuss that with the teachers and the union at the high school. In an ideal world where we didn't have to worry about keeping clusters of students together and contact tracing, that would be the preferred model. But for a couple of reasons, we think that's not going to work. One is it would require a lot more custodial support and more intense cleaning. And just like the school department, the DPW does not have additional sources of funding. We're gonna have to add custodians and contract cleaners and that we had not budgeted for under any scenario. But if we have one group of students in on a Monday and a different group of students in on a Tuesday, if there's an outbreak, there's not enough time to sort of determine, the contacts before someone might come on the next day and sort of spread illness to other students. Especially at the high school level, we're trying to keep one group together on Monday and Tuesday. If you have the groups mixing on different days, it makes contact tracing more difficult. We also think it'll be more difficult for working families who might rely on a more predictable schedule, where they might send their children to a grandparent or get a caretaker for several consecutive days. It's harder to get a babysitter who's going to work Tuesdays and Thursdays, or 2 days a week. It's easier to do it for 3 consecutive days, we think. And so mainly for understanding the limited number of people we have who are going to be available to do contact tracing, we want to be sure that we allow a break between the two groups and that we don't mix them. If we didn't need to do that, we'd try to go every other day. Ideally, for educational purposes, probably better. The other thing, and I think this is important, and I spoke with Dennis Mahoney about this today, the way the academic teachers are going to approach this for their two groups is not that learning is necessarily just a linear process. So the activities that they do on Wednesday with the two groups are not going to rely on one group has had instruction and another group hasn't. It will be things like project-based learning that the students are working on, or going back and doing a different lesson that's going to deepen the knowledge that they both have. It's not dependent on what happened with one group on Monday and one group on Thursday and Friday. It's not a linear process. It's more of a spiraled process, and so I don't anticipate that we have to have linear kind of planning for the two groups to keep them essentially on the same page in terms of content and skill.
Great, thank you. That's
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
And I'm sorry for interrupting you during this presentation, but I think that'll save some questions going on.
Sounds good. So I'm going to move on to the middle school. Can you still see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Great. I've minimized all of the people's faces, so if I look like I'm not looking at you, that's probably true. I can only see my PowerPoint at this point. So in order to have the full screen be the PowerPoint, so thank you for that. So the McCall Middle School hybrid model is built upon the assumption that students are best served, again, in our fairly crowded middle school, by staying with the other students on their academic core teams and ensuring that they just stay between the 4 or 5 rooms that are assigned to their team, and that they only work with their team teacher and perhaps one other person who might supervise some independent work for 1 period a day. So the middle school teachers teach 5 periods a day. Part of that is because we have a leveled math program that splits kids up by math, and so we want to be sure that we don't compromise that. And so the teachers will have a personal planning period to start the day. Middle school students will start at 9:15. If we have bus transportation, you can see there's a little bit, a 9:15 and a 9:30 start for middle high school to allow the bus to go to the high school, et cetera. And each grade level will also have 1 support period. In the support period, students could leave team to get specialized services, reading support, or EL support. On Wednesday, teams will either bring the whole class together remotely or pre-schedule small group work that the teachers supervise or conference with individual students. On the 2 full remote days, students will have 3 live classes. 1 is world language, 2 are exploratory. There's a chance that some students who receive specialized services might have a 4th or a 5th class or a check-in, depending on what their services are. And so where you're seeing the period that's labeled remote in the next slide, that's what that's for. So the in-person schedule looks very similar to the high school. You can see this is not a student schedule, this is a school schedule. So for 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, again, it's not going to go in this order because it'll be mixed up by individual students, but they'll go pretty robustly on team, moving to adjacent or across the hall classes for math, English, social studies, and science. That support period that's in there, again, could be used for specialized services or homework or independent work, depending on the needs of the student. And then the home day schedule could look like this. There'll be a homeroom check-in where we do attendance, and then students will have 4 different exploratories over the course of the 2 days, taught live by their exploratory teachers, and a world language class taught by their world language teacher. Because our middle school world language is not assigned by team and we have several different languages, it really would have been impossible for us to safely send students to their world language classes. They'd mix with too many other students not in their cohort. And so what we're trying to do is keep this as the full remote option. So world language and all the exploratory teachers will be working on the independent, will be working on the at-home days. The other thing is some of these independent periods might be used for social emotional support from counselors, and sort of other specialized taped lessons or additional choice lessons that are organized by their core classroom teachers. Those core classroom teachers We'll have planning time on Wednesdays in order to support the independent learning periods and make sure that that's more robust than we had received information that it was in the spring. And so again, this is the World Language and Exploratories will meet on Wednesday afternoons with classes and the core teachers in the morning. So I'll stop there and take any questions on the call.
Any questions from the committee? Ms. Bolognese?
I just had a question about, you had mentioned that the middle school students will stick with their cohort team, and that you anticipate maybe like 100 students moving among the 4 to 5 classrooms. And is this, I think you had indicated at some point that it would be, that this would be staggered, but how will that work?
So the team teachers will determine on a daily basis at which time, because all the team classrooms are adjacent or near each other, the students move among the team depending on their math class in some instances, because they're leveled classes. So there's some mixture on the team as it is. So but they're not mixing with other students from other teams. So the 6th grade team might say, I'm going to end 5 minutes early and move kids, at this time. You're going to end 5 minutes later and move kids at this time. What we're trying to do is avoid students congregating in the hallways. That's why we're not using lockers. So we're leaving it to individual principals to develop a safety plan around moving students, mask breaks. The middle school has some outdoor spaces that we'll use. We will bring in a couple of shade shelters, and we have an outdoor classroom that's in the courtyard. I'm anticipating that there are a lot of teachers who will want to use the outdoor space while the weather is nice. So they may not even be in the team rooms at that time. The team teachers are used to coordinating these things. That's what they're expert at. And so they'll manage the movement of students to minimize the number of students in the hallways at the same time. Likewise, when students arrive to school and exit the school, there'll be a procedure at each school that'll keep students, 6 feet apart. It may require some students to exit from different doors or enter from different doors, so it'll be dropped off at different places. All of that remains to be worked out with the principals, but they're working hard on those plans.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Ms. Bergstrom?
So I am seeing a pattern both at the high school and the middle school schedules here, and I would like to try to clarify something. Again, it's a conversation that I know we've heard in the community where DESE has prioritized 50% of the standards that appear to only be in session 50% of the time. Does that then equate to us only delivering 50% of the curriculum to students?
So I never heard DESE say they've only prioritized 50% of the standards. So for many years, we have acknowledged that if you were to teach every standard and give it all the same priority, that students would have to be in school 500 days a year for 8 hours a day. And so the standards themselves were not prioritized enough to send signals about what the most essential content and skills were. And so for the past several years, as the state curriculum frameworks have been reviewed and revised, there have been efforts to prioritize the standards to say, here are the core most important standards that you should focus on. And a lot of them are sort of spiraled skills and content that cuts across grade levels, and that would enable students to move to more rigorous independent learning as they move up in the grades. And so, Jen, again, you can jump in on this. The approach that we're using is, what are the most important things for our students to know and be able to do? And ensuring that there's consistency and alignment across grade levels and content areas so that we're focused on the most important skills, and then identifying the things that are nice to have or that are enrichment or that can enhance the experience, and not leaving it up to individual teachers to determine what the most important skills are. Because all of our students leave 5 elementary schools and go to the middle school in 6th grade together. They need to have a certain core foundational skills and content mastery to be able to be successful in middle school. And so even though we won't have as much in-person time as we would if all those students were back full time, it's important to remember that we've got pretty intense core classrooms happening all day for for 2 days a week for the students, with only half of the students there, which should enable us to progress more rapidly than we would if all of the students were there. And so there are some advantages to this for individual learners.
So we expect to still cover a typical amount of curriculum under any of these models, potentially.
So, yeah, I mean, I think we intend to have a very focused effort on enabling students to master the core academic content and skills that they need to be successful. It's not so much coverage, it's really about student learning and mastery. And as I said, the state curriculum frameworks are too broad and deep for any district to get to. And you can remember, I think our social studies teachers are probably better at this, but when I took American history, we only got to the Great Depression, and I never learned anything that happened beyond that. And so it's not, there's a recognition that you've got to prioritize and that you can't get everything done, but that we're not compromising what we hope to achieve by the end of the year. It's my sincere hope that sometime this year, I hope perhaps, by January, that we'll all be back together and back on track in any case. But there's no, it's not a race. There's not a certain point where students need to be or they'll be behind. It's about being sure that we're focused and that we're meeting the needs of individual students.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Bolognese?
Could you just, I'm fairly sure this might come up later in the presentation, but maybe it's appropriate at this point. Could you just talk a little bit about grading practices at middle school and high school and the expectation this year or this fall?
Sure. So the expectation is, you can see all of these required classes, both for 4 days out of the week and the Wednesday. Attendance will be taken 5 days a week. There's an expectation that students will attend all the scheduled sessions, and that students will have assessments, both formative and informal and formal, when they are at home and also in person, and that the grades will be given the way they are now. We don't have letter grades at the elementary school, but at middle and high school we do, and that they'll be the same rigorous expectations we have for performance that we always had.
Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no more questions.
Moving on to elementary. Our elementary hybrid schedules follow the same model where core academics are taught by the classroom teacher and specialist subjects are taught on the remote days. This is primarily to not expose students to a large number of different adults every day, and because some of the specialist subjects are required to be taught remotely by the state. Each day does start with a full class morning meeting for at-home and in-person students via Zoom. The foundation for our elementary social emotional program is Ruler. And if you want more information on that, it comes out of Yale. It's a very solid program. We're going to ensure that their social emotional well-being is supported by Ruler. Students will have several live or taped classes on the remote days. The additional choice periods often will include a full grade level taped lesson by one of our specialists or a teacher that students can watch and learn from. And then Wednesday mornings will include whole class synchronous learning. I apologize because this is a pretty detailed schedule and it's probably hard to read. This is just the morning part of it, but the full schedules are printed in our full plan if people wanted to look at them. So the elementary students will arrive at their normal time of 8:10. They'll have morning meeting together, whether they are remote or hybrid. And then the students will go into a number of academic classes. You can see that this is an AA student schedule. So Monday and Tuesday when they're in person in the morning, they'll have literacy, they'll have mask breaks, they'll have morning meeting. On Wednesday morning, they'll have whole class lessons. Content will vary. Because they have one teacher, it's easier to schedule the whole week. And on Thursday and Friday, they'll have in-person lessons from, say, PE, art, and music teachers, maybe a library teacher, could have 4 lessons, could have 3. And so there's an expectation for much more teacher contact every day of the week on the elementary schedule. In the afternoon, they'll have lunch, And everyone is remote learning in the afternoon. There's teacher collaboration, but independent learning time and teacher lunch on Wednesday. You see more choice activities in the afternoon and movement breaks for the remote students. For the in-person students, the focus is math, science, social studies, literacy. So, so that looks like what the AA student remote schedule would be. And I will stop there because it's a little hard to read, but the philosophy is the same as we are at the high school. We're prioritizing key literacy and math and social studies and science on the days when students are in person with their core teacher. And then the electives and other special subjects will be on Thursdays and Fridays. And then Wednesday mornings will be used for whole class from both groups. Questions?
Questions from the committee? Ms. Marchand?
Just a clarification, Dr. Evans. Morning meeting will be both live and for the kids at home will be remote. Can you explain why that is okay? Just, I don't want to create confusion for parents that in this one instance, we are allowing that dual setup and why it's okay for this and not the classrooms. I just want it clarified for parents.
Sure. So morning meeting is one of the few times where the teacher can address the whole class. So the teacher can have a laptop zooming to the students at home. And morning meeting is generally things like review of the calendar. What are we going to do today? How are you feeling? It's more a social emotional check-in. It's not primary instruction. So the difference between morning meeting and almost every other thing that you see on here with literacy and math is that that's not done whole class, or only a very small portion of it is done whole class where you the teacher gives explanation. During morning meeting, it's the teacher interacting with just a couple of students who are participating, rotating through, you know, explaining the day of the week or what the weather is, depending on the grade level. We thought it was important to keep the class feeling like a whole class, and it's a way to have those students who are remote on Thursday and Friday feel included, and have the teacher check in with them and make sure they're okay, so we can, you know, have a follow-up with some other adult if they're having difficulty. But it's not primary instruction, it's just a check-in. And so we can't do the same thing because the teacher is going to be working with individual students or small groups, and that, you know, moving around the classroom or engaging with individual students. Students working at home couldn't learn that way and couldn't have their academic needs met, particularly if they have disabilities or they're English learners. And so morning meeting is more of a coming together, full class kind of activity, but that's not how we teach primarily at the elementary school.
And it's also useful for us to do the mandatory attendance taking that the state is requiring, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions about
Ms.
this?
Bergstrom?
Could you clarify Thursday and Friday? I see PE, art, technology, music, library, which seems elementary students on a nice regular schedule that matches their in-person days. Are those expected to be synchronous with those teachers? Are those actual Zoom sessions? Or might, I noticed on the middle school and the high school schedule, some of the things listed sort of independent learning. Do we expect these to not be independent at elementary school or directed by a teacher during those periods?
No, these are all direct teacher instruction. But some of them are short. You have to remember that, see how this is why the schedule looks so small, that some of the lessons, the in-person piece, may not be a full hour, maybe 20 minutes. Because you don't want students, particularly second graders, kindergarten, first grade, to be sitting in front of a computer for 6 hours a day. So, and this is just a sample schedule. So typically students will have a special once a day as an elementary student, so 5 specials a week. So we've got 2 days to get 5 specials in, but we're trying to add additional support from either to enhance the experience with library or, you know, more technology. So we're trying to put all the available teachers in place to teach. Some of the specialist teachers will need to be also supporting fully remote students. And so we are spread pretty thin in terms of adults to work directly with students. But the expectation is on Thursday and Friday that there'll be several Zooms with several different teachers for students who are at home.
Are there any additional questions? Mr. Nixon?
So I'm just going to try one more technical suggestion for the superintendent. Judy, I wonder if you might try on your desktop holding down the control key and pressing the plus button, which might maximize your view. That might make it easier to read some of these on WinCam. There we go. So I saw that on my computer immediately, waiting to see what happens on WinCam. There we go. That made a difference. I might ask you back it down a little bit, but that makes it much easier to read.
Oh, it's not reducing, it's only plusing. Hang on, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, in other words, if you go to your 100% view setting and just maybe hit the plus key once or something, I think that may help a bit for everybody.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
For any slide, Dr. Evans, where you feel like you've got a lot of dense information that you'd like to just be sure people have a chance to at least see, if only for a moment, you can use that function to sort of zoom in so parents can sort of appreciate the detail.
Yeah. I'm a learner too. I appreciate that. I'm a learner too, so thank you.
While you're working on that, I just would like to remind everyone who is on this Zoom that it's the practice of the committee to only take public comment and questions to the committee at the very beginning during public comment. So if you've raised your hand, it's not that we don't see it, it's just not the practice of the committee to recognize raised hands after public comment is over. So I wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Okay, let's try to get out of this. Okay.
Dr. Evans, I'm sorry. I think I got missed right there. Could you just talk a little bit about teacher feedback for the elementary students and for elementary school families during remote learning or remote learning sessions during the hybrid model?
So can you clarify your question? I'm not sure what are you asking, are teachers going to have the capacity to interact with students on the days when they are remote learning?
I would say if there's homework that has been submitted, will students be receiving feedback on that homework?
Yes. So I think what you're asking is during any independent time on the remote days, when students are not with their core classroom teachers, if work is completed on those days, does that count for grading purposes and will they get feedback on that? And the answer is yes. That's why we have the teacher collaboration time to support the learning of the students who are not present and plan for any eventual move to remote learning if that's required. So there's an expectation that any assignments that are given to students that they complete on the remote days, they'll be receiving feedback. Some of them will be feedback from teachers who are their special subject teachers, because those teachers are teaching them things as well and also grading them. But yes, for sure, particularly at the middle and high school where there's a lot more independent time, a lot of that is required work that students will be completing, either reading, writing, or doing projects.
Dr. Evans, I believe you may have misspoken, but I want to clarify. You mentioned a moment ago about the afternoons for an AA student who is in elementary being remote. The AA Monday and Tuesday are all in class. Is that correct?
Right. For the AA group, they have full days on Monday and Tuesday. They have fully remote on Wednesday, but whole class. And it looks like mornings at this point, although that's still to be ironed out with the union contract. On Thursdays and Fridays, they're fully remote, but they have live instruction several times a day by special subject teachers.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. One more question about elementary. I didn't see where children who receive special services get pulled out for those or pushed in. Is it because this is a very umbrella schedule, or do you have a spot in here for it?
So I think that's a great question. So you can see lots of literacy and math blocks on here. Some students who receive reading instruction may be pulled out for that during their literacy block. What we're trying to do is avoid specialists coming in and working with the whole class. The model for special education at the elementary level especially has a lot of co-teachers or tri-teachers, and so there will be 2 teachers in the class at all times to support students who are in a co-teacher or tri-teach. There may be some students who leave class during literacy or math, depending on their needs, for special education learning centers or for English learner services or reading services. You know, our model has always been full inclusion, push the teachers into the classroom. But in this case, we're trying to limit the interactions with so many different adults, so there'll be more pullout. But it's not defined. It's really going to be dependent on which students are clustered with which teachers. Are they in a co-taught classroom? What is the level of need? On Thursday and Friday, there may be a small number of students who are there for additional work,
right.
Who receive special services as well.
Including OTPT, is that part of it? Thursday, Friday, okay.
Right, and some of those could be offered remotely on Thursday and Friday as well, or Wednesday, depending on the student's need and schedule.
So we're encouraging families to reach out to their special ed teachers and supervisors once we know more, correct?
Right. The 5 elementary teachers, the special ed coordinators, and the special ed director, Pam Gerard, who's on this and can also jump in, have worked collaboratively, and Dr. Eleanor as well, have worked collaboratively to develop the schedule. So elementary parents can feel free to email me or the Return 2020 with general questions, but your best bet at this point, once the school committee votes on this, is to contact principals or special education supervisors directly to get information about your specific child in that school that I can't necessarily answer. Because every school is slightly different in terms of the number of sections and the number of specialized programs and the number of co-teachers. Okay, moving on. So probably people are anxious to know what our full remote plan will be. And this has been in flux because the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education recognizes that teachers can't be 2 places at once. They can't be supporting their hybrid students, half of whom are remote, and then also supporting fully remote students. And so the state has suggested that they're going to provide additional resources for which we pay tuition to choose from some national kind of online academies or providers. They have not been forthcoming with any information whatsoever about this model. So we are planning that may be a useful option for a very small number of families, and that we're going to try to staff this internally. That will require that we condense sections at some schools in order to have enough staff to do this. And it will require some compromise on the part of the families who might want to do a full remote plan. So on average, on our first survey, there were enough students at each grade level across the district, K to 5, to have 1 or 2 full remote classes. So say at VO, there are 3 third graders who want to go full remote. We can't give them a VO dedicated teacher to do that. They have to join other classmates who are third graders across the district in a full remote classroom. So 1 or 2 classes we expect per grade level will function as the district-wide remote class with students enrolled from across the district. And the remote-only classes may be taught by a teacher from any elementary school, generally someone who has a medical issue that precludes that person from teaching in person. I also talked about pre-K having more limitations, and I'm not ready to fully present on that at this point, but we'll get some information out to pre-K families as soon as we can. The full remote model at the 6-12 level will mirror the AABB schedule in terms of frequency and contact and number of courses, but will vary by grade level. And this is a necessity because at the middle school and the high school, students have very different needs and very different courses. Over 600 individual classes, I think, at the high school. And so the possibility of 3 students who need physics at the high school who want to do it remote when no one else does, having their own dedicated physics teacher just makes that very challenging. And so part of it will be that we need to look at individual teachers teaching partially hybrid and 1 or 2 classes of remote. It could be a middle or high school teacher, 6 through 12, who does this at the middle or high school. The courses may also be taught by special education teachers or reading or English learner teachers. They could be college courses that our students sign up for. If you're taking a very advanced math class and you need to do it remotely and all of your classmates are in person, you may need to take that course on an online course from a college, because we simply don't have any teacher who can just do a course for 1 or 2 students. Some content for remote learning may be provided by this remote learning option offered by the DESE, but we are not waiting for that. And so what the schedule will look like will really depend on what the student has elected and how many of those courses they've elected we're able to have a full class to support. And so there may be some students who are taught, who are included in the full remote class, say taught by a music teacher, who are fully remote and not there for the hybrid, but they're just part of the remote program. All of the core content will be full remote classes and not mixed with in-person classes. And so it's a very complicated scheduling model for the full remote learners. And I don't want to overpromise that we're going to be able to provide a full remote robust program for everyone at the high school who wants one. There may not be enough learners, just like there are for our in-person classes to run a class. In a typical year, we may offer a class, only 5 students enroll in it. We don't have the capacity or the resources to run that class, and so it gets canceled. So we're going to do our best, but we're going to ask for patience for people who choose the full remote plan, that they recognize that we will do our very best to match available teachers and hire additional teachers, depending on what the schedules are of those students. But I can't show you a typical schedule because it really could vary depending on availability of teachers.
So,
Yep.
Dr.
Yep, please go ahead.
You had the scenario of like, if only 3 students want something, it might be hard. Is it possible for the hybrid students that the converse might be true, that there may be a teacher in our district that teaches something specialized that is required to be home because of illness or in their own family or health needs, that might only be able to teach a class remotely, that students in the hybrid model might have access to only remotely?
We're really going to try hard not to do that, but I can't say there won't be cases where students are in school physically, but they're remote learning with a teacher who has to teach remotely. That's what you're asking?
Yep.
Yeah, it could be the case. We're trying not to do that. We're trying to hire additional staff instead. But as you might imagine, there are nearly all the teachers who are certified and qualified and good are already hired somewhere else. And so, you know, that is much more challenging with every day that we go forward. So the thing that's going to make this complicated is that clearly it's a numbers game. We don't have the capacity to hire a lot of additional people. And one of the things that makes it less attractive to hiring people is they know that at some point we may go to full remote and we don't need them anymore. And so that's another complicating factor as well. Families may want to try out full remote and then decide, oh, the illness spread is pretty low and it feels safe and I want my child to come into hybrid. The problem is we may not have as much capacity to do that, especially at the high school. If we collapse some sections and make them full remote, we need to wait until we have enough to either create another section or have capacity to add them back. And so the return to in-person learning, parents and families should anticipate that there's going to be a reasonable waiting period before students can return, and it may take several weeks, or it may be at the end of a quarter or a semester. We're not asking people to make a full year's plan. We're planning day to day in some aspects because we have no certainty that the governor wouldn't say tomorrow, even if we open today, that schools needed to close down. And so we're preparing for everything and hoping that we'll be able to stay in hybrid learning for as long as it's safe to do so, and that we'll return to full in-person learning when it is safe to do so. Because we're creating full remote classes at the elementary level, in perhaps collapsing sections at 1 or 2 schools, when students come back, there may be seats at one school and not at their original school if they decide to return. And so I think we just want people to have their eyes open. We will try to meet everybody's needs, but my strong recommendation, if you're able to take advantage of a hybrid learning, it's easier to move from hybrid to full remote than the other way around. And so assisting us in our planning for this would be really important, and having a fairly quick school committee decision so that we can send the surveys out to parents so that they'll know and they'll be making an informed choice about which of the two options, if there are two options recommended by the school committee, they're able to choose. I'm going to talk about supports for at-risk students. Is there anything about the full remote model that anybody has any questions about before I move on?
It looks like no.
Okay, thank you. We take the needs of our most at-risk students extremely seriously, but it is incredibly challenging to try to do this in a model that requires that we can't have them all with us at all times. However, we're very committed to following the IEPs that have been developed, that include a mixture of in-person and remote opportunities. And while it may appear on the surface that we haven't talked about this very much, it's because all of these planning efforts are so individualized and related to the students who are in need of them. And so we can't talk about it in generalities as much as the general education. The full plan includes the following specifics, and I would encourage you to look at that if you are a parent of a student who has special learning needs. Schedules for at-risk learners, particularly what percentage the students are generally included. There's some information about that. We're working closely with all of our out-of-district schools and anticipating that students will continue at those schools, and we will support those students as we have. We're working with related service providers. Some of those services can only be done remotely, some can be done in person. It varies by student, it varies by service. Our inclusion strategies, and we're committed to as much inclusion as possible, become more challenging when some of those are delivered remotely because those students are not included with other typical students. And so we're working on that. We have special plans for students with very significant disabilities, and particularly those who need to be with us nearly full time, 4 days a week at least. We've ordered smile masks, although we have them in for our adults. We don't have them in for the students yet, but those are the masks that allow students to see their teachers' mouths move. It's good for students who have hearing impairments or students who just need to see more of a teacher's face. Any questions about special education? I know this is not as specific as the rest of the plan, but that's because it's so individualized for our nearly 850 students with disabilities who have their own individual plans.
Ms. Marchand?
I was just going to say, since you ended on the masks, I know you'll get to it later, but I just want to emphasize that there are exceptions to the masks being worn for certain developmental issues, health issues, etc. So again, it's such a nuanced, student-specific subject that all of these concerns should be taken directly to the appropriate special education staff member.
Yep.
Can I speak to that? We're working very, very closely with the Board of Health nurse and our nurse leader on exactly that, Zena, about what additional concerns that we have. So we've had several meetings with them also.
Okay, moving on.
Ms. Bergstrom, I believe, had a question.
Sure, jump in, please.
Is there a different plan for special education for hybrid and full remote, or is it an identical sort of overview? Do we still plan to try to bring back students with severe disabilities and special needs, even in a full remote program, if we would have to pivot to that, or have we not decided that yet?
So it depends on the reason why we pivot to full remote. If it's a government order, stay at home, or a case of illness spreading, then that would be full remote for all students. And so if the school committee decides to go with a full remote, and that's not based on health risks, we may still bring students in for services. Okay. English learner students, of which there are several hundred in our district who get services, depending on the severity of need. Some of them will be in for more days than others. We'll continue to do screening processes. I think our English learner teachers were heroic in the spring in trying to support families, particularly, and students who are new to the country or new to the community. Our English learner remote hybrid curriculums align with the state frameworks. We're working on translation services. There's the English Learner Parent Advisory Council, similar to the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, that meets and advises. We'll have some smile masks for English learners, and really want to commend our English learner teachers as a group. They have especially worked hard to support either remote or in-person learning, and are very adaptable. They are a district-wide team, and they go where they're needed. Any questions about English learners? Okay, now the nitty gritty on health and safety. The state has suggested that at a minimum, students in grades 2 through 12 wear masks. We have decided as a COVID-19 team decision that all students and teachers will wear masks pre-K to 12 except during lunch and on mask breaks, with very specific rules around those. We've also decided to clear classrooms of non-essential items and furniture to maximize available space for movement. While all students are directed by the DESE to sit in desks a certain number of feet apart and facing a certain way, there are a lot of instructional strategies that would allow students to stand at that desk, to move around that desk in a way that will still keep them safely distanced from other students. So we want to make sure that there's enough place for them to move around within a classroom if possible. It means a lot of furniture has to come out of classrooms. It's a lot of logistics, as you might imagine, with thousands and thousands of desks and other pieces of furniture being moved. We won't use lockers at the middle school and high school in order to minimize students being too close together and congregating. And we'll encourage the use of outdoor spaces. As I said, we anticipate putting at least one 20 by 30 tent or shade structure or similar sized shade structure at each school, possibly 2 or more at middle and high school. And we'll encourage teachers to take students outdoors as much as the weather permits. Students will have assigned seating, and at the elementary level, no one else will use that desk on the 2 days they're there. We have obviously some provisions for cleaning desks in between student use at the other levels. We work closely with the Winchester Fire Department. I think I have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with them and the police department. This will require some modification of our usual fire drills and rules around doors being propped open and air circulation, and we'll work with them to make sure all fire codes and safety regulations are met. We will be installing some plexiglass barriers, but only in cases where classroom furniture can't be replaced, and if required physical distancing can't be achieved. That might be science labs or maybe some of the tables at the lunchroom. And we spent years trying to create soft, welcoming spaces in our classrooms, but because of our concern about spread of illness and soft things that can't be cleaned, rugs, pillows, stuffed animals, and dress-up clothing is going to be removed. Our classrooms will look more sterile, but that's because we're going to clean them more regularly. Children may bring their own stuffed animals, for example, but it can't be shared. There's no concern about sharing paper or books, and so library books will still be able to be distributed, and books and paper and the material, but other supplies and materials we're not going to share. We're going to buy additional markers and crayons and manipulatives for students to use. We have a cleaning and disinfecting plan that includes very frequent cleaning multiple times per day for high-touch surfaces, and then in between uses, cleaning of desks per day. We have atomizers that come in and spray a whole classroom and disinfect a classroom. We're going to purchase some flat wipeable covers on anything that we would need to share. This would be primarily middle school and high school for desktop computers for CAD or other classes where they're not easily cleaned, and we don't want students to come in and use something that someone else has just used the period before. Some of these classes might be remote to start, so this may not be much of an issue. And then playground spaces we'll clean regularly, although the data shows that those are not high risk. We're going to try to limit sharing of electronic devices and toys and learning aids, and again, purchase individual supplies. Students' belongings will be kept separate, and we're going to be asking them to take things home more than they do now, so that we don't have things lingering that could present an infection to another student. I talked earlier about HVAC, where we have a consultant giving us a report in late August. just to confirm that our systems are working as designed and that our filter changing schedule is appropriate. A highly robust and detailed nursing plan has been developed and includes things like hand washing, masking, PPE requirements for different kinds of students and teachers, the use of isolation rooms if someone is suspected of being ill, the health symptom checklist for staff and students, who becomes isolated, what process we'll use for contact tracing, what testing requirements do we have, and what quarantine and testing requirements are associated with the governor's travel order that says that if you travel to certain locations that you have to report it to the state, and then you have to self-quarantine for 14 days, which could be very problematic if everybody decides to go away on Labor Day weekend. We could have very empty classrooms. Food service is another area Ellen Whittemore has been working on, where we've been working with our food service provider, Whitson's, to have, healthy, tasty, hot and cold grab and go. It's not the way we normally do lunch. You'll have fewer choices, but I think students will be able to get their lunches, particularly free and reduced price lunch students will get the free and reduced lunch breakfasts. We're not planning to eat in classrooms. We're trying to use other large group spaces. There's information on how we're going to clean and how we're going to seat students. We've purchased additional tables and chairs to spread out the students into other locations. Nobody's going to be sitting on the floor or in hallways. We've identified spaces and grouped students accordingly to have safe mask-free eating. There may be assigned seats. There will be assigned seats for elementary students. There may be assigned seats for other students. Some students at the high school have open campus, and so we'll eat outdoors or go somewhere else. And we're really going to try to encourage outdoor meal consumption, but the weather in the fall can be pretty fickle, so we'll have to see how much of that we can do. Another late breaking news from the DESE, and we waited for it for months, is guidance for buses. What are the safe procedures? How many students can ride a bus? And our students can have a bus option, but there are many restrictions, and the school committee is going to have to decide on how we fund those if we do. And so that's another area that Ellen Whittemore has provided some reports to the committee, and we'll discuss a little bit later in this meeting. But basically, we can only have a third of the number of students we normally transport on our buses. This has a dramatic impact on the cost of those buses, particularly if we have to add additional runs. At the same time, resulting in a dramatic reduction of fees that we cover, that cover some of the costs of busing. I think it's important to note that we provide busing as a convenience. Very few of our students are actually entitled to busing through the state's definition of where we're mandated to provide it. We have to provide buses to school for students in grades K to 6 who live 2 miles or more from the school. So that's almost no elementary students were required to bus, and a few 6th graders we are required to bus. We are not required to bus 7 through 12 at all. And so this is a pretty dramatic impact on our budget to the magnitude of, 100 to 100,000 to 300,000 or 400,000, depending on how it all plays out. And so we really want to be sure we make the right decision on the transportation front. So we'll discuss that later in the meeting. Students with disabilities would continue to receive mandated transportation as outlined in their IEPs. If we are able to continue to provide transportation, the restrictions include masks, hand sanitizer, cleaning on the buses, no more than 1 student per bus, alternating sides on the rows, etc., except students from the same household who could sit together on the bus. The bus windows have to be kept open at all times unless the weather conditions are extreme. Students would be given a single bus and particular seat on that bus, and again, heavy cleaning. The next segment of our more detailed return plan includes attention to student social emotional learning needs. It is the intent of the district to conduct a needs assessment for both parents and students before we start and shortly after we start in order to implement a tiered intervention plan. We recognize that students have and staff members have faced trauma due to the 6-month school closure. We're really going to work on units that reinforce core competencies that help students self-regulate, continue to build strong relationships and make responsible decisions. Our counselors are going to actively work to support students, both in the typical ways that they do, but also taking some remote lessons, particularly for the elementary students. We have added an additional half counselor at the high school and an additional half counselor at the elementary level in anticipation of this year, and that's going to really help to have additional support. And we're going to provide additional training in those upfront 10 days of training to ensure that staff members help counselors triage and support the needs of students. So that was a long presentation, and the next steps would be school committee voting on the return to school plan options. I think it was indicated at the start of this meeting that we're going to wait till Thursday to do this. We have to submit the return to school plan by the 10th. And again, it's the return to school plan. It is a plan that is a draft. If we get more information, when we get more information in the coming weeks, the plan may shift. School committee vote on what plans we intend to offer. My recommendation would be a hybrid option and a full remote option. If the school committee votes those two and the information comes in that doesn't allow us to open for whatever reason, that would have to be taken into consideration and recognized by everyone. We continue to negotiate with our represented groups. As one of the speakers said at the beginning, our teachers are incredibly committed to our students, but many of them fall into high-risk groups due to their age or medical conditions that they have. Many of our teachers are pregnant or have very young children. They have deep concerns about returning fully in person. They have concerns about returning at all. And so we're trying to make this work. And I think a recognition that doesn't demonize teachers for their concerns about their own health, because bringing students back to school is not without risk. And until we actually try it, we won't know what the risk is. And so we're trying to minimize the risk as much as possible. I'd like to do a family survey as soon as possible to get some feedback on what needs families have in terms of remote learning or hybrid learning, and then make some decisions about the components of those programs, who will teach them, particularly what the full remote would look like for middle and high school students, especially if we can't meet all of their requested course content all in the same schedule. And so lots of work ahead. And I just have to give a shout out to the COVID-19 response and the planning and implementation team and the teams at the schools. Many people volunteering hundreds of hours in the summer of their own time to help out. The feedback from the community, the hundreds of emails that I've had that were very supportive and recognize that we're in an impossible position in terms of this decision are greatly appreciated. I feel your support. I feel your frustration. It is an impossible choice for the school committee to make and for me to make because we have inadequate information to be absolutely sure we're making the right decision. But all we can do is make the best decision we have with the information we have in front of us. And so central office members in particular, many of them have not had a single day off since March. Not a weekend day, not an evening where they haven't returned emails and answered questions. So your patience in the wider community, as we have a very small number of people working incredibly hard. And lastly, I'd just like to say, I recognize that the school committee members, all of whom are volunteers, have also worked tirelessly. There isn't a day that I have not communicated, spoken with, emailed school committee members in the last 6 months. And I hope our community knows how very hard our school committee members are working to try to make the best decision possible. And this is not a situation where everyone's going to be happy. And so we recognize that. There are good reasons why people aren't unhappy, but I hope that you will continue to give us your feedback, particularly as we start the year, particularly on the remote portion of the learning. We expect it's going to be much more robust and much better, but we still need feedback as we go. And so I'll stop there and take any other questions that committee members might have. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can actually see you. There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for what is maybe our longest presentation of my tenure on school committee so far, but it might also be the most important presentation that we've heard since my tenure on the school committee. I could go on and on with how much work I know you and everyone else in central office and all the teachers, all the support staff, everyone has done to get to this point, and there's still a lot more work to get from here to September 2nd or 14th, depending on what the first day of the school year ends up being. That's later in the presentation, in the discussion. So I won't go on. It's 1 o'clock. I would like to give an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions or make comments. So I open it up to the committee. Ms. Marchand.
Oh, I thank you, Dr. Evans, and the entire leadership team. And I appreciate that throughout this discussion, you've acknowledged all the hard work of the staff. I want to reiterate that the number of things that are pulling at us in terms of what is a priority. I mean, you're getting pressure from everywhere, whether it's DESE's guidelines, limited or full, whatever they're giving us, the federal government grants, parents, teachers, unions, public health, our budget, our staffing, our facilities, our kids' needs and developmental stages. All of these things are demanding the attention of this plan. And I think what you've given us is something that takes into account every single piece of it with the necessary attention to our special education population, our English learners, social emotional. So I am blown away by the level of details you've been able to provide today. This is a very fast-moving process. And I want to make clear that this is a burden that is shared. This is a pandemic. So not only are we asking parents to have mercy and help with the pieces we've asked with, but also our staff is being asked to step up in ways that others aren't. So I know people got on here and we're talking about their roles as physicians, medical health, but I don't want to minimize those frontline workers, and I'm eternally grateful for their work. At the same time, I would like to stress how different the role of a teacher is, and that unless we are teachers, we can't really understand the scope of this work. This plan is meant to be an umbrella for our staff to then take and really hone into the details and work with the school COVID teams. And it's just an amazing amount of work. And I would ask the community to show a little kindness, a little more kindness and understanding for the levels of complexity as they've seen today, all of the layers, and that's just touching on each little layer. One other thing, Brian, I know we're scheduled to have a vote today and you're asking us possibly to vote on Thursday. I understand that it's only a 2-day difference. I won't disagree if the motion and seconded and all of that, but I would urge us to make the decision today, if possible, because those 2 days are so critical. Families need to know sooner rather than later. Students, as we heard from our student reps, need to know sooner rather than later what the overall umbrella plan looks like. So I know a lot of parents would still like to give feedback, and whether or not we vote this, it's gonna have to be reworked as more information comes out, as more guidance comes out. So it's not a firm, set in stone kind of plan, but I would encourage us to consider making the decision today and opening the opportunity for parents to continue to send in feedback, as they are no doubt going to be encouraged to do by our staff. So that's just my 2 cents, and I really appreciate the unbelievable amount of work that our staff has done. I really thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marchand. Are there additional questions or comments from the committee about anything that Dr. Evans has spoken about?
Are we discussing, Brian, at this point, whether we are moving forward today or not? Because I can weigh in on that.
So I'm amenable. Technically, that's not till a later part of our agenda, but I think it's something that we could discuss now, take it out of order and have a discussion at the same time. Yes, so I'm happy to talk about that if it's not something that's about the plan, but if it's any aspect of this, I think we should be open for discussion now.
I think The reason I ask is it's tied to my comments on the plan. So I just wanted to make sure you were okay with us talking
Absolutely.
about that now. I agree with everything that everyone has said. I appreciate that the district is really prioritizing the health and safety, both of our students and our staff, in trying to make these plans and using the incredible body of data that is out there, often conflicting and changing from day to day, on what the best decisions really are for students and staff to be back in the buildings. And I think somebody said something about all the economic and political pressures. One of our public speakers spoke about the economic and political pressures that often weigh into this decision. And so I just wanted to say once again, because I really appreciate and reiterate that health and safety is first. And I believe that this district has always been a high achieving district. I believe we have extraordinary teachers in this district. And I believe that given the time and the resources and the ability to do the level of professional development that we do in this district every year, that if we are able to get behind a plan together as a district, that I have no doubt that they can make it a robust one, and one that looks out both for the environments that our children are going to be going to school in, because it's not a full return to school, even if we return all our students to school. School is going to be a different place. Our kids are going to be encountering distancing and teachers behaving in ways because that social distancing that's required that is unusual and atypical. And I think we need to not lose sight of the fact that we're not, even if we put 20 kids back in an elementary classroom, returning to the schools that we left. So I think that we need to be able to give the district time to think about those things, and teachers times to think about those things, to be able to reap the social emotional benefits that many of our parents expect from a return to school, as well as the academic benefits. I do support Brian's idea to wait until Thursday to vote. I think it's only 48 hours. I think that it is important that this is the first time that parents have really heard the full plan. I know that the five of us are all really close to what's going on with the plans in the district. As Dr. Evans mentioned, she probably hears from us more than she had ever expected to, but here we are, we're all engaged and doing our best to support making good decisions. And I am just happening to glance at our attendees, and though our chair has reminded the attendees to this, that we only take public comment at the beginning of our school committee sessions, I see a number of hands raised. So I do think there are a number of members of our community, probably more than are here today, that would really like the opportunity. And for that reason, I'm good holding off till Thursday. I think we've waited this long, and another 48 hours isn't going to stop the planning that the district's doing. I think they're going to move forward just as they've always done until we take that vote, because they know they have to prepare for both remote and some form of in-person learning, no matter what we do.
Thank you, Ms. Bergstrom. Are there additional questions or comments from the committee? Ms. Bolognese.
I just had a question from early in the presentation for Dr. Evans. You had mentioned that the principals would be having their own forums for each of the respective buildings. And do you have a timeline for those?
So what I'd like to do is say next week, if you vote Thursday to have both a hybrid and an in-person, we'll continue to prepare for both. We need to survey parents and give them a chance to get the surveys back. Some of the responses from principals will be dependent on what percentage of students are remote, in terms of how many in-person teachers also are going to be able to come back, how many we'll need to have for remote. And so I'd say end of next week, beginning of the following week, that principals should be able to do a Zoom with more specific information to answer questions from parents. That doesn't mean that parents should wait until then if they have specific questions, but I'm getting a lot of the same questions over and over again because people are hungry for information. What group will I be in if I choose hybrid? I need to, you know, do my daycare. In general, if we do have a hybrid option, in general, we'll go the alphabet, you know, A to K, L to Z, 2 groups. But there may be other circumstances where principals need to say to parents, it's better for your child to be in the A group because that's when your service provider is most available, and is that okay? And that may mean that the students, the other students in the family also need to kind of go off group. So we're trying to equalize the numbers. What we don't want to have is, you know, 2/3 of the kids there on AA and 1/3 on Thursday and Friday, and then have an imbalance or not be able to meet the 6-foot, you know, separation that we've said as our target. So, so people need to be a little patient. What I'd say is really anxious to get that survey out to parents, but it's a chicken and egg. How can they make a choice unless they see the plan, have a chance to ask questions? And then there are consequences because we have limited resources for folks who choose full remote. They may not be able to reverse that quickly and easily. So we want to be sure we get the information right. So I certainly will do more Zooms if that's helpful. I think I got good feedback on the Zooms that I did. I took every question that was asked. I answer every email, and I know Brian can speak to this and Michelle when she was chair because they answer for the school committee. We have answered thousands of emails in the last few months, many with multiple questions within them, and so we really try to be extremely responsive. So we'll set those Zooms so people can get more information, but the sequence has to be school committee votes first.
Any other questions from the committee?
One quick one. Dr. Evans, you mentioned childcare. Are we trying to coordinate with the local childcare providers to make sure that they know what we're thinking so that they can plan for options for parents? Would working parents need childcare on the remote learning days? So are we just coordinating information sharing between them so we're keeping them sort of in the loop of where we are?
I mean, I think certainly
Does that make sense?
Yeah, certainly the rec department and the other program at Mystic, they're well aware of what our plans are proposed for the AABB remote day Wednesday. And so I'm assuming they're planning accordingly. I'm not aware of who all the childcare providers are, but certainly I have put out there pretty publicly that this was my intent. But knowing which child would be in which cohort was really dependent on splitting the high school population in half, sort of, by numbers. And until we have a firm plan in place and we know the needs of the children, we can't for sure say which days they're going to be, but in general, they'll be on the days that I've said. So, our mailing list, and Frida has certainly people she sends to. We've got parent to parent on there. We've got, all of the, I'm assuming that all of the parent groups will then put out their newsletters, and we'll try to communicate as much as we can. Transportation to after school programs is something school committee is going to have to discuss later in this meeting.
So I would like to follow up on something. I can't remember who just asked about the principal meetings that would happen potentially as early as next week. Would that be something that was like a question and answer session, like what you've done before, where people could ask? Because I can imagine somebody sitting watching this meeting and having a million site-specific questions that would email us, what is it going to look like to go to lunch at Lynch on Tuesdays? But that's really, so will that be a question and answer session? And also sort of to follow up on that, we get all the questions, and I know you get all of the questions, many. Is there an avenue for more site-specific questions, or should they still be going to you and having you sort of forward them on to the principals? I just want to understand how we can help people address their questions as efficiently as possible.
So general district questions should go to return2020@winchesterps.org, and then we can forward those to the right people to answer them. If there are specific questions about specialized services, particularly for students with disabilities or English learners, they should go to their English learner teacher or Laura Shanahan for English learner questions. For special education, they should go to the special education supervisor. Principals can always field questions. I would point out that the way schools work, traditionally, a lot of people are not paid in the summer to be on email and answering questions. And all of there are many, many people, including central office people on this Zoom, who are here today and are not getting paid to do it, just like school committee members aren't getting paid. So our budget is built with a certain staffing level and a certain number of days of employment, and people have worked so far above and beyond that. So I would ask that if you ask a question and you're not getting an answer right away and it's a time sensitive one, that you reach out to me or a principal directly. They'll probably always be on email. I'm on email every day, 18 hours a day. And so we really do try to get back to people, but recognize that this is an unusual summer, and some of us will need to disconnect for at least a day or two before school starts because we are just done in.
Indeed. Thank you. That was very helpful. Seeing as we're discussing both the return to school plan and the vote to approve the return to school plan, is there a consensus among the committee that we can postpone that vote and not take up that action item until Thursday at our meeting at 11 o'clock?
Brian, if I can chime in, this is Chris on that point. I agree with all of Michelle's points. I'd be more comfortable postponing. I also totally understand Ms. Marchand's point of view and motivation. Those are well stated, but I prefer we wait a couple of days. I do have some thoughts on the plan itself. I'm just in the midst of transitioning to a different device so I can get back on video to share those in a moment.
Perfect. So are you saying you have a question now, or we're going to come back to you with a question?
If you can come back to me on the plan in just a couple of minutes, that would be good. But I'm comfortable, waiting on the vote, which is I think the question you were looking for.
No, I think that looking at the committee, I think we're looking to move on to our next report and discussion items, and so we would be ready to move on now to transportation. So I want to make sure you get a chance to ask questions or make any comments you'd like about the return to school plan.
I think we lost him.
I think we lost him as well. With that, I would ask for the discretion of the committee that when he is able to reconnect, if he has questions, that we'll be able to go back to the return to school plan, but at the same time, move ahead in our agenda because it's 1:30 and we've all been here for 4 hours. So is that?
We also have to ask questions today if we're going to vote then.
Pardon?
Will we also have time to ask questions Thursday if we're going to vote then? Could Mr. Nixon ask his questions Thursday as well?
I believe he could, yes. I mean, that would be the plan. I can't imagine having a vote without having an opportunity to discuss any changes or anything that might have been done in that. And with that, I see Mr. Nixon. If you have any questions or comments you'd like to make before we move on to transportation, now would be a good time.
Well, so I have some thoughts based on some things I heard in public comments and things that the superintendent has discussed. So if we want to move on to transportation and we can come back to sort of other observations and comments, I'm happy to do it. I just want to be sure I didn't lose the opportunity.
Now is a good time.
Okay, so I guess I want to seize a couple of opportunities. We heard in public comment from some folks let's say a lack of interest in wanting to talk about money and budget, and that how perhaps in an ideal world that would not be a driver or a limiting factor, and I certainly agree with that. Dr. Evans shared with us a little while ago that Ellen Whittemore, who's our Director of Finance, looked at the cost to rent some tents, some temporary structures for a few weeks, and it was over $100,000. So in public comment this morning, we heard from a resident who spoke about what Newton is doing and what Weston, and then Bill Ricca. So I have to seize an opportunity and ask our friends and neighbors who are participating today among those 4 districts, Weston, Newton, Bill Ricca, and Winchester, which of those do you think has the lowest per pupil spending? And it's Winchester by a lot. Some of those districts spend $25,000 per pupil. Billerica spends around $16,000 per pupil. We're in the $14,000 range. And that's not for a lack of trying. In Winchester, it's simply a mathematical expression. We have a numerator and we have a denominator. Our numerator is our school budget, and we fight so hard every year to get what we need to support our students. And I'm so appreciative, as the whole school committee is, to the tremendous support we had a little over a year ago on the operating override. That numerator is our school budget. The denominator is the number of students we have in the district. And so I was really sort of having some flashbacks listening through public comment today, because I can really empathize with many of the parents that spoke. I was at one point the new parent in Winchester with a young child going into kindergarten or first grade, and I would go on to have 3. In September, I'm going to start, I think it's my 14th consecutive year as a Morocco parent. 2 years ago, I had a kid in elementary, middle school, and high school. So I get it. But with more and more families looking to move to Winchester for proximity to Boston, quality of life, and outstanding education, it means that we are constantly fighting a battle, which is to keep pace with our enrollment growth. So $100,000 to Billerica, Weston, or Newton is a lot easier for them to swallow than it is in Winchester. Much more difficult for Dr. Evans and Ms. Whittemore. And as Dr. Evans described very ably earlier, we can't, you know, we can budget, but we're not a taxing authority. The school committee is not a taxing authority. We've got to go through town meeting. It's a ballot question. So the clock doesn't permit us, you know, to go with an operating override. So the money matters. I also just want to quickly acknowledge this, again, deals with the issue of space. One of our public speakers, although didn't mention it today, but I think was interviewed with NPR or WBUR yesterday, and stated that Winchester has a vacant elementary school that we're not using. I just want to be very clear that in case that's spreading on social media, that's just not the case. I think the parent was referring to the Parkhurst School. For those who are not familiar, Parkhurst is very much like the Mystic School in terms of its size and configuration. It's built into a hill, just like the Mystic School. Parkhurst was used for 2 years as swing space during the construction of Ambrose back in 2004 and 2005. And it was kind of mothballed, and it was used again in the construction of VO in 2012 and 2013. Parkhurst today houses, yes, it does house the superintendent's office, as the parent said, but also the business office, the transportation department, technology department, the administrative support for the school committee, professional development resources and spaces, and so on. The only space we have at Parkhurst is on the lower level, and much of that space is built into the hill, so it has no exterior windows, no daylighting, no natural ventilation. And we are working hard with an elevator project that's actually in construction right now to be able to use that space by the fall of 21. And that's all outlined in our master plan. So I certainly don't want parents to feel like we're not taking advantage of valuable space that we have in our district. I have every confidence that Dr. Evans, the leadership team, all of our principals are looking everywhere they can to find solutions. And to that end, one of the memos, or one of the guidance, pieces of guidance that came from the state, I think last month, was a recommendation to districts to look for other spaces that could be repurposed, like computer labs or libraries for classrooms. And I know that got a chuckle among some members of my committee and many parents at the elementary level, because that's what we've been doing for years. This is why Lynch so desperately needs a replacement, and we're so happy to have the support of the MSBA. We are over design enrollment, I should say, in 4 of our 5 elementary schools. And I'm making this point because that 3-foot versus 6-foot separation piece that Dr. Evans spoke about early on is really important. If she didn't say it explicitly, I do think it's in the plan somewhere, that many of our classrooms in Winchester are actually smaller than what the state average is and what the state guideline is. So other districts may have an extra 200 or 300 square feet to work with in a classroom that we don't in Winchester. One other point I want to make to the physicians who called in today as parents, and I appreciated hearing from them. Dr. Evans is right. 3 of your school committee members are in a medical marriage. I'm not going to call out the other 2, but I'm one of them. These 3 spouses are in different areas of specialty and in the industry. But for my part, my wife is a primary care provider, and she staffed for 9 weeks a COVID MASH unit in Boston and saw some pretty scary stuff. But to one of the callers' points today, healthcare is working. But I would push back and say not like it used to be. My wife is in the hospital 1 or 2 days a week, seeing patients with social distancing. And at this very moment, upstairs, she's seeing patients on her laptop through telemedicine. So when I look at what the healthcare world is doing, I'm going to say that certainly primary care is kind of operating in a hybrid model, to use a label that the superintendent has suggested for one of the 3. And I agree with everybody. We would like nothing more than to get our kids back to school soon, no doubt about it. I didn't have my notes handy, but I wanted to just recognize, I think there's a Morocco dad who introduced himself as, I think, Mr. Levine's peer in Malden. So I don't know if I'm ever able to be a fly on the wall and you guys have a cup of coffee, but that would be an interesting conversation for me to listen in on. This gentleman, and I'm sorry I didn't write his name down fast enough. I think he hit it on the head. He talked about, made an analogy, remember, to what Governor Baker has done around restaurants in the food service industry. He didn't throw the doors open completely at first. So whether it's a toe in the water, or as I like to think, crawl, walk, run, I'm much more favorable. And to Ms. Marchant's point, if we want to give some signal to parents, I'm happy to say, right now I tend to support the hybrid model. One of the reasons why I'm not ready to vote on it today is I do have some specific requests which came up in the public comment piece, which is I'd like to learn more about what those triggers are. I think Dr. Evans mentioned if we have a sudden spike in COVID cases, either in a certain number of places or to a certain scale, Governor Baker or Commissioner Riley may just make an edict and shut down school and say everybody goes remote. So if that happens, it makes my life easier to, as a school committee member, not as a parent. But if somebody's going to make that decision for us, that's one thing. But as I've said to this committee before, Winchester is Winchester. We're not Worcester, we're not Boston, we're not South Hadley, we're not Methuen. So some of these communities are more rural, some are more urban, some have high infection rates, some like us are very low, and I'm very appreciative for that. I think it would be, what I'm really hungry for, Dr. Evans, would be to literally incorporate in the plan and would ask you to reach out to your peer over at the Board of Health, Jennifer Murphy. I think it would be really helpful, and I think we'd be doing our parents in this community a real service if we could find a way to schedule a meeting or a couple of meetings with the Board of Health sometime after we open. Maybe that's 3 weeks after opening. I'd like to know, and I want to talk about it publicly, what is Winchester's infection rate? What's our hospitalization rate? If the numbers are steady or falling, that reassures me that the operational model is sound. If the numbers are climbing, then I want to be sure we're having a conversation about what it is we need to change. And I think we need to have that conversation because there may be in Winchester a threshold, a trigger at which we feel we need to go full remote. And we don't want to wait for the state to tell us to do so. So I really appreciate the incredible effort that's gone into sort of articulating what the 3 models look like. I agree with many of my constituents and fellow parents who've called in today or have been sending emails that we're very hungry to understand what's that decision tree to move back and forth. Understanding the state may make that decision for us, that's the easy part. But I will assert to the commissioner, if he was watching, that this committee has the authority to decide without the commissioner's consent, that if something is happening in Winchester that we think puts our students and families and our teachers at risk, that we're in a position to make a change. And I think the sooner we have that conversation and build that framework, the better, because then I think families will feel a little more comfortable with whatever we ultimately decide, knowing that there is a decision tree, that we're evaluating the data, and that we're not just doing it among ourselves, but we're bringing in our public health experts. Long speech, but thank you for giving me the time, Mr. Vernalia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. So it is 1:30 in the afternoon, and we've been meeting since 9:30. I see that we have consensus that we will vote on the return to school plan on Thursday. I'm looking to the committee whether there's a desire to plow ahead through the rest of the agenda or postpone some of the agenda items to a date future. And if so, when that would be. Sorry, I'm choking. Because I know that some of us are losing our ability to go on for much longer. So is there any thoughts from the committee?
Dr. Evans, are there anything that you on this agenda that you need us to respond to today besides back to school?
We cannot issue the bus survey for passes until we make a decision about the busing. I would recommend we wait till Thursday to make a decision about that, or schedule an additional meeting for later Thursday or Friday. To some extent, the first day of school proposal that I gave you that puts us starting on the 16th for all remote and then several days earlier is something that needs to be negotiated with the union. However, I don't think we have a lot of wiggle room with that. So I'd like to go on the assumption that you're going to approve that recommendation that I made and put it out to parents, saying that it's subject to your vote and to negotiations, because I think people are hungry to know when the first day of school is. So if we could have consensus that we'll discuss the proposed schedule for the first, full day, 10 days before school starts or 9 days before school starts at a future meeting. I'm comfortable with that, but I would like to share the draft with the wider community so they have a sense for what they're likely to see if you're comfortable with that.
And so do we need to vote on the capital planning priority today, or is that something we could also delay?
So we were planning to postpone the capital priorities to the meeting on the 18th already. So we have decided to postpone the return to school plan vote. So we have an ENCA grant to approve, vote to accept. We have the calendar revisions and we have transportation. If any of those need to be addressed today, like the calendar or the transportation is only as a report and discussion item, not as a vote. So we would not be able to give you more than a consensus today anyway on the transportation. I'm willing to go on. I just want to make sure that the committee understands. We've been going over 4 hours, and I want to make sure we are at our best as we talk about each of these issues is important.
I feel like if we don't have a vote on the return to school plan, it's not really a comprehensive conversation or report regarding transportation. So, I mean, I'm open to doing that today, but I don't know if it wouldn't make more sense to postpone it until after the vote for return to school, because then we'll know which budget implications we're really honing in on.
Okay, I think that makes sense as well. Ms. Bolognese.
Oh, I guess my only concern was that if we have a hard stop of noon on Thursday, and if we also accept public comment, then will that afford us enough time to give these their deserved discussion time?
It will not. We will have to schedule either a additional meeting on Thursday night, which we would have time to post if we did it today barely, or we will have to recess our meeting and return at some point on Thursday later on, which I think is within our ability to do, or schedule a meeting for Friday. So those would be the options. Again, I'm willing to continue on. I can see the faces that everyone is looking like we've been here a long time. We've been here since setting up, since 9, setting things up. So I just want to understand if there's anything that we need to get done today, I would recommend that we do it. If the ENCA grant, for instance, is timely, we could do that and not have that. I think the transportation and calendar revision discussions are likely to be moderately substantial.
So I'm the one who needs a hard stop at noon because I committed some time ago to speak at Rotary on Thursday, so I'd like to keep that commitment, but I can return after I speak. So you can continue to have conversation. Certainly, Ellen.
Or you could give Rotary the Zoom ID and they could just log in and hear you speak.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Trying to be lighthearted here.
Yeah.
Can I offer? I think you just made a suggestion. I think you're right on point. I don't think we need to post an additional meeting for Thursday night. If the schedule and our pace warrants it, we could just recess the morning meeting to a time certain on Thursday.
I believe it's so as well. I will check with the clerk to make sure that that's not an issue, because I do not want something to be inappropriately posted.
Sure.
I will just turn back to you, Dr. Evans. Does the anchor grant, is that something that we should do right now?
Ellen, no, that's fine. Everything else can wait till Thursday or later.
Okay, so I would like to propose that the only thing I was hoping to give as cherry, I would propose that we postpone transportation, postpone calendar revisions. We've already agreed to postpone return to school plan vote, postpone anchor grant till Thursday. Capital planning priority list, we will vote on the 18th, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting, not this meeting that was scheduled on Thursday, which would move us into the chair report. Do I have consensus on moving forward in that manner? Yes, Ms.
Yes. Question. So if we were to recess on Thursday, and I guess, sorry, this is a scheduling thing. But about what time would we be planning to reconvene on Thursday then?
We would have to make a decision about that at the time. My proposal would be as soon as Dr. Evans is available to return from what she was doing. So I would propose that if we met from 11 to 12, we would recess for 1 hour and return at 1.
Brian, something about the evening. Is there a reason we just can't reschedule the whole meeting for the evening?
At the time, we could not get all of the members to attend on the evening when we did the scheduling.
It was Chris who couldn't attend.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put everybody on the spot for scheduling, because we could just be doing some of these issues and not talking about scheduling. But if we can do it in the evening, we have time still to post to the evening and move the entire meeting to the evening. But that would require everyone to be available. And if we can't have all 5 members of the committee available, I would be hesitant to schedule such an important meeting then.
Yeah, that remains very difficult for me.
So I would propose that we remain at 11 where we are, and at 12 we would recess until 1, which would actually give us a chance to have lunch on that day. Are you unable to do that, Ms. Bergstrom?
Yeah.
Okay, then I
think we carry on today.
My proposal is then that we carry on today, because we need to get these things done. Then I don't see how we can do otherwise. So.
And can we just take a recess right now and let everyone take a 15-minute break and return?
I would accept a motion to that point.
Moved.
Can I move the recess to a time certain? Do we say 2 p.m., Michelle?
Yeah. I consensus of the committee, I guess.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Really roll call to recess until 2 p.m. Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are in recess until 2 p.m. I would ask that you all turn off your cameras and mics. When it's 2 p.m., we're returning from recess. Before we fully return, I want to make sure everyone is actually available. So I'll just give everybody a moment to just see that you're all with us.
Brian and Karen, I'm with you. I'm going to be switching back to my phone here in a few minutes. I'll give you a heads up separately for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Brian, we've been issued a tornado warning, just so that you are aware.
Thank God. Be careful. And if you have to leave suddenly or if you lose power, we now know why. I don't know why people say be careful. It's not like you can do anything about it. So just want to make sure that Dr. Evans is in the meeting and that Frida is back to take notes. Hello.
I'm here.
Excellent. Excellent. So I don't believe we need to vote to return into session. I believe we can just return from recess. It's 2:02 p.m. We are going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is transportation. We've alluded to this several times, but Dr. Evans, could you and Ms. Whitmore help us understand what we have in the packet?
Sure. So, I'm going to share. So there are two documents in your packet. I don't know, Brian, if you want me to share them or not. One is an overview from Ellen regarding what the impact is of COVID-19 on anticipated transportation costs, and one is a spreadsheet that talks about how many buses we have and how many runs. And Ellen, would you like to just give a brief summary for the committee?
So as you recall, transportation is funded through a combination of both local funds from our operating budget as well as transportation fees that are deposited into the transportation revolving. To give you some background, based upon our FY20 ridership, we had issued 1,157 transportation passes, of which 387 passes were for transportation to an after-school program. We provide currently after-school, transportation to after-school programming, including Chinese school, the rec program over at Mystic, Kids Corner over at Mystic, as well as to the Asara School. Due to COVID-19, the anticipated transportation costs for fiscal 21 have become more uncertain. It's become more necessary to utilize estimation than it has in previous conversations during the FY21 budget process regarding the cost for transportation. I've included 2 pages that have tables on each, the first of which has the heading over the table to the left of it called FY21 budgeted. That is what the assumptions that had been made when we were going through the FY21 budget process and where things were at the time that school committee voted the approved budget back in June following town meeting. The second table on that page is FY21 hybrid estimation. This goes on the assumption that our transportation would remain as is. We would continue to provide the transportation to all students in the district. We would also continue to provide transportation to afternoon programming. But because we would have to reduce the number of students that we are able to transport on any given day on our buses, we would have to add additional runs for the elementary schools, 4 of them in the afternoon, as well as 3 additional runs for secondary. Because our bus capacity would be limited to about 25 students per bus unless we have situations with siblings being on the same bus. If we follow that model, then reduce the estimated bus pass revenue by 60% to reflect that ridership bus passes would be adjusted to reflect that students were only going to be riding the bus 40% of the week. Our revenue would decrease by $240,000. I'm anticipating when we do the hard close that we would have of the budget that would be able to carry over in the transportation revolving account of about $150,000. Combined with our general fund appropriation, looking at a net loss of $115,055 for transportation. I had proposed in my in the memo that you have from me. There are a couple of ways that we mitigate losses. Those losses could be mitigated. If you look at the second page with the tables for FY20, there's a proposal for providing no after-school transportation, and what that would look like. Eliminating that, we again would wind up reducing our anticipated revenue, because we would no longer be receiving the revenue taken in from after-school programming passes, and we would be looking at a $15,000 loss versus the excuse me, the $115,000 loss. And then if we reduced just to mandated transportation, which is for any K-6 student who resides 2 or more miles away from their school, essentially would be just at the secondary level with middle school. We would be running about 3 buses. For middle school, we would continue to provide transportation to the vocational school as we're required to do so, and would bring us into the positives of having a positive delta of a little over $300,000 remaining in the operating. So these were factors that I wanted you to see and be aware of at this point in the conversations regarding budget and transportation. There is another alternative for closing the gap of $115,000 that would exist if this to leave transportation intact as is, that instead of reducing the bus fee, the transportation passes by 60%, which would reflect student ridership at only being 40% of the week, reducing it to 30%. And therefore, that would make up the difference and put us at, if you will, a break-even perspective. So my calculations are based upon revenue taken in over the last couple of years, what our ridership has reflected, as well as knowing that if we go to a hybrid model and what our ridership would be with 50% of students riding every day, and based upon, I've met with John Devine, the owner of the bus company, and we've discussed how many students we can fit on the bus, following DESE guidelines, things like that, as well as the costs that he's calculated for us on what an additional run would cost if he has to do, a drop off of, a busload of elementary students and then go back to the school and pick up another busload. What that would look like. Same thing with secondary. So those are the costs associated with everything. I'm happy to answer questions. I know that this is a lot of information, especially when we're having, just conversations about what the hybrid model or what the other models that Dr. Evans has talked about.
So Brian, if I could just jump in and add a couple of sort of additional considerations.
Yes, please.
So so Ellen has done a great job with her taking her best guess about what our loss would be if we had significantly reduced ridership and or had to add additional runs. The complicating factor with this is threefold. First, we have an existing bus contract, and right now we need to negotiate something for the Wednesdays if we go hybrid where we're not transporting at all. That might have an impact on our overall costs, but it would certainly not be a full savings for us because those bus drivers, are going to take a 20% pay cut because we're not going on one day. And so the bus carrier is still going to have a significant outlay, and so we have to negotiate that. We have a contract that doesn't take into account that we may be going in and out of full remote, depending on community spread or individual school need over the course of the school year. And so our costs are likely to stay known, but we may not be taking advantage of bus services on any given day, but not knowing how long that would take. We can't fully break a contract and say no bus service for the rest of the year and then be able to come back full and in person sooner than we expected and not have buses available. When we bid our bus contracts, we get very, very few responses. And so we want to maintain the good relationship we have and the very reasonable per bus cost that we have with in comparison to some other communities who might use national providers who are much less responsive, much less collaborative, and much higher cost. And I guess lastly, I guess this is the fourth point I want to make is our families are already under tremendous stress. To take those families who rely on bus transportation to get their kids to school and to say we're not going to offer it anymore, as superintendent, I don't want to place any more pressure on our parents than we have to. And while we may not be able to recoup any of this through any of the COVID additional CARES money or other sources, I think that if the school committee could see fit to try to continue bus service as one element of predictability for the 2 days a week that students are going to be coming to school, that would go a long way to saying, we hear you, we feel your pain, and we acknowledge that whatever we can do to help you as a family on the days that you can be in school, we will try to get you there. And so as superintendent, that's my recommendation. Certainly the school committee has a fiduciary responsibility and a financial big picture responsibility. But as superintendent, I would recommend that we would try to maintain our bus service as much as possible, at least for the start of the school year, and not significantly increase fees for our families who are already struggling, many of whom have to pay unanticipated childcare fees. Is my recommendation.
Dr. Evans, would there be a threshold at which we need to get a certain ridership to make it work financially at all? And is North Suburban willing to look at smaller vehicles than the buses that we have if we have a tremendously smaller ride?
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're coming in and out a little bit, Michelle, and I don't know if it's just me, but I think I got your question, which is, could we reduce costs by having North Suburban use smaller buses? I'm not sure they would have smaller buses. I think they just have their fleet. The main cost is in the drivers anyway, and you'd still be paying the driver cost. Ellen, you want to weigh in on that question?
Certainly. So first of all, when we start getting outside of the size of the full-size buses, yellow buses, those costs actually per run and per unit cost tend to actually be more expensive, believe it or not, because of they're not used as much. There isn't a big demand to have those smaller buses. When we're looking at how many, the DESE guidelines for even how many students we're permitted to have on a bus at a given time, we're talking, only a third of what we usually are carrying on those buses. But if ridership increase, we're at a point where we only have a small handful of students on any given bus at any given time, certainly North Suburban, and I would sit and go over the bus routes like we do typically, and we have in the past, and we tweak the bus stops to try, and if we need to reduce the number of buses we're running to, be reflective of our ridership, then we will do that. And certainly Mr. Devine has indicated that he is more than happy to come and sit and come back to the table and negotiate with us in good faith. Indicated to me that he's been in this community a very long time, and and values the relationships that he has in this community.
Thank you. And I think the first part of my question, if you can hear me now, was, is there a threshold of riders we'd need to reach to make this feasible at all? Is there a number of parents we would have to have that says, we want bus transportation? Like, would we need 100 people to do that? Would we need 10 people to do that?
Yeah, so we're going to run all of these routes at a loss, regardless of the number, because of the reduced revenue. And so we wouldn't add the additional runs if we had fewer students. So the cost would go down if we had fewer students. For me, it's about just sending a signal to the community that the thing that's under our control, that we try to continue to offer that service without a significant increase in the fee and having some predictability about it. The total potential exposure on this, it could be a couple of 100,000. So the maximum potential exposure, if we have, say we had nobody paying bus fees because of they were entitled because they had free and reduced lunch, and it was a very small ridership, we would try to combine runs and save buses that way, not have as many buses, not have as many runs. So that piece is under our control. But if we were to try to recapture, this is a moving target. We don't know how many students will ride. We don't know how many are paying students, how many students are now economically disadvantaged and would qualify for free bus transportation. And we don't know how many will come and go over the course of the year. If we are able to start in hybrid, there may be some people who are at full remote and then get comfortable with hybrid and buy a bus pass. Tremendous unknowns, but Ellen and I think we can budget for this loss to cover it in order to support our families. You could just make a commitment to do it for half the year, and then we could revisit halfway through the year and see where we are financially, and just try to have as much predictability to start the year as possible. But we could spend several hours going into all the permutations on the budget impacts of various scenarios. And Ellen and I have tried to anticipate these, but there could be others that we haven't anticipated.
I guess I just wanted to make sure we weren't, if we chose to go forward with it, we were promising something and then not being able to deliver on it either, or saying we're going to provide something and then take it away if we don't have enough people interested in participating. So I was trying to make sure that if we made a choice to do it, it's sort of like an all or nothing choice.
Great.
Ms. Marchand?
Thanks, Brian. So Dr. Evans, I have two questions. Number one, we're not only are we going to have to decide on after school, but we're also going to have to decide on the fee, correct?
So if you don't take any vote, we would take the same fee and just prorate it and reduce it accordingly, and then put out the bus pass registration with that fee, that says you're only going to get transported 2 days a week. It'll be that same percentage for 2 days versus 5. So you can vote for that if because we just keep the fee the same.
So the fee is taken care of. What about the after school programs that we normally transport to? Have they indicated either way how whether they're going to open and where and all of that? Do we have that information yet?
Ellen, can you speak to that?
It is my understanding that Mystic will be opening and having programming there. I do not know what their numbers will look like at this juncture. And then as far as Chinese Culture School and Sarah, I have not heard specifically from them about what their after school programming will look like. Happy to reach out to them as well as to have a bigger, lengthier conversation with both the rec director as well as the director over at Kids Corner to find out what they were anticipating their enrollment needs would be.
Yeah, because it's definitely going to change their model if our kids are only being transported to them 2 days a week. So I would like to come back to this issue, knowing a little bit more about the after school programming that's separate from our normal transportation routes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there questions from other members of the committee or comments?
Brian, I have my video off, but can you hear me?
We hear you very well, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I had a couple of thoughts, but I really appreciate the question Ms. Marchand just asked. I wanted to just offer regarding the 501c3 that operates the Mystic School downstairs, that'd be Kids Corner, that I can't speak for any other after-school program. They are open to even reconsidering the means by which students even arrive at the end of the school day. And so as we all know, I think not just most, all of these students arrive, whether it's the rec program, Kids Corner, Chinese school, they arrive on a district contracted yellow school bus. But at least one of these programs is thinking about kind of loosening that somewhat. That might permit, a sitter to drop off a child. There may be some more children who could walk and so forth. So that I would just ask Ms. Whittemore, when you follow up with all three of those programs, maybe dig a little bit deeper into that question, because I think that obviously plays on kind of what we're thinking about transportation. I wanted to just offer a couple of thoughts. Unlike larger districts, or perhaps some of the districts we heard during public comment that are better funded than we are, we don't own these buses. We don't lease them. The bus drivers are not our employees. And so while I appreciate in the plan, I see in the state guidance that surfaces and seats will be wiped down, and that I understand the bus drivers will play a role in that. Because I don't know who the drivers are, I don't know how they're being trained to clean and disinfect. And because our current model, and maybe I throw this directly at you, Ms. Whittemore, our current model, when we changed the school start time, we still flex buses. So we have buses in the morning that provide transportation to elementary students. And in some cases, no more than like a 2-minute pause, turn around and run a route for other kids. So we've got elementary and we have grades 6 through 12. So I'm concerned about not just the amount of time it really takes to thoroughly clean a bus, but I'm going to make an analogy between yellow buses and lunch tables. So earlier in the meeting, I was asking Dr. Evans about, if we're doing AADLBB, why don't we do ABDLAB? And I think she very ably answered that we want to keep the cohort together, was part of the answer. Want to keep A together, then you do deep clean, and then you do B. So I think of our yellow school buses as big petri dishes on wheels. And so if we're really serious about keeping cohorts together and not mixing, I'm concerned that if we have a model that says we're going to run buses for elementary and then flip for 6-12 and vice versa, that honestly makes me uncomfortable. So I'd want to understand what we could do to keep those separate. And as we learned recently, North Suburban contracts, not just with Winchester, I think it's 4 other districts. Some of those buses may be engaged during the day with other districts. So I'm uncomfortable here because as detailed as the plan is from Dr. Evans, I'm quite confident that if we vote to go hybrid and we put this in play, as soon as anyone picks up on something that we can do better, we have employees in this district that answer to the superintendent. But it's a little different here with busing because it's a contracted service. So I'd like to know, I would really need to know more about physically what buses we're using, how are we separating buses, and limiting contact among children. And then my last comment would be that, again, we talk about September and how fair the weather is. I appreciate, I listened carefully to what Dr. Evans said about, not wanting to pull transportation out for families that really depend on it. I really wonder if we might not consider at least postponing transportation, whether it's 2 or 3 weeks, so that once school opens, we're running the model. If the model is sound and our infection rates are steady or declining, it means we're doing it right. And then if we start putting kids on buses and our infection rates start blowing up, I'm no professional statistician, but that would suggest to me we need to look at the busing. So separating the two is something that certainly makes me more comfortable. The committee knows at first I was suggesting we might pull back from busing substantially in the fall, so I've kind of moved a lot on that. To the earlier comment from the gentleman who spoke from Morocco about crawl, walk, run, and opening up in stages, I think about transportation sort of that way. And I really, really would encourage the superintendent and committee to think about that. But certainly on just the logistics and whether buses are shared and where else they go and who's doing the cleaning and with what and who's monitoring, I'm hungry for much more information.
So the state put out some guidelines about that, Chris, and I think I sent it to the school committee related to cleaning, hand sanitizing before you enter unless you have gloves on, mask wearing, assigned seating, etc. So I feel confident that Ellen and the bus company and I will work out a very stringent cleaning schedule. I want to remind people that if you approve the hybrid schedule, we now have the middle and high school starting at 9:15 and 9:30. That gives us a lot more time in between the elementary run and the middle and high school run to clean. And so that's helpful. But there's also more information about transportation in the full plan that you can read. We can discuss it on Thursday.
So I did see that, Dr. Evans. Forgive me if it was there and I missed it. Does that detail include whether we're still sharing buses?
Sharing buses, you mean doing runs, middle and high school runs and elementary runs?
Yes, I just didn't see that explicitly in there.
Yes. I mean, that's the only way to do this. If all buses are shared by a large number of people. what I would say is there are large numbers of people in large cities who use public transportation, and the data on people who share public transportation is pretty comforting to me, that the transmission rate is not high. But some of the provisions that the bus restrictions that the DESE has put out suggest that you leave the windows open no matter what the weather is, and that students are seated in a grid pattern that's very specific with assigned seats, and pretty rigorous hand washing or sanitation before they get on the bus, etc. I think it's a pretty robust plan. But the one piece of it, as you say, that we haven't nailed down is what is the expectation for cleaning and who's going to do that. And we negotiate that with the bus company because they stop at their last stop in the morning and someone from the school district goes in and does it. And so those are the two options, but it will be cleaned between routes. That's what the requirement is from the DESE.
So I get my closing thought, Mr. Chairman, would just be that in the hybrid model, should that be where we wind up, we're only expecting our kids to be physically at school 2 days a week. And so if we were to hold off on busing for a period of time, we're calling on families to get those kids to school for those 2 days of the week, not 5. And I would feel, you know, if we open up and we go hybrid and the buses are running and we start to see infection, I would just naturally want to understand, you know, where is it coming from? Is there something in the model running in the school that we need to look at changing, or is it coming from something else? And so to me, separating the school day from the busing only for as long as, you know, the latency of infection, if it's just 2 or 3 weeks, would certainly make me feel more comfortable, because if we open up school and it's smooth sailing and numbers are flat or declining, gives me confidence that the plan is good and the plan is working. And if we bring busing on and that continues to be the case, then I'm even more satisfied that the plan, you know, as it extends to transportation, is working. But if the numbers start to change, you know, within 14 days of making that shift and putting kids on buses, then to me that's an important data point. So I'm just struggling with this right now.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Are there additional questions or comments from the committee? So,
wait, I'm sorry, Brian.
Yes.
Just very quickly, in my mind, I don't think we should put the burden on the bus riding families. I saw the suggestion in the memo. I don't know if you need us to vote on it or what, but the 60% reduction versus by 30%, so 40% rather than 30%. I would rather stick to the 2/5 model rather than, unless it's a reasonable amount of money that is expected year over year to increase the fees like that. That's just my 2 cents initially for the families, because like Dr. Evans saying, the amount of pressure on them is enough that this is a little bit of a reprieve. That's all.
Thank you very much.
I guess I'd like to resurvey families too with an intent in mind before we make decisions like that, and find out truthfully how many families really will require busing and how many of those that require it intend to use it. I think that might help inform our decision making as well.
So if I could push back on that a little bit, I think we need to make a decision and put out the registration forms, because we really won't know how many people intend to ride until the school committee votes on a model and we make the parameters clear. If we collect a fee and we close down for short periods of time, are we going to be returning funds? How much will the bus fees be? And I don't want to set the false expectation that we would not provide bus transportation based on a survey that's not a registration form. So I guess what I would say is the decision that I'm looking for is, will you delegate the responsibility to the central office to start the bus registration system, with the idea that we'll revisit it mid-year. So we'll collect a half year's fee. We'll look at it mid-year and see what the ridership is, but that you make a decision to try to maintain that as a an option for families who need it for the 2 days. They're going to have so many surveys to fill out. I worry about making a decision based on partial information.
Can I just quickly weigh in, Mr. Chairman, and just say,
Yes.
I really do. I appreciate that, Dr. Evans, but I think I'm really where Ms. Bergstrom is on this. I only because I think now that the community understands what hybrid looks like and it's 2 days a week, I think giving families with the benefit of this new information, the opportunity to come back. If the numbers are substantially similar, that's all you need to know. But I think you'll find it very interesting if the numbers are sharply down.
Oh, I expect the numbers to be sharply down. Based on the original survey that is shared at the end of that report that said what percentage of families would continue to need transportation, it seemed to be pretty low. As opposed to the 1,100 passes we sell now, we may only sell 500.
So, no, go ahead, Ms. Marchand.
I was just going to jump in and say, I think the data will be a lot cleaner if it's actually a bus pass that they're purchasing and there's that commitment to it. I think it'll give us a clear sense of the budget impact. So I would like to push forward Dr. Evans' request that we let central office get it started so that they can really get in the actual data. I understand that we have to wait till the school model is voted on Thursday, but I think after that we should just start rolling with it. The only thing I would ask is for clarity from the central office team, Ellen and Judy, if you could clarify for parents what would happen if we had to shut down instantly, if COVID rates skyrocket. I think parents would like to know, is this a commitment for the long run, or will there be another prorated refund, etc.?
So that would be have been my question. That's my significant concern about any busing that we do, is that we have an understanding up front. Because I'm aligned, I think, where Dr. Evans is, that I don't think with as many things as going to be changing this year, I'd like to have one more consistent part of our children's education, which would be getting to school, at least on the days they are there. But I think we need an understanding up front that if the school year should go remote on November 1, what is the understanding of the commitment by people who purchased bus passes for the year? I think last year we gave them prorated portions back, and we might choose to do that, but I think we should be making that choice up front, not when it happens. That's my only concern, and I feel like maybe the upfront should be, if we have to go remote, the prorated portion will be 70%, for instance, which is what we were agreeing to pay, something like that. I'm not married to what that is. I just want us to, as a committee, understand what it is up front, so we have some sort of financial, I use the word security, but I don't mean that. I mean knowledge. So.
And I agree both with that, Brian, and with what Mr. Nixon said, though, which is why I would like to see another survey of parents, because I'm concerned about overpromising and under-delivering. And Dr. Evans said if we go from 1,000 to 500, I'm worried about if we're going to go to 1,000 to 100. And if we have so few kids riding a bus, I also heard Ms. Whitmore say that we might have to combine kids from different schools on similar routes. And that might make for much longer bus rides, which then might make people make another decision about whether they're going to ride school buses or not. So I really feel very strongly about getting some kind of an idea of how many riders we're even talking about, even if it's a ballpark, because there's a big difference between 100, 500, and 1,000, and the way we're going to provide services to parents and kids and the expectation of what those rides look like.
When we did the, or I guess much earlier in the summer, if not the end of the school year, there was an email that had come out about registration for athletics in the fall. And I don't believe payment wasn't requested at the time. It was just simply to know who was going or who was thinking of participating in athletics in the fall. Is this something else that we could ask for registration along those lines, but then request the payment at a later date? Or is this different.
Ellen, you want to weigh in?
I think that how the athletic department is able to do that is because of using to have the forms filled out with the health forms and all the other things he actually uses as a module, I believe, for the registration. So that would be a little bit different for us, but certainly we could figure out some method of doing so. It would just be different. Right now, we have moved from essentially a paper registration with a check being sent in to actually using the online payment as the registration module. So we would certainly have to just come up with a different way for people to electronically register their student for the bus, and then have to have that parent then go back in once the decision is made into a payment module, into UniPay, and do basically the registration piece again. So we're capturing all the we need to make sure that we have the student information correct.
So I'm looking to you, Dr. Evans, as far as we have this as a report and discussion item, what we are looking for, because we doesn't sound like we're prepared to set a transportation fee. And if we were, I think it would have to be an action item anyway. But at the same time, you do need to collect this information. Is there a way to sort of thread the needle and try to get ridership information with an understanding that the school committee will use that information to set a fee, and that the fee will be in a range of some amount to be determined, so that we can get useful information? Obviously, it would only be finalized by us. Because I appreciate you need to be able to move forward, but I'm not sure that what I'm seeing right now is a committee that is prepared to set a fee on this, and I think that's going to be. I'm concerned about how we move forward, and I want to help you move forward.
So I don't often ask for the committee's forbearance in terms of workload for the staff members or for timing of these things. I have limited capacity to do additional surveying and process the questions that come with it. I'd rather do one communication to parents that says, here is what we're thinking. Here is what the fee might be as recommended by central office. Fee will be dependent on school committee action. We're thinking of charging you only for 2 days. We're thinking of continuing transportation, but only a third the number of students can ride the bus, and information about planning and other things. And then giving people all the information that they might need in draft form, not asking for a payment, but asking for a commitment that if they know that it's going to be, 2/5 cost of their normal cost because it's only 2 days, would they intend to register, and could they commit for half a year? My recommendation would be echoing what Brian suggested, which is we need a certain stream of payment for this. And because the switch to full remote for the district could be for a week, 2 weeks, a month, but we have to hold the bus ready to start up again when we come back, when it's safe to do so. I think the people who pay the bus fee, I would recommend that we do not return the fee, that it's just you're buying a seat for the bus for however many days that we have it, and you're keeping the relationship with the bus company so that you'll have a seat when the buses resume. There are a lot of ifs and questions, and I'm sure whatever I put out, I'll get 300 emails saying, but what about this? But what about this? What if this happens? And so what I'm trying to do is streamline the process a little bit, not collect anything until the school committee sets the fee, but send out a survey that includes my proposal for what it might be, with a big caveat that says this is subject to school committee approval once we know what the numbers are. I understand the positions of Mr. Nixon where he wants to go slower. And I understand the recommendations from Ms. Bergstrom about, don't we want to collect more information? But should you vote on Thursday, as I expect you will, to have either a full remote or a hybrid and a full remote option to start the school year, we are going to be busy 20 hours a day getting ready for that. And so
our bandwidth to deal with additional tasks is going to be really limited. So I'm going to ask for your forbearance that we streamline this process as much as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Seeing as we don't have this as an action item, I would look to see if there is consensus to move forward in the way that Dr. Evans has just described from the committee. And I would, while not a formal vote, just want to look and see that there is, and if there is, then she can proceed that way with the caveats that she made. I see Ms. Marchant giving.
Are we suggesting another survey, or are we suggesting a registration process that include a registration process with payment to come later within a range of X to Y amount?
Knowing that once we get that information, you may change some of the parameters.
Yep. Okay. Yes, then I agree to that.
So Ms. Bergstrom?
Yes, with that set up that way, yes.
Okay. So Mr. Nixon?
I'll go along with it if Ms. Bergstrom does.
I agree as well. So while not a formal vote, it's just simply consensus of the committee that that is the best path forward. Thank you, Dr. Evans.
Welcome.
And with that, if we're ready, we can move on to the next agenda item, which is the 2020-2021 calendar revisions. I just want to find, should be in our, sorry, I'm a little disorganized at this point come the meeting. Actually, can I just pass it over to you, Dr. Evans? I can't even find the page we're on right now. Thank you.
No, I've got it ready to go. I can share it if you want.
That would be great. Thank you.
Oops, let's see. Oops. So I've learned how to make it really large. I think Mr. Nixon showed me that. I just have to go back to the share option, which I had minimized. So share screen. There it is. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great.
But it's very small.
But it's very small. So let's make it, how is that?
That's much better.
Okay. Mr. Nixon, thank you for that. You inspired me. All right. So on July 29th, which was, it seems like a long time ago, it was only a few days ago, we were somewhat surprised to learn that the state is mandating that we add up to 10 additional days at the start of the school year, with the school year starting no later for students than September 16th. There's a memorandum of understanding that I have attached for school committee members to read. It's also posted on the DESE website if people wanted to look at it. So the state has reduced the required minimum number of days from 180 days to 170 days, and the required hours of instruction to 850 hours for elementary and 935 for secondary schools, so long as we're able to begin providing instruction to students no later than September 16th. So we have worked with the union on this because my opinion is that contracts are under the purview of the negotiated contract arrangement. Calendars are a purview of the contract negotiated between the represented groups and the school committee. And so the union needs to weigh in on this, and so we have to have some collaboration. While we are in negotiations and we haven't signed any formal agreements yet, this is our informal agreement for how we will use these days. So the plan is, as teachers were expected to return on August 31st, they will return on August 31st, teachers and other staff members, and have professional development days where they will participate in a number of formal education experiences, including active anti-racist training, COVID-19 safety and health provisions, how to deal with masks, how to teach students in a physically distanced way, how to support robust remote learning, etc. For August 31st, September 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then the following week, on September 8th and 9th, there will be additional training days and classroom setup somewhere the week of 8, 9, or 10. What we'd like to do is have teachers introduce themselves to their classes in scheduled family Zoom sessions on the 9th or the 10th. We're flexible on the days, but again, these are not in-school student days. We'd like to bring back certain groups of students before other students are in the school, so that we can start to look at some of our practices and procedures, make those students feel comfortable with very few students in the school, and orient them to the school. Not sure if these will be full days or partial days, but we would split those groups into an AA and a BB cohort, whatever one they're assigned to. That would be our youngest students, K-1, our 6th graders entering middle school for the first time, and our high schoolers at 9th grade entering high school for the first time. We would do that in 2 groups on September 14th and 15th. And then September 16th is a Wednesday. That would typically be a full remote day. And so we'd like to use it for teachers to meet with each class remotely to set expectations for the year, get everybody off to a good start. And then the BB cohort return in full in person on the 17th and 18th. And then the AA is on the 17th and 18th is remote learning. And that way, everybody gets the full class orientation on the Wednesday. The BB cohort gets the first in person, then the following Monday and Tuesday is the AA cohort. So I think this is reasonable, sort of the 8th and 9th and 10th, kind of that period, which days are for Zoom, which days are for training, which days are for classroom setup, we still have to kind of work through. But the most important part is on the Monday the 14th, we start bringing students in at those grade levels. Same thing on the 15th. Everybody works on the 16th remotely, and then full return for everybody in person who's scheduled to be in person on the 17th and 18th. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that might come from the committee on this.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Before you answer any questions, may I ask again, so we have this as a report and discussion item. Sounds like we would, well, not a vote, because we need to negotiate this with, obviously with our teachers. You're again looking for consensus from us so that we can work with the teachers and ultimately vote on a calendar. Is that what I'm hearing, or do you need a vote from us?
Well, I'd like a vote on, we don't negotiate with teachers until next Monday, and I don't want parents to have to wait that long. I'd like to get consensus to publicize this as a draft return to school schedule so parents can begin planning their Septembers. I have indicated that the state told us, 4 days ago that we have to front load all of these teacher training days. They're going to be very useful, and it'll really help us make sure that everybody is on the same page in terms of health and safety, and provide a lot of additional opportunities and work for Dr. Ellen Emma, who has to arrange for 700 or 800 people to attend lots of professional development for many days in a row, which is a monumental undertaking in the easiest of times. I'd like to have consensus. I don't know that we have a lot of options. Some of the logistics, I'm gratified that the unions are willing to meet in full Zooms with their parents to have an introduction, parents and students. I'm grateful that they're agreeing to bring back some groups of students a little earlier. Some districts are insisting on a full 10 training days and not bringing anybody back until the 16th. And so I think it's a good compromise. I think it's the best we're going to get, given that the state has been, the commissioner was unmovable on this. Some districts said, oh, can we use 5 days and bank 5 days for later? He said, absolutely not. That's not why we went to 170. You have to upfront load them. He was very clear. So I'd like your consensus on it, and then I'd like an official vote, but I'd like to give you a real calendar where we look at the other days as well. This allows us to bank 2 days that were our own PD days that we generally use that we can use later. We have a couple of other PD days in the year that we can use. It accommodates voting at the beginning of September so that, we can use our schools for voting and without students there, et cetera. So I think it's fairly straightforward and works well for us. I would just like to get the word out to parents about when their students might start.
Perfect. So before I open up for questions, I will also allow the committee to consider whether we'd want to suspend our rules and actually vote on it today so we can get that out. But we can have discussion first, obviously. Ms. Marchant.
And this is kind of a request. Instead of telling parents that the commissioner is asking us to front load, I don't know if everybody really understand. It took me a while when I was reading it what front loading meant. So if we can use language that is a little more non-teacher friendly, just for parents to understand that we're expected to put those 10 days and dedicate it to this task. Just a request. And I'm happy to move forward with the calendar because I was in the union negotiations and things are pretty positive overall, and this is one of them.
Dr. Evans, what does this do? I heard you mention that we could bank some of the professional development days. What does this do? We normally had some scheduled into our fall calendar each year. How does this affect those and our ability to provide sort of ongoing professional development as well?
Jen, you want to speak to that?
You want me to repeat it?
No, I gotcha. I mean, I think obviously this is part of what we'll have to flesh out as we go into the year is a couple of things. One, obviously making sure that we have the pieces placed that where we know we need them, but then also being able to do this as we've, my son always talks to me about in the computer world now, they talk so much about being agile. And I said, finally, education is really picking up on this term. We are pivoting quicker than before. So we do know with our PD that we don't know what we don't know yet for some things. We've certainly learned a lot through the spring, but we expect as we move into whatever model we start with, we end with, where we are, that we'll have to adjust. So it allows us to have some set pieces that we already knew we were gonna have and then also have some flexibility with it. I don't know if I answered everything, Michelle.
So yeah, so just in terms of logistics, it gives us 2 more days somewhere else that we could use flexibly.
Right.
If we needed to pivot, particularly if we needed to pivot to full remote for a long period of time. Or we found some aspect of our current structure just wasn't working and we needed to provide additional training. We have other days in the schedule that are scheduled as early release days and or professional development days. We're really gonna have to look at each day and count it up to make sure we get to our 170. Some of those early release days may not happen because of depending on the hybrid, but we will have other opportunities for professional development during the year.
So I guess, and that both of you both together answered my question. So I guess though, when we're talking about letting parents know also and being really clear, just because we're adding these days at the beginning and moving the start date doesn't mean they're this fall. That might go along with this as well. Is that what I'm hearing?
I missed what you said. It doesn't, just because we're adding these days doesn't mean what?
That it may also mean there may be other changes that come to this fall calendar. So like when the calendar that we've already published may not be 100% accurate into other professional development days that we may build in or move around or subtract from, or is that correct?
Right, there are some days we use, yeah. There'll be other changes like changes to final exams or mid-year exams or conferences. Sometimes we use early release days for those. We might have to do it in a different way.
So people shouldn't count on the days we have off that the district adds that aren't state holidays or February vacation and April vacation.
So what I would say is they can count on the vacations in the end of the year date being similar, unless, even with snow days or snow, I don't think, we may not need to do snow days if we have the full remote option. We can just do a remote day. But the early release days may change. I don't expect that any of the full days off will change, except maybe there's one professional development day that we may need to move. Is it in March, Jen? But the parents can count on the vacations being the same because that's a union issue that the teachers have already arranged their own children and their own childcare, and it's extremely disruptive to them. I couldn't get enough teachers to open if I changed the vacation period. So they can count on the vacation periods being the same. Some families have emailed me and said, can't you just sort of not do the vacation and front load everything? No, because they're all in union contracts. And so generally we're only off on state or federal holidays. And there is another holiday in June. I think Juneteenth is now a state holiday. We'll have to talk about that. I don't know if that's a school day or that's a weekend next year, but you know, I'm really praying that by June we're all back together and we're back to normal education and we're not even on a hybrid schedule. So all I want is certainty for the first 2 weeks of school, and parents can just count on that. And I'm not going to propose any other major calendar changes, I guess is what I'd say, but we have to count all the days and make sure we have 170.
Are there additional questions about the calendar? Would anybody be amenable to making a motion to suspend our rules, which is a 4/5 vote, so that we could vote on the first 2 weeks of calendar?
So moved.
Somebody willing to second that motion?
Second.
So a roll call vote. Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We have suspended our rules so we can actually take this up as a motion. If somebody would like to form a motion about the calendar changes, I would accept it. Anyone?
I'm trying to the language. Can I just move to accept the recommended changes for the 2020-2021 school calendar start as presented by Dr. Evans? Does that work?
That's perfect. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon? Mr. Nixon?
Sorry, I unmuted. Did that not come through? Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Evans.
You're welcome.
With that, we will move on to our action items. We had consensus of the committee to not vote on the return to school plan for today. So that would move us on to vote to accept the ENCA grant. I'm not sure who is presenting that.
Ellen?
Ms. Whittemore, thank you.
So the ENCA grant is to accept a grant from the ENCA Society in the amount of $1,819.30 for the purchase of materials for the elementary math lending library. The elementary math coordinator, Mrs. Julie McElhaney-Gorman, had written the grant for the purchase of the materials that she had listed as being some educational games that would be to the benefit of.
Are there any questions from the committee regarding this?
I can make the motion.
Yes, please.
I move to approve with gratitude the ENCA grant in the amount of $1,819.30 as presented.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom? Ms. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion is unanimous. Which brings us to the last action item that we have, which is a vote for the capital planning priority list. As mentioned earlier, that vote will not take place today. However, we did receive a memo from Mr. Nixon, who is the school committee representative to the capital planning committee. Mr. Nixon, do you have anything you'd like to talk about on the memo? Certainly the floor is yours if you do.
I do. I'd like to very much. And I'm on the iPhone now and I've not tried this before. So what I'd like to try to do is share screen, if I can pull that memo up, given some of what's in there. Let me just see if I can pull that off and we'll see what that looks like on a Zoom interface with an iPhone. Let me see, here we go.
I could do it if you cannot.
No, that's all right. I'm gonna try screen recording. No, you know what? It's
I can do it right now.
Yeah, that would be helpful if you don't mind, because it's giving me an option I wasn't expecting. And then we can just sort of work through it.
I'm going to share it now, and if you could tell me if you can see the memo dated August 3rd, 2020.
I can see it, and if you want to do like a Control Plus, maybe to make it a little bigger for anybody watching on WinCam, that maybe we can still, you know, we don't cut text off. We could try that.
Now you're testing my ability now.
Oh, come on. Chemical engineer working a computer here.
Is that better?
Uh-oh. That's better. That looks good on, maybe go back one. That looks pretty good on my end. So let me, you know, it's funny, I wrote this memo, and of course it's not short, and as soon as I wrote it, I realized, boy, there are a couple of other things I forgot to put in here. I'm gonna ask when we get to the Morocco piece, if Ms. Whittemore could share a couple of things on a couple of important project updates. But I'll try to be real quick here through most of this. The first is capital planning has been working really hard over the past year to kind of reevaluate the way we literally do our business. Capital is one of a number of boards and commissions in town that's been operating for years with no formal policies, either on how we do our work or even how we organize, and that impacts leadership. So I'm pleased to share that although we're not done yet with that conversation, we did vote last month 2 policies, including one that now calls for a reorganization of the committee at the first meeting of the new fiscal year. This kind of follows the way the Finance Committee does it. Since Capital submits a report to fall town meeting and then an amended report, let's say in the spring, we thought that that was appropriate. So if you know Mr. Johnson or Mr. McPeak, maybe reach out to them and congratulate them and thank them for stepping up to do the work, because Jim Johnson and Roger are now the chair and vice chair of the Capital Planning Committee. Ms. Filiu was chair for many years, and we thank her for that. She was reappointed to the committee by the select board in the spring, so she continues to serve on the committee in a meaningful way. So the last thing, just with respect to kind of committee and its business, I wanted to share with you is we are really beginning to, or we've been talking for a while about trying to define what really constitutes a capital project. I think the school committee certainly appreciates that things that are considered annual expenses every year, annual consumables, for instance, paper, art supplies, that kind of thing, you'd expect to see in a departmental operating budget. But things that maybe only need to be replaced every 5 or 10 years, think about them more as sort of one-time expenses, feel like capital. But there's actually a lot of expenses that fall in a gray area in between those. And so this conversation's been going on for a while, because capital has, our sense is we see more and more requests from departments, and we get into lengthy debates about whether, you know, one request or another, and this applies to all departments, by the way, not just the schools. We continue to have debates about whether the request itself is even appropriate for capital. So that conversation continues. But the other important piece is that for at least the last 15 years, the threshold for what constitutes a capital ask has been set at $25,000. And so that has never increased or been adjusted for inflation. And so we continue to have a conversation about how we should adjust that permanently moving forward, perhaps for all of the town departments. But because we're not there yet, the board voted a month ago to, at least as an interim step, increase the threshold for the 4 largest departments we have in town, which is the schools, DPW, police, and fire. So you see that there in the 3rd paragraph. And I'll just keep the committee posted as we continue to kind of evaluate the different ways that we may reestablish what that threshold is. I think the committee feels that certainly by this time next year, we should have a clearer definition of what the threshold is, and I expect it will be higher even still for the schools. So something for us to be aware of. So let's see. All right, I'm going to jump to Morocco real quick. Oh, I'm sorry, one other thing. Now I remember what it was. The planning board has a new representative to Capital, and that is Heather Von Mering. I think many of us know Heather, so I just wanted you to be aware. Heather is the newest member to Capital as of 2 meetings ago, and she, not surprisingly, is just like jumped right in and is fully up to speed and engaged. So we welcome her too. So a couple of things on Morocco that are not in the memo. The construction documents were completed for the sink replacement project that was voted at Springtown meeting. I can share with you the cost estimator's opinion is that the previously allocated funds won't be enough to do the whole building, but we can make some substantial headway. And we decided as a working group, we needed to focus on the classrooms where our youngest learners are. That happens to be also where the classrooms are in the worst condition. That means replacing double sinks for kindergarten. But in first grade, I was surprised to hear that some of our first grade teachers will suspend their math lesson 10 or 15 minutes early because of the time it takes for some of our first graders to wash their hands. They only have access to one sink in the room. So we thought it really made sense to provide doubles in the first grade to speed that process up. And our first grade teachers, I know, will welcome that. So we are expecting a bid opening on August 27th. And so I'll provide you some written update once that happens. Can I ask Ms. Whittemore to just talk very briefly about the door project at Morocco as well?
Certainly. So we were awarded $50,000 from a grant through the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety to be utilized to do some safety upgrades at our buildings. We looked at the report that had been generated through Town Hall about security concerns at our schools, specifically Morocco, and have identified doors, interior and exterior doors that will be replaced in the coming weeks, and that project is slated to be completed by September 30th at the absolute latest. So we're very, very pleased that great work that Flansburgh has done to get the specs out, to work with Peter Lawson at DPW through a state vendor to get the doors and to get the project done in an expedited fashion has been really great. And I want to thank Chris really for all his help and just the knowledge that Chris has of Morocco and the building specifically has been very helpful with getting this project moving.
And I think I saw, Ellen, this morning an email that confirmed, I think the budget that we have to work with is enough. We're going to be able to tackle all the exterior doors, maybe not the interior courtyard doors, but certainly from a security point of view, I think we're going to be able to hit, I think we're going to be able to hit all those targets.
Correct. I just actually saw the email when we broke earlier, and it is all the doors with the exception of the courtyard doors. So I'm very pleased that, especially because we're using the vendor that Mr. Lawson had identified on the higher ed consortium contract, that we're able to really significantly on this project. So appreciate very much Mr. Lawson's help through DPW.
Yeah, so it's really good news on that front. And then I'll pivot back, Mr. Vanalia, then to what remains here in the report on Morocco. So of course, as we know, the other piece that was funded at fall town meeting was the kind of broader architectural engineering evaluation. So I can share that we're expecting a draft report from Flansburgh on Friday, August 14th with recommendations, architectural MEP recommendations, along with priorities and preliminary costs. So the architectural and engineering assessments actually are done. The principal in charge is just waiting to get some cost information in so they can package the report. And I reiterated to Flansburgh that not only are we looking to see the recommendations and the priorities and with an understanding about why something is a priority, but also reiterated, and this was in the work scope, we also need to understand what the risk is to inaction on any given item. So that was a good conversation. My hope is that if we get it, I do believe we'll get something on Friday the 14th, and that either Ms. Whittemore or Dr. Evans would be in a position to forward that to the school committee. It doesn't give us a huge amount of time for reading, but I think it should be pretty easy to follow. And then when we come back and have that capital conversation on Tuesday, August 18th, we'll have sort of a presence of mind about what the needs are at Morocco, and we will better understand if in fact there is something that is such a high priority, we need to act on it in this capital cycle as opposed to waiting another year. And frankly, we don't know. We won't know till we see the report. The team acknowledges, the roof is a priority, but it remains to be seen if that's something that they say we need to jump on immediately. But lots of work has been done, and so you all should expect to see something very soon. The next piece I want to touch on is the space utilization at Parkhurst. So as the committee remembers, we unfortunately had, I think at the end of the day, a grand total of 3 cost increases on the elevator project. which was ultimately still supported by Capital and funded by town meeting, and we appreciate that. Capital has made a couple of requests going back maybe 11 months ago, making clear that although they were willing to support the elevator, they really wanted to understand what our utilization would be for the fall of 21. Dr. Evans was very clear that the urgency in getting the elevator was because of the enrollment growth we were seeing then, the enrollment growth we were expecting, but with the understanding that elevators are long lead items. We didn't say we needed the building open by the fall of 20. It was important to get moving so we'd have it ready by the fall of 21. So Capital has asked what the plan is for Parkhurst. And by that, I mean, are we going to bring preschool students in? Are we going to bring in some mixture of K-5 students? And that's an important question for us to answer, at least at a high level, because as we've discussed before, different student populations may require different investments or improvements or adjustments to the building. And those improvements and adjustments will cost money. And if it's anything that we cannot afford out of our operating budget, we'll be in a pinch. So there was a commitment made to Capital that we would have a plan for Parkhurst by the end of the school year. Of course, nobody expected the coronavirus was going to hit us, and I know everybody on the Capital Planning Committee appreciates the incredible workload that Dr. Evans and the team is under. But I also want to be clear that without exception at every single Capital meeting, I am reminded of this and I'm asked, and I know it will be the first question at our meeting tomorrow night, and it's going to be the first question when we meet on the 19th. I feel it's very important to the extent Dr. Evans can give us some guidance on the utilization of Parkhurst for the fall of 21, that we could then work very hard between now and our next meeting on the 18th to try to identify any key items that look expensive that we want to earmark now for the capital process. And I say that because the work that we're doing now would come forward to fall town meeting in a report. Projects that require some final design work and get teed up for summer construction tend to be voted at fall town meeting, not spring. So if there's anything that needs to be done to Parkhurst, not now, but next summer, we need to be figuring that out now. And the timing is terrible because of all the other things that we're certainly consumed about. But this is super important, and I don't want it to slip off the radar. So I'm getting concerned and anxious about this, and I know other members are at Capital. So I wanted to throw that out there. But before we even discuss that, I also then wanted to quickly pivot to VO, and I wanted to be very clear with everyone about why that's on here. Now that we've been into eligibility on the Lynch project, which is tremendous, this is an opportunity to remind the school committee that our 10-year facilities master plan called for us to do 3 major projects for elementary space in the district to accommodate the growth that was anticipated, and which to this day we think we're going to see. And that was an expanded Lynch along with its reconstruction, an expanded Morocco along with its reconstruction, and also the second and final expansion of VO. The master plan didn't speak to any particular order for these. It acknowledged that we certainly would like to kick off a major project first with the MSBA. And in fact, you all know that we swung at home plate 3 times with the MSBA before we connected on eligibility. So that's terrific. But had we not been invited on Lynch, the master plan was suggesting we needed to get going on VO right away. So knowing that a new Lynch doesn't come online until the fall of 25, and reminding everyone that what we said to town meeting just a few weeks ago was that we don't expect a new Morocco before the fall of 2028, and even that might be a little aggressive. It stands to reason that the project that falls in the middle, in the number 2 spot, would be the expansion of VO. And I wanted to, and I provided you some information here in the memo, and I appreciate that Mr. Vernaglia sort of scrolled through it. I wanted just to put a few things in perspective. The Vincent Owen School that was designed in 2010 and 2011 opened in 2013 with 21 classrooms and a design enrollment of 420 students. we did two things during the design. We seized, if you will, two opportunities. Due to the nature of the site and the excavation for the lower level foundations, we decided rather than dig a hole for footings and then fill it up again, we would keep the hole and build a building around it. And that became what we called the lower level shell space that accommodated 3 future classrooms plus some support space. We were lucky that that came in as an ad alternate under the bid limit. And so VO opened in the fall of 13 with some shell space, just like you might go to Burlington Mall and one tenant moves out and another moves in, and it's just kind of like a big white box. So by the fall of 15, again, due to enrollment growth, we had actually fit that space up into 3 classrooms. And I believe that that's some of the space that Dr. Evans was able to use when she needed to move 2 of the pre-K rooms out of Lynch. But the other expansion option for VO, one that we frankly spent even more money on than we did the lower level, is to fully expand the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floor of VO are what we call double-loaded corridors. A corridor runs, if you will, from left to right, classrooms on either side of the corridor. On the 3rd floor, as you look at VO from Johnson Road, the facade steps back because the classrooms are only sort of on the back or the hillside of that classroom, if you will. So what we did when we designed VO was we designed the 2nd floor roof as a concrete structural slab so that it could be built out to kind of match the, if you will, similarly to the floors below. The fire stairs are sized to accommodate a full occupancy on a 3rd floor build out. The bathrooms, the fixtures are all there for the build out. And even the assembly spaces, the cafeteria, library, and so forth were sized for those 100 extra students we would get if we added 5 classrooms. So that investment has been there, and but we did it because we realized we didn't need the space at the time, but we might need it in the future. So if I call your attention to the grid, if I can just ask Mr. Vinalia to scroll up just for a moment, and this is taken directly out of the master plan. The 2017 figures with some assumptions for the Lynch, Morocco, and VO school. You see we had an assumed project cost, not construction cost, project cost of $3.2 to $3.4 million for VO. Now Flansburgh, who's of course working with us now on Morocco and other projects, and was our master planner, has shared with me they feel, based on their understanding of the market, that a 3% annual escalation is a very reasonable factor to apply to these numbers from the master plan. And so if I can ask Brian to then scroll down just a bit. You can see here the plan diagram that I was just describing then. That sort of that part in color would kind of illustrate what we might get if we chose to build it out. So if we escalate it, here's why I'm bringing it up and how it has anything to do with Parkhurst. If we're right, and we have every reason to think we are, that a new Lynch comes online in the fall of 25, and if we bring students into Parkhurst in the fall of 21, if we don't bring any other space online in the district, which is something for us to think about and talk about, then it means that we will need to use Parkhurst for 4 years, from the fall of 21 until Lynch opens in the fall of 25. If the school committee chooses to get serious about getting started on the VO project, and I would say every project, including a new Lynch, starts with a first step, with some modest expense. We could, with some focus and support, have VO expanded and open by the fall of 23. And based on the escalation numbers that Flansburgh's providing me, we should be able to do that for under $4 million. And for that, we get 5 classrooms plus specialist space. And certainly we've talked about modulars in so many meetings and so many other contexts to know modular classrooms cost more than that. And of course, they're not permanent. So there's still a lot of value here. If we look at reasonable architectural fees for a project of that size, and then we break it down further into what the schematic design portion would likely be, I'm projecting between $90,000 and $135,000. So if the committee wishes to discuss this, I wanted to throw out there, I think it's a reasonable thing for us to talk about in the context of our capital asks now for $90,000 to $135,000 for schematic design. And here's why. If we choose not to act on VO now, we don't have to, but if we let it go now, then that effectively pushes it out a year, because we'll never use our operating budget to hire an architect to do schematic design at VO. It is absolutely certain to me, based on the meetings that Ms. Whittemore and Dr. Evans and I have had with Mr. Lawson, that if we use Parkhurst for just 2 years, from the fall of 21 to the fall of 23, it's going to take some expense. Some up front, and then there will be some additional expense while we keep kids in that building. There's no doubt about it. But 2 years is exactly how many years we had the VO students in Parkhurst when we built the new Vincent Owen. But if we do not act on VO, then we're not bringing any other space online in the district until the new Lynch opens in the fall of 25. And that means we're now looking at a 4-year use at Parkhurst. Again, we can do that. But we need to be eyes wide open that if we're going to use Parkhurst for 4 years, that means we're putting more money, more frankly precious resources into a building which really has no long-term use in our master plan. So there's sort of a consequence now that Lynch is sort of on some rails, if you will, with MSBA. It really is appropriate for us to come back and think about and talk about VO, because the master plan didn't say you do one of these 3 projects. It didn't say do 2 of the 3. It actually said you need to do all 3. And I'm really convinced that we do. The timing of it could be really important. If we move on VO, we might be in a position where we can limit our expense at Parkhurst. So I've just kind of described what I think I picked up in reason 1, 2, and 3. I want to be sure I didn't miss anything. Reason 1 was just what I described, which limits the use of Parkhurst. Reason 2, I say if we should opt not to proceed with the expansion of VO, then the only space expansion on the horizon is Lynch in 25, and that's the 4-year occupancy. Reason 3 speaks to the value proposition that I just described, and I thought it would be helpful to the committee. If you see there at the bottom of the memo, I've kind of placed this VO project, I've bracketed it, if you will, between McCall Phase 1 and McCall Phase 2. McCall Phase 1, I'll say we self-funded. That just means we didn't do an override, and we picked up 3 classrooms. McCall, obviously a much larger project at 6 classrooms, plus a number of other spaces, locker rooms, tea rooms, and so forth. But just pause for a moment. And even though McCall Phase 2 really is a tremendous value for what we're getting, just look at what we're spending for McCall Phase 2, which is 6 classrooms and a number of support spaces. And then look at what the estimate would be for VO for 5 classrooms plus some support spaces. So I think it really is an appropriate time. Again, I appreciate we're not going to vote this now. I'm glad we're postponing it, but we really kind of haven't had time for me to sort of throw this out there and take the time to kind of explain it. And I'm certainly happy to take questions. I would urge the committee to seriously consider schematic design for VO, and we need to understand that if we don't, every year that we postpone kicking off VO is a year that we're sort of tied to another occupancy at Parkhurst. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Before I open up for questions, I would like to ask you, Mr. Nixon, there was a lot to digest in that, and it was a lot to digest after in hour 6 of our meeting. Would you be amenable to questions via email and having this be part of the discussion in 2 weeks when we're voting capital, unless there are any pressing questions right now, because we are going to have to revisit basically everything here when we go to vote our capital priorities. And I just want to make sure to know what you need to have addressed today, if anything, and what can be put off until we vote our final capital priority list on the 19th of August.
Sure, I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm not really looking for any debate right now, but what I mostly wanted to seize was an opportunity for any committee members or administrators to basically ask a question. If anything I've said doesn't make sense, or if folks feel like I'm coming out of left field, if this is catching people completely off guard, or there's something that's sort of not, if you're not following any of this, feel free to ask the question now. I tried I was doing a lot of it off the cuff without looking at the memo, but I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has, or if there's something I didn't address that I should have, I'm happy to tackle that too.
Thank you very much. So I think my recommendation would be, I appreciate that presentation, which was very helpful. Given the time and how long we've been here, I would suggest that we as a committee digest that. We get our questions directly to Mr. Nixon, and I would recommend that as well for central office staff if you're amenable. And then we can have a fuller discussion on the 18th as we vote our capital priority list. Unless there's any pressing issues from the committee, I would propose that.
I would just ask if people want to submit questions by email, if they could copy Dr. Evans and Ms. Whittemore, I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate that presentation. With that, move on to the chair report. I actually do have one thing I would like to add to the chair report, even though we're now in hour 6, that on Thursday night at 6 p.m. there will be a flag re-raising on the town common for both the Pride and Black Lives Matter flags. It will be a socially distanced event, so if you're down there at 6 p.m., staying 6 feet away from others, you should be able to see this. That's the only thing I have to add, and I apologize for the length of this meeting, but with so many important issues that I appreciate all of you staying here this long. Thank you. With that, I would move over to superintendent report. You are muted, Dr. Evans.
Thank you, sorry. Very quickly, I'm working with the high school administration, the athletic director, and some community members to prepare a report for you with some recommendations regarding the switch to a new mascot. It is my intention to remove the logo at the front of the school before school begins as part of that process. But I don't want anyone to be taken by surprise in the community. And I'm not trying to erase the past, but as part of the efforts before we bring students back, that's one of the first changes we'll make. So I just wanted to be sure to be transparent about that. And I'll make some recommendations to you at the next August meeting, not Thursday. But just wanted to sort of give community notice that it's not going to be removed immediately, but before school starts, it will be removed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. We have future agenda items. I sort of gave a preview of these at the last meeting because I was reading the wrong agenda, but we have curriculum and professional development update. We have fiscal year 20 budget closeout and fiscal year 21 budget and grants update, facilities update, district goals and improvement plan. We have to get going on that. Parkhurst facility plan. And as you just alluded to, mascot logo plan. We will, of course, always have return to school as a discussion item of probably every meeting we have, even once we return to school. Our next meeting dates are August 6th at 11 a.m. Just so everyone knows, that has a hard stop, as we mentioned, at noon. So we will try to keep public comment short. I would encourage public who have questions and comments to reach out to us via email in advance. We will not be able to give 2 hours or an hour of public comment in a meeting that's limited an hour, and we would like to have discussion as well. August 18th at 6 p.m., September 2nd at 6 p.m., and September 15th at 6 p.m. I would argue that the September 2nd and 15th meetings will be dependent on what's happening in the school at that time. So those dates are in stone right now, but they could be removed into paper if we have to change dates due to the return to school timing. I would, if there's no other business, I would happily accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We need a roll call vote. Ms. Bolognese?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
Ms. Marchand?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. We just hit 6 hours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.